First, Do No Harm by Void and Velvet. Chapter 1. The Worst First Impression. The lanyard was too long. Owen Castillo had clipped his new hospital ID badge to the lanyard that morning, looped it over his head, and only noticed the problem when the badge swung forward and knocked over his coffee on the Northern Line. He'd spent the rest of the journey to St. Aldric's with a damp knee and the specific kind of hollow dread that comes from starting the most important day of your professional life already at a deficit. That was 40 minutes ago. Now he was standing in the corridor outside the main lecture theater on the 4th floor of the teaching block, lanyard tucked inside his collar to stop it swinging, a fresh coffee growing cold in his hand because he'd been too nervous to remember to drink it, and he was going to be late. Not catastrophically late, but the kind of late that got noticed. Left at the lifts, said a passing nurse without breaking stride, somehow reading his bewilderment without looking up from her tablet. Into the corridor, through the double doors. Thank you, Owen said, already moving. He found the double doors, pushed through them, and walked into the lecture theater to discover that 62 of his fellow new residents had arrived before him. They were arranged in tiered rows, most still wearing the slightly glazed expression of people who had been up since before 5, ID badges shining and lanyards actually the correct length. The room smelled of carpet cleaner and anxiety. At the front, below the projection screen, stood a woman Owen recognized from the welcome pack materials, Dr. Mira Sarmiento, chief resident, looking precisely as competent as her photograph had suggested and considerably more intimidating. She was mid-sentence. She paused when Owen pushed through the door. He felt 62 sets of eyes swivel toward him with the synchronized precision of a flock of birds changing direction. Dr. Castillo. She did not look at a list. She simply knew. You are 8 minutes late to your first orientation session. I know, Owen said. I am sorry. I got turned around at the lifts. He held up the coffee slightly, which he immediately recognized was not helping his case. I also have cold coffee if anyone wants it. No takers? That's fine. One person in the third row made a sound that was almost a laugh. Dr. Sarmiento's expression did not change. Sit down, she said. Owen sat. He found the first available seat at the end of a row near the back, nodded apologetically at the woman who had to shift her bag to make room, and tried to settle into the particular invisibility of someone who has already made their entrance and now needs to become part of the furniture. He managed this for approximately 3 minutes. The projection screen at the front was running through a schedule overview, the rotation structure, on-call patterns, how the supervision hierarchy worked at St. Aldric's. Owen was following along, trying to absorb it all, when his lanyard worked its way free of his collar and the badge swung forward and hit the metal armrest of the fold-down chair with a noise that, in the silence following one of Dr. Sarmiento's pauses, sounded approximately as loud as a gunshot. This time, fewer people turned around. They were learning. Dr. Sarmiento continued without pausing, which Owen chose to interpret as mercy. The schedule overview gave way to a summary of the supervision structure. Dr. Sarmiento was explaining the consulting hierarchy when the main door at the side of the theater opened, and Owen felt the room change before he understood why. He looked toward the door. The man who entered was tall and lean in the particular way of someone who had not prioritized food or rest in possibly decades, carrying it with the kind of inadvertent physical authority that came from being absolutely certain of where one was going. He wore a white coat over dark scrubs, no lanyard at all, because people who knew where they were going apparently did not need ID badges, and glasses with rectangular frames that caught the overhead light as he moved. He walked to the front of the room and stood slightly to the left of Dr. Sarmiento, and the residents who had been slouching imperceptibly in their seats straightened again. Just slightly, like plants orienting toward a cold light source. Most of you know Dr. War by reputation, said Dr. Sarmiento. For those who don't, he is our senior teaching consultant for internal medicine and will be your primary supervisory consultant for the first rotation period. He will be conducting today's first clinical assessment exercise. The man, Dr. Ward, looked at the room with the measured patience of someone who has assessed 60 cohorts of new residents and expects to be neither delighted nor disappointed. His gaze moved across the rows in a single sweep. It stopped briefly on Owen. Owen had no way of knowing whether this was meaningful or simply because he was sitting at an odd angle, having not quite made it to a full seat. He smiled, reflexively. It was a habit he had never successfully broken, the smile that appeared whenever he felt seen by something intimidating, the same smile that had gotten him called cheeky by 3 separate consultants during medical school and once by a hospital chaplain for reasons he still didn't fully understand. Dr. Ward's expression did not change. His gaze continued its sweep and reached the front of the room again. "We'll start," he said. His voice was unhurried and precise, the kind of voice that could have belonged to a man reading legal documents aloud and made them sound somehow urgent. The clinical assessment exercise turned out to be a simulated case presentation. Dr. Sarmiento called residents up in pairs, presented a clinical scenario, and asked them to talk through their differential diagnosis. Most of the pairs managed it adequately. Some managed it well. Owen watched the rhythm of it and felt the specific quality of dread that was not quite stage fright, but something adjacent. The knowledge that he would be called on, and that he needed to be sharper than he felt, and that Dr. Ward was watching from the side of the room with the stillness of someone who was taking note of a great many things he had not yet named. Dr. Castillo. Dr. Okafor. Owen stood. His knee knocked the fold-down armrest. The badge swung on the lanyard. He caught it with one hand and walked down to the front. Dr. Okafor, it turned out, was the man from the 3rd row who had nearly laughed at Owen's coffee remark. He was calm and broad-shouldered and looked considerably more composed than Owen felt. He nodded at Owen when they reached the front. Owen nodded back. Dr. Sarmiento pulled up the case on the screen. 62-year-old male, presenting with progressive dyspnea, fatigue, and a 2-week history of worsening leg edema. Vitals on screen, ECG strip attached. "Talk me through it," she said. Dr. Okafor began, which was the natural thing because he had been there on time and had presumably been absorbing the rhythm of the exercise for the full 40 minutes Owen had missed. He hit the obvious markers cleanly. Heart failure primary differential. Want to look at BNP, echocardiogram, medication reconciliation. "Good. Solid. What are you missing?" said Dr. Ward. Not Dr. Sarmiento. Dr. Ward, from the side of the room, without particular emphasis, the way someone might say past the salt. Dr. Okafor paused, ran it again, added thyroid function. "Still missing something," said Dr. Ward. Owen looked at the ECG strip on the screen, looked at the vitals again. Something was pulling at the back of his brain, not the differential itself, but the numbers, the way the sodium sat at the low end of normal, and the potassium was tracking alongside it. And the medication history listed a diuretic already and another one, and the patient was 62 and the leg edema was bilateral, and the ECG showed. "His diuretics," Owen said. "He's already on a loop diuretic and an ACE inhibitor, and his sodium is 96. If you push more diuresis for the edema without correcting the electrolyte imbalance, first you'll send him into an arrhythmia. The ECG is showing early changes. You need electrolyte correction before you do anything else to the fluid balance." Silence. Not hostile silence. The attentive kind. Owen became aware that he had spoken over the natural rhythm of the exercise, and that Dr. Okafor was looking at him with an expression that mixed mild surprise with something closer to interest, and that Dr. Ward had turned his head. "Sodium 96, said Dr. Ward. "Borderline. You'd correct. I'd want a repeat draw first," Owen said. "One value isn't enough to act on definitively. But yes, I want it corrected before any aggressive diuresis. The ECG changes are subtle, but they're there." Dr. Ward looked at the screen for a moment. Then he looked back at Owen. "Correct," he said. It was not said warmly. It was said with the precision of a man confirming a fact. Owen felt something in his chest that was not quite pride and not quite relief, but some compound of both, a brief structural shift, and then Dr. Ward's attention had already moved back to the room at large. "The point of this exercise," said Dr. Ward, "is not to arrive at the most complete differential. Every one of you has been trained to generate a differential list. The point is to identify the thing that makes action dangerous before you act. Residency will give you endless opportunities to treat the presenting symptom. Your job is to not kill anyone while you do it." The room was very quiet. That's a good axiom, Owen said, because his brain had not yet developed the survival mechanism that told him when to stop. Do what? Dr. Ward looked at him again. That is, in fact, said Dr. Ward, in a tone that was so perfectly level it could have meant almost anything, the first principle of medicine. 62 people in tiered rows did not laugh. Owen sat back down. He lasted until the break before he dropped his coffee. It was a new coffee purchased from a machine in the fourth-floor corridor during the 15-minute break that came halfway through orientation. Owen had queued for it, paid for it with coins from the pocket of his scrubs, carried it carefully back through the corridor, and then opened the lecture theater door with a hand holding the coffee while reaching for the door's lower handle with his other hand because he thought it was a push-pull configuration when it was in fact a double push, and the door swung inward and the coffee went forward. It did not go on anyone. This was, he would later reflect, genuinely the best possible outcome. It went on the floor and on his own shoe and on the lower edge of his white coat in a spreading caramel arc that smelled terrible and steamed softly in the recycled air of the corridor. He was crouching to collect the cup, already calculating how to get another coffee before the break ended, when he heard a sound from approximately 6 inches above his head that it took him a moment to identify as a sigh. Controlled, patient, the kind of sigh that had learned to be quiet. Owen looked up. Dr. Ward was standing in the corridor with a paper cup of his own coffee, watching Owen crouch on the floor with the specific expression of a man who has just witnessed something he cannot decide how to categorize. I'm fine, Owen said, which was a strange thing to say given that no one had asked. The floor is fine. The coffee is not fine. The floor won the fight. Dr. Ward looked at him for a moment that felt much longer than it was. There's a mop cupboard, he said, at the end of the corridor. Left side. Then he went back into the lecture theater. Owen found the mop cupboard. He cleaned up the floor. He was 4 minutes late coming back in from the break, which brought his total tardiness for the first day to 12 minutes, a personal record he had not been aiming for. He spent the rest of orientation being very careful with a new coffee he did not have because he had not had time to get another one, and watching Dr. Ward explain the supervision structure from the front of the room with the focused attention of a man who wanted to make absolutely certain he understood what he was walking into. Dr. Ward moved through the material without wasted motion. He was precise in a way that went beyond competence, the kind of precision that came from having done something so many times it had been stripped of all unnecessary weight. He did not use filler words. When he paused, it was because the pause meant something. When he looked at a resident directly, that resident tended to sit up straighter, and when he asked a question in the room, went quiet in the way rooms go quiet around things they understand to be real. Owen watched his hands. They were steady, expressive in small ways, gesturing sparingly when making a point, but rarely otherwise. He adjusted his glasses once during the session, a slight push at the bridge with 2 fingers while studying the case summary on the projection screen, and Owen had no idea why he noticed that in particular, except that it was the only moment the whole hour when Dr. Ward looked like he was thinking rather than already knowing. At the end of orientation, Dr. Sarmiento distributed rotation assignments. Owen scanned the sheet. Internal medicine. Reporting to Dr. Ward. He folded the sheet and put it in his pocket. Outside the lecture theater, in the corridor with its institutional carpet and flickering overhead strip light that had probably been failing for 3 years and would continue to fail for 3 more, Owen's closest friend in the cohort, Nico Alvarez, fell in a step beside him. Nico had the specific expression of a man who had witnessed the entire morning and was enjoying it more than he was letting on. So, said Nico, 8 minutes late. The coffee. The thing with the door. The thing with the door didn't go on anyone important, Owen said. And then you corrected a senior resident in front of the scariest consultant in the hospital. I didn't correct him. I added to his differential. At volume. I was audible, Owen said. It's a lecture theater. You have to project. Nico looked at him with the patient fondness of someone who has known Owen long enough to understand that the chaos is not accidental, but is also not deliberate. That it is simply the natural weather system of a person whose brain moves slightly faster than the rest of him. War didn't wreck you for it, Nico said. That's probably significant. He said I was correct. He said you were correct the way a judge reads a verdict, Nico said. Without joy. but also without contempt. For Ward, that's basically a standing ovation. Owen thought about that for a moment. The corridor, the controlled sigh, the mop cupboard. Correct. He told me where the mop was, he said. I'm sorry. When I dropped the coffee, he told me where the mop cupboard was. Nico was quiet for a beat. What does that mean? I have no idea, Owen said. But it felt like something. They walked toward the lifts. Owen's lanyard swung on its too long loop, the badge catching the light, and he tucked it back inside his collar and thought about steel gray eyes behind rectangular frames and the specific quality of silence that followed the word correct. He was probably imagining things. He had a rotation to survive. He needed to focus. He pressed the lift button and looked at the time on his phone and discovered he was already 3 minutes late for his first ward round. Chapter 2. The Man with No Soft Edges. Simon Ward did not make notes during orientation. He had been supervising incoming cohorts for 6 years at St. Aldric's and 5 before that at Bart's. And he had learned early that the notes he made in the first session were almost always wrong. Not factually wrong, strategically wrong. The residents who looked terrified at orientation were rarely the ones who fell apart on the wards. The confident ones, the ones who leaned back in their seats with the assurance of people who had earned high marks and knew it, those were frequently the ones who collapsed under the specific gravity of clinical reality, under the weight of a real patient who was not a case study and did not behave according to the textbook parameters. What he made instead, in orientation and in the first 2 weeks of every rotation, was a different kind of assessment, one that did not go on paper. The cohort this year was 63. They had come from 11 different training programs, which meant 11 different institutional cultures, 11 sets of assumptions about what was important, and at least 3 clearly incompatible opinions on the correct way to present a patient history. They were mostly good. Several were quietly excellent. 2 were going to need close watching for reasons that had nothing to do with their clinical ability and everything to do with the particular overconfidence that comes from being the best person in a smaller room. And then there was Castillo. Dr. Owen Castillo had arrived 8 minutes late, holding coffee that would have been better classified as a prop than a beverage given the amount of time he spent not drinking it, and had committed the specific offense of smiling at the room in a way that was not performative but apparently instinctive, which was somehow worse because it was harder to dismiss. Simon had noted him immediately, which was itself notable. He did not as a rule make note of residents who arrived late, because lateness was common and lateness on the first day, specifically, was often the result of transport and not character. He had filed Castillo as a problem before the man had opened his mouth. Not because of the lateness. Not because of the smile, though the smile was going to be a problem in a different way. Because of the quality of attention Castillo paid to the room, which was visible even from the side of the lecture theater. The way his gaze moved from the projection screen to the case notes to the other residents with the quick darting focus of someone who was tracking multiple things simultaneously and making connections between them rather than simply absorbing data sequentially. It was the attention of an unusual mind. Simon had learned to recognize it. Unusual minds are the most difficult residents to supervise. They skipped steps, arrived at correct conclusions by routes that could not be reproduced or taught, and frequently made catastrophic errors in the steps they had skipped, because the steps were there for a reason. His job with residents like this was not to harness the unusual mind, but to install the safety protocols around it before something went wrong. He had been doing this for 11 years. He was very good at it. He was also, and this was the complication, good at telling the difference between an unusual mind in the chaotic early stage and an unusual mind that had the structural capacity to become genuinely exceptional. Most of the chaotic ones resolved into one of 3 outcomes: disciplined through experience, burnout by it, or filtered out by it. The genuinely exceptional ones were rarer. He had supervised 4 of them in 11 years. 2 were now consultants. 1 had gone into research. 1 had left medicine entirely because the system had not known what to do with her, which was a failure Simon did not enjoy thinking about. Castillo, if Simon was honest with himself, and he was making every effort not to be, had the qualities of the 4th kind. That was a problem. The case exercise ran its predictable course. Most of the resident pairs hit the major differentials. Several missed the secondary complications. This was expected and fine. The exercise was not designed to assess knowledge, but pattern recognition, the ability to hold multiple variables in suspension and identify which one changed the action. Simon asked the questions he always asked. He got the answers he expected. When Sarmiento called Castillo and Dr. Okafor to the front, Simon had already made his prediction. Okafor would lead. Castillo would either perform adequately or drift into the brilliant incomplete zone, and they would need to come back to the case. What actually happened was that Okafor performed adequately. Simon pushed on the obvious gap, and Castillo looked at the ECG strip with the focused intensity of someone translating a language rather than reading it. And then he said the exact thing Simon had been waiting for the entire session. The sodium, the diuretic cascade, the arrhythmia risk before any further treatment. Not just the right answer. The right answer and the reasoning behind it. In correct sequence, without prompting. Simon confirmed it. He did not say anything else because there was nothing else to say and because he had learned that excessive confirmation rewarded performance rather than process. But he was aware of a very small and entirely controlled response somewhere in his chest that was recognition, the particular response he had when he encountered something he had not seen in a while. And then, because the morning had apparently decided Simon needed a further complication, Castillo said the thing about the axiom. Benoit. Simon's first reaction had been to dismiss it. It was the kind of comment that could have been glib, the reflex wit of a man performing ease under pressure. The phrasing at first principle of medicine had come out of him as a corrective and also as a small, private test, a test of whether the quip was armor or just bad timing. Castillo took the correction without visible deflation and sat back down with the expression of a man filing something away rather than a man who had been scolded. That was the response Simon had been looking for, and he had not been looking for it consciously, which was itself something he was going to have to address. In the break, when Simon stepped into the corridor with the coffee he had been waiting since 7:30 to drink, he came upon Castillo crouching on the floor amid the wreckage of what had presumably been the man's own coffee. The plastic cup had rolled to the baseboard. The spill was radiating outward with the enthusiasm of something finally free of containment. Castillo looked up at him and said, "I'm fine," which Simon had not asked and which under the circumstances was the least relevant statement available. Simon observed this for a moment. He weighed the options: leave, say nothing useful, or provide the one piece of information that would resolve the situation fastest and get him back inside before the break ended. "There's a mop cupboard," he said, "at the end of the corridor. Left side." Then he went back in. He drank the coffee during the remainder of orientation and spent most of it aware, in a distant and clinical way, that he was tracking Castillo's position in the room more consistently than was necessary. This was the problem with unusual minds. They created a pull. They were harder to look away from than competent minds, which were satisfying in the way that a correctly solved equation was satisfying, reliable, and complete. Unusual minds were open questions. They created the neurological itch of an incomplete pattern, and Simon's brain was constitutionally incapable of leaving incomplete patterns unexamined. He had identified this tendency in himself 20 years ago, when he was a junior doctor who kept running differentials on patients after his shift ended, not because he was worried about them, but because the case was still open, and an open case created a low-grade hum of unresolved cognition that he found it difficult to tune out. He had learned to manage it. He had developed systems: the note-taking practice, the rotation review structure, the deliberate separation of clinical assessment from everything else, the strictly maintained professional distance that had been called coldness by 3 separate people he had supervised and had been called other, worse things by Helena during the years when things between them had already begun to calcify in a territory neither of them knew how to navigate. He had kept Eli out of it. That, at least, he had done right. Eli did not know what Simon's work looked like from the inside, the accumulated weight of it, the relentlessness. He knew that his father came home tired and that the hospital was a large building and that Simon had a colleague called Raphael who was funny and one called Dr. Vale who was not. He knew that Tomas came to collect him on school days when Simon had a late shift and that this was normal and that normal was fine. Simon had made normal feel fine very deliberately. The rotation assignments went out at the end of orientation. He knew who was on his list. He had reviewed it the week before. He did not look at it again now. He did not look for Castillo's name. He already knew it was there. After the session, Simon walked to his office on the third floor, which was a small room with a window that faced an air shaft and a view that consisted exclusively of the back of a ventilation unit and, on clear days, a narrow strip of sky. He had been offered a better office twice. He had declined both times, partly because the logistics of moving were more effort than the view was worth, and partly, he suspected, because the modest room was the sort of room a man occupied who expected to keep working rather than to be comfortable. He sat at his desk and opened the rotation schedule. He read through the resident assignments. He noted Castillo's name as he had noted all the others. He closed the file. He opened it again 20 minutes later to verify the timetable structure, which required looking at the full list, and he read through the resident names as a matter of course, and he noted that Castillo was scheduled to the afternoon ward round on Tuesday. He had, as he had concluded some years ago, a very poor capacity for self-deception. He recognized the pull. He recognized that it was not purely professional, that there was something in the quality of Castillo's attention and the unperformed warmth of his smile and the specific way he had looked at the ECG strip that was creating something other than a clinical assessment. He did not name it. Naming it gave it weight, and it did not deserve weight, because it was an irrational and professionally unsuitable response to a first impression, and Simon had trained himself not to act on irrational responses. What he did instead was what he always did when presented with a complication he needed to manage. He thought it through clearly. He established the parameters. Castillo was a resident under his direct supervision. This was the primary fact, and it was unambiguous. The power imbalance was absolute. Simon evaluated his performance, shaped his rotations, could end or advance his career in this hospital with the weight of a report. That made any non-professional response not merely inappropriate, but a category error, the kind of error Simon had built his entire professional architecture to prevent. He had built that architecture partly out of principle and partly out of necessity. The custody agreement with Helena was not formal in the way court orders were formal, but the understanding between them was clear in the way that things were clear when they had been carved by pain. Simon's personal life remained contained, because any instability in Simon's personal life became leverage, and he did not give Helena leverage not out of hostility, but out of pure self-preservation. Eli's stability was contingent on Simon's stability. Simon's stability was contingent on nothing damaging being visible. This was not a difficult calculation. He had made it many times. He did not need to make it again, simply because a new resident had an unusual mind and the kind of quality that pulled at him. He needed to supervise Castillo as he supervised everyone, rigorously, fairly, with absolute professional consistency. He needed to make sure Castillo became a good doctor, and that was the entirety of his obligation. He made a note on the rotation schedule to monitor Castillo's diagnostic reasoning specifically, because that was the area where unusual minds were both strongest and most likely to create problems, and to ensure the supervision structure provided sufficient challenge without overexposure to independent decision-making in the first 4 weeks. He crossed out the note. He did not need to write it down. He already knew what he was going to do. He went to collect Eli from Tomas, who babysat on Monday evenings when Simon had late administration. Tomas lived 12 minutes from the hospital by car, a fact Simon had factored into the arrangement when he made it 3 years ago. The evening was unremarkable. Eli had made something at school that involved paint and a toilet roll, and was very pleased with it. Simon looked at it seriously, asked what it was, and was told it was a rocket. He said it was an excellent rocket. Eli informed him that it could go to Jupiter. Mars first, Simon said, because he was a doctor and he knew about incremental goals. Jupiter, Eli said, with the serene certainty of a 7-year-old. Simon made dinner. Eli ate most of it. They read for half an hour before bed. A chapter of the book they were working through, something about a dragon and a lighthouse that Eli had selected with great conviction from the library, and which Simon had privately found himself looking forward to each evening in a way he found faintly embarrassing. After Eli was asleep, Simon sat at the kitchen table with a cup of tea and the evening's administrative reading in the particular quiet of a house with one sleeping child in it, which was a quality of quiet different from all other kinds of quiet, inhabited and warm. He thought, with the practiced efficiency of a man closing out an open case, about Owen Castillo. He decided that the most accurate and useful clinical classification was this: potentially excellent, high distractibility, will require structured challenge and consistent boundaries. Standard protocol for that classification. Nothing unusual. He drank the tea. He read the administrative material. He went to bed. He slept well, which was either evidence of a very disciplined mind or evidence that the decision to think about Castillo one final time and then stop had worked. He chose, in the morning, to accept both interpretations as equally valid. Chapter 3, 36 hours. The first time Owen had a 36-hour shift, he was 23 years old and doing his foundation year at a hospital in Birmingham that smelled of cauliflower and disinfectant and Old Hope. He had come out the other side of it convinced that the human body's capacity to remain upright on 3 hours of sleep and half a protein bar was either a design flaw or the most impressive thing evolution had managed. He had been wrong about both. It was simply the thing you did, and then you did it again, and after a while the arithmetic of sleeplessness became its own normal. St. Aldric's was different because the pressure was different. Not louder, exactly, but more concentrated. Teaching hospitals had a specific density to them. The clinical work was real and ongoing and occasionally terrifying, and simultaneously every decision you made was potentially being observed, cataloged, and used to construct an assessment of whether you deserved to be here at all. It created a kind of double consciousness that wore on the mind faster than the sleep deprivation alone. Owen's second week on the internal medicine rotation started with a Monday handover at 8 in the morning, which was the end of someone else's overnight shift and the beginning of his, and which required him to absorb the full status of 14 patients in approximately 11 minutes, because the handover room was needed at 8:15 for something else. The outgoing resident, a third year named Priya, who had the compressed efficiency of a person who had learned not to waste a word, got through 12 of them before the door opened and the room was needed, and they finished the last 2 in the corridor. By 9:30, Owen had done a full ward round, updated 6 observation charts, referred 1 patient to cardiology, chased 2 blood results that had not come back, and was standing in a side room with a 68-year-old woman named Mrs. Okonkwo, who had come in with chest pain that was not cardiac and had been admitted for observation while they worked out what it was. Mrs. Okonkwo had been waiting since 8 p.m. the previous evening. She was not angry about this, which Owen found more affecting than anger would have been. She was simply patient in the particular way of a woman who had learned through experience that waiting was the medium through which the health service operated, that the waiting was not personal. "Have they found anything?" she asked. "Not yet," Owen said. "We're still waiting on some of the results. I know that's frustrating." "It's not your fault," she said. "I know, but it's still frustrating." She looked at him with mild surprise, and then smiled with the warmth of someone who had not expected the concession. Owen sat on the edge of the chair beside her bed and went through her chart again, not because he needed to review it, but because she had been waiting for 12 hours, and the minimum he could do was be present in the room. He was still there 20 minutes later when the bleep went. The bleep was not for Mrs. Okonkwo. The bleep was for Bay 4 on the general ward, where a patient named Mr. Farrar, 61, admitted for a routine procedure, had pulled out his 4-line and was now declining the nurse's attempts to replace it with the specific obstinate misery of a man who had not consented to this indignity. Owen ran. He was not supposed to run in the corridors. He had been told this at orientation in the specific way that things were told at orientation, which meant everyone understood it was a rule, and also that everyone ran in corridors when the situation required it. He ran to the stairwell, down 1 floor, through 2 sets of double doors, and arrived in Bay 4 slightly out of breath to find the nurse, a compact and extremely patient man named Delhi, standing at a safe distance from Mr. Farrar's bedside, while Mr. Farrar held his arm with a bleeding cannula side away from everyone and explained that he did not need any further intervention and would they all please leave him alone. "Mr. Farrar," Owen said, still catching his breath. I'm Owen. I'm a doctor on call. I heard you were having a difficult morning. Mr. Farrar looked at him. He was a tall, angular man with the expression of someone who had been uncomfortable for a long time and had passed the point where courtesy felt necessary. I don't want a needle, said Mr. Farrar. That's fair, Owen said. Needles are awful. Can I look at your arm? Why? Because you're bleeding and I want to know how much. This was apparently the correct argument. Mr. Farrar extended the arm. Owen looked at it, pressed a gauze pad against the site, and sat down beside the bed in the chair he had pulled over from the corner. You've had a hard time, Owen said. Not a question. I'm fine, said Mr. Farrar. I believe you, Owen said. You're also here, which means something wasn't fine at some point, and you've been waiting for 3 days for a procedure that keeps getting pushed back, and now you've lost a cannula. That's a lot to sit through. Mr. Farrar was quiet. Owen held the gauze steady and waited. I hate hospitals, Mr. Farrar said finally. Most people do, Owen said. I think even some of the doctors do. I've never asked directly, but I have suspicions. The silence that followed had a different quality to it. Not hostile. Owen was talking him around to the cannula replacement, step by careful step, when he became aware of a presence in the doorway. He did not turn around. He could tell by the quality of the nurse's posture that it was someone senior, and by the way Deli did not intervene that it was someone watching rather than intruding. He finished the conversation. He got Mr. Farrar's agreement. He replaced the cannula with a minimum of fuss, his hands steadier than the rest of him felt, and he taped it down and checked the flow, and then he turned to find Dr. Ward standing in the doorway with his hands in his coat pockets. Owen had been awake for 19 hours. I'll need to see you for the 9:30 teaching slot, said Dr. Ward. Right, said Owen. Yes, thank you. Dr. Ward looked at him for a second. You have something on your... He gestured at his own temple. Owen reached up. Something sticky. He looked at his fingers. Mr. Farrar's cannula prep solution, probably. He had not noticed. I'll clean that up, he said. Dr. Ward nodded and left. Owen washed his hands and his face at the bay sink, drank half of Deli's leftover tea, because Deli offered it, and Owen was too far past pride to refuse, and made his way to the teaching room 2 floors up where the morning's tutorial was already assembled. The tutorial was 3 residents plus Owen. Dr. Ward ran it from the end of the table, which meant he was facing all of them, and none of them could look anywhere else without appearing to avoid him. He ran case presentations in the way Simon Ward ran everything, stripped of ceremony, aimed directly at the thing that needed to be understood. He did not praise correct answers. He extended them, found the limit of the correct answer, pushed past it, found what was beyond. It was, as teaching went, exhausting and completely effective. Owen was in the 3rd hour of the shift when the day started to accumulate weight in the particular way that only a long shift did. Not suddenly, but incrementally, layer by layer, each new demand adding to rather than replacing the last, so that by mid-afternoon, the working memory felt like a surface covered with too many objects and you were always in danger of knocking something off the edge. He made it to 6 p.m. in a state that could still be called functional. By 8 p.m. the state was revised to technically upright. The admission that came in at 8:15 was a 44-year-old woman named Ms. Hartley. She had come in with severe abdominal pain, board-like guarding, and a history that was difficult to take because she kept apologizing for coming in, kept saying she hadn't wanted to bother anyone, kept offering to go home and come back tomorrow. Owen spent 10 minutes on the history and another 5 convincing her that she was not a bother and that the pain she was describing was the kind of pain that required investigation and that going home and coming back tomorrow was not the appropriate action here. He ordered the imaging. He wrote up the notes. He stood in the corridor outside her bay and looked at his watch and calculated that he had 28 hours left in the shift, and the number sat on his chest like a physical weight. The imaging came back at 9:40. Perforated appendix. Owen found the registrar, Dr. Singh, who confirmed it, and the on-call surgical team was contacted, and the patient was being prepared for emergency surgery. And all of this happened in the correct sequence, and Owen participated in all of it correctly and did not make a single error, which you would only recognize in retrospect as notable because in the moment it simply felt like moving through water that kept getting deeper. The surgical handover happened in the corridor. Dr. Singh was there. So was the surgical registrar. Owen presented the case and was halfway through the key history points when he transposed 2 of the vital signs readings, putting the blood pressure where the pulse rate should have been, and corrected himself, and then repeated the correction the same wrong way, and registered with a distant horror that his brain was doing the thing it did at hour 25 of a shift, where confidence and accuracy began to decouple. Castillo. Dr. Ward's voice behind him. Owen turned. Dr. Ward had appeared from somewhere, the result of the particular ability senior consultants developed to materialize whenever a resident was about to make a problem worse. He was holding a tablet, which meant he had been reviewing something, which meant he had probably been in the corridor for longer than he appeared. Blood pressure was 90/60 on admission, Dr. Ward said. Pulse was 112. Owen closed his eyes briefly. Yes, that was right. He just said it backwards twice. Yes, Owen said. Saw the... That's correct. Continue, said Dr. Ward. Owen continued. He got through the rest of the presentation without further transposition, though he was now acutely aware of every word as he said it in a way that made coherence feel precarious. The surgical team took the patient. Owen went to write up the notes and found a quiet corner of the nurse's station with a chair and a flat surface and sat down. He had 14 hours left. He put his head down on the desk, not to sleep, just to be horizontal for 30 seconds, which was approximately the amount of time it took for 30 seconds to become longer, because the next thing he knew, something was tapping the desk near his ear. He lifted his head. A cup of coffee sat on the desk in front of him. Black, still warm enough to be steam. Dr. Ward was sitting at the other end of the nurse's station, writing notes, not looking at him. Owen stared at the coffee for a moment. He looked at Dr. Ward. Dr. Ward did not look up. He drank the coffee. It was not particularly good coffee. It was hospital coffee from a machine 2 floors down, which meant it was the temperature and consistency of concentrated intention rather than anything resembling a beverage. Owen drank all of it and felt approximately 10% less like his brain was made of damp paper. He said nothing. Dr. Ward said nothing. After a while, Dr. Ward said, without looking up from his notes, the vital signs transposition. That was a sequencing error, not a knowledge error. You knew the numbers. You had them in the wrong order. Yes, Owen said. That happens at hour 25 for almost everyone. It's not a competency marker. It's a physiological one. Dr. Ward turned a page. What you need to do when it happens is slow down. Not stop. Slow down. The error comes from trying to maintain the speed of a functional brain when you're operating a fatigued one. Owen considered this. Is that what you do? Slow down. Dr. Ward paused for a fraction of a second. I've been doing this long enough that the slowing down is already built in. Right? Owen said. That sounds like something to look forward to. The corner of Dr. Ward's mouth moved. It wasn't a smile. It was the structural beginning of a smile, contained so quickly it was almost invisible, the way a candle flame might catch and be cupped immediately by a careful hand. It lasted approximately half a second, and then it was gone, and Dr. Ward was looking at his notes again. Owen looked at his empty coffee cup. 14 hours. He could do 14 hours. He stood up, straightened his coat, checked his pens were still in his pocket, and went back to the ward. Behind him, without turning, Dr. Ward said, Bay 3, the patient from this afternoon, Mrs. Okonkwo. Her repeat bloods came back. Go look at the potassium. Owen stopped. He hadn't asked. He hadn't known to ask yet. He went to Bay 3. The potassium was low. Low enough that if she'd gone another night without correction, it would have compounded whatever else they hadn't found yet. He ordered a replacement. He updated the chart. He flagged it for the morning team. He stood in the corridor afterward and thought about the fact that Dr. Ward had known about the potassium without being asked, had tracked the result without being obligated to, had mentioned it in the specific way of someone who was pointing without pointing. He thought about the mop cupboard on the first day. He filed this alongside that, in the category of things he did not yet have the language to describe, and went to check on the rest of the ward. Chapter 4, Coffee Gone Cold. Simon had a system for late nights at the hospital built over 11 years of calibrating exactly how much he could extract from a body that was also responsible for running a household, raising a child, and performing at the level St. Aldric's expected from its senior consultants. The system included coffee at handover, coffee at 9 p.m., nothing after 10, because sleep was a clinical resource, and he had learned to manage it, protein at whatever hour supper happened to fall, and the specific discipline of refusing to pick up additional work once the night resident was briefed unless the night resident was in actual difficulty. Tonight, the night resident was in actual difficulty, which was how Simon came to be at the nurse's station on the 6th floor at 11:40 p.m. reviewing a chart that had not been his problem at the start of the evening. He was not, he noted, annoyed by this. He had stopped being annoyed by late-night complications approximately 6 years ago, when his frustration response had been worn smooth by sheer repetition. What he was, more accurately, was tired in the precise and fully acknowledged way of a man who had examined a situation, concluded it was going to cost him more of his evening, and accepted this as the arithmetic of his profession. The chart he was reviewing belonged to a patient in bed 7, a 49-year-old man with sepsis secondary to a urinary tract infection that had been identified correctly and treated correctly, but whose response to treatment was not tracking the expected curve. Not a crisis, a deviation from expected pattern. The kind of deviation that could stay non-critical for another 6 hours or could become critical in the next 90 minutes. And the only way to be certain was to watch it. Simon was watching it. He was also at the far edge of his awareness, tracking the movement of the only other person in the nursing station, which was Owen Castillo, who was sitting 2 seats down writing notes in the specific handwriting of a man in the later stages of a long shift. Still legible, but compressed, the letters losing their upper flourishes. Castillo had been on since 6 a.m. It was now close to midnight. Simon had observed him through the evening without intending to, the way one observed anything within the peripheral field of vision that was in motion while everything else was still. Castillo moved constantly between bays, between the station and the ward, from chart to phone to chart, with a quality of purposeful restlessness that was characteristic of him and which, Simon had noticed, produced an incongruent amount of actual work. He was not efficient in the manner of Dr. Okafor, who moved in straight lines and completed tasks in the sequence he began them. He was efficient in the manner of a system that ran multiple processes simultaneously, which looked messy from the outside and which produced the same results by a less predictable route. Simon found this irritating. He found it irritating in a way he recognized was not purely professional, which was the part he was managing. Castillo had been correct about 3 things today that Simon had needed to check himself. Not incorrect things corrected by Castillo. Things Simon would have caught in the same moment Castillo had already caught them. It happened. Residents occasionally were faster than their consultant in specific diagnostic moments, usually in the areas where their attention was sharpest or where their training program had particular emphasis. Simon filed this as data. He did not find it inconvenient. He found it interesting. This was the problem. At 11:50, Castillo stood up, went to the ward kitchen, and returned with 2 cups of coffee. He set one at Simon's elbow without comment. Then he sat back down. Simon looked at the cup. It was from a machine 2 floors down, the same machine he had used 3 hours ago. The coffee was not good. It was the kind of coffee that existed to deliver caffeine by the most direct available route, which was its only virtue, and which Castillo appeared to understand because he was drinking his without apparent complaint. Simon did not say anything. Castillo wrote notes. Simon reviewed the chart. The ward was quiet in the specific way of hospital wards at midnight. Not silent, because silence did not exist here, but muted, the monitors keeping their rhythms, someone somewhere coughing, the occasional soft voice from a bay where a patient could not sleep. His temperature's been dropping for 2 hours, Castillo said. He was looking at the same chart Simon was looking at on a different screen. Still not where we want it, but the trajectory's better. I see it, Simon said. Castillo nodded. He went back to his notes. For minutes later, did you know that coffee vending machines in hospitals were originally introduced in the 1970s as part of a broader initiative to improve staff morale that also included the introduction of carpeted waiting rooms? He didn't look up. I read that somewhere. I don't know if it's accurate. Simon looked at him. It isn't. I suspected. Castillo made a note. The carpeted waiting rooms, I can see being someone's idea of comfort. The coffee machines, I think, were just economics. Simon returned to the chart. The patient's white count was moving in the right direction. He adjusted his assessment of the 90-minute window. I don't actually know if it's true about the carpeted waiting rooms either, Castillo said. I may have invented the carpeted waiting rooms. You should sleep when you can, Simon said. I know. Castillo looked up. I will. As soon as he's stable. Simon did not say that monitoring the patient through the turn was Simon's responsibility, not Castillo's, because it was true, and also because Castillo clearly already knew it and had elected to stay anyway. He noted this. It went into the running assessment alongside the diagnostic catches and the hour 25 vital signs transposition, and the way Castillo handled Mrs. Okonkwo and Mr. Farrar, which was with a quality of specific attention that was not in the curriculum and could not be taught. Why did you go into medicine? Castillo asked. Simon looked at him. Castillo appeared genuinely curious rather than making conversation. His chin was resting in one hand. He looked like a man who would accept no answer as freely as a real one. That's not an appropriate question for this context, Simon said. I know, Castillo said. I'm asking anyway. Simon was quiet for a moment. It was what I was good at, he said. He had not intended to answer. The answer came out of the tiredness, most likely the loosening of the usual controls that came at this hour of a long evening. He was not alarmed by it. It was a simple answer and not particularly revealing. That's not why you stayed, Castillo said. Simon looked at him. Sorry, Castillo said. That was too far. It was, Simon said. Castillo went back to his notes. The ward was quiet. The monitor beside bed 7 kept its rhythm. Simon picked up the coffee Castillo had brought him. He had not drunk it yet. It was cold. He drank it anyway. It was exactly as bad as expected. He put the cup down and noticed that Castillo was watching him with an expression that was carefully neutral except for a quality of suppressed something around his eyes that might, under different circumstances and in a different context, and between people who were in a relationship that was not this one, have been called amusement. It's cold, Simon said. I know, Castillo said. I was going to warn you. Then I thought you decided to drink it and I should stay out of it. You should have warned me. Noted, Castillo said. He was not suppressing the thing around his eyes anymore. It had become visible fractionally before he looked back down at his notes. Simon turned back to the chart. He was aware of something happening in his chest that was a low warmth, controlled, not dramatic, the kind of response that came when something landed correctly and the brain registered it as correct before the rest of him had caught up. He had felt it 3 times today in Castillo's vicinity, and he was going to need to be more careful about it. The patient in bed 7 had his temperature at 37.2 by 1:15. Still not ideal. Better. The kind of better that would hold through to morning with monitoring. Simon compiled his notes for the night resident, who had recovered from the earlier difficulty and was now making rounds. He went over the bed 7 situation in detail, flagged the watch points, made the specific annotations that would let the morning team assess quickly. He did this for every patient he was carrying. Castillo was asleep in the chair. Not conspicuously asleep. Marginally asleep, the way exhausted doctors slept in chairs at nurses' stations when the ward was quiet. Upright, head at an angle, hands still loosely around a pen. He would wake at any sound that mattered. His brain had learned this. All their brains had learned this. Simon observed him for a moment. He was 29 years old. Simon knew this from the rotation file, which he had not reviewed for age specifically, but which he had reviewed, and 29 was young in the way Simon at 38 no longer considered young, except when confronted with an example of it. There was something in Castillo at rest that was different from Castillo in motion. Quieter. The energy that made him occupy a room fully was compressed into something that was just a person in a chair, and the thing about Castillo asleep was that it removed the brightness, the deflecting warmth, and left something Simon found harder to categorize. A young man who was trying very hard, carrying what looked like a private variety of loneliness, sleeping in a chair at a hospital nurse's station at 1 in the morning because he would not leave a patient whose stability was not his. Responsibility. Simon took Castillo's notes from the desk beside him and reviewed them. They were detailed, correct in all the important ways, and written in the compressed handwriting of someone who knew they needed to stop soon but couldn't. He made one correction in the margin, not a significant one, a dosing clarification that was technically a judgment call and could have gone either way, and Simon's judgment called it the safer way. He left the notes. He got his coat from the chair. He looked at Castillo once more, which he should not have done, and did not find it possible not to do. Then he left the ward because he needed to go home, and he needed to sleep, and he needed to put 6 hours in a full night between himself and the specific quality of warmth in his chest that had been sitting there for 3 hours, that had started with a cup of cold coffee set silently at his elbow, and that he had absolutely no business feeling. He drove home. He checked on Eli, who was asleep in his bedroom with his arm around the stuffed seal that had been his preferred sleeping companion since he was 4, and which Simon privately hoped he would not outgrow for a while yet. He stood in the doorway for a moment in the dark. He went to bed. He did not think about Castillo. He thought about the patient in bed 7 and the white count and the temperature trajectory, which was the correct thing to think about, and he fell asleep shortly after and slept until 5:45 when the alarm went off and he began the arithmetic of the day again. Chapter 5. Under Fluorescent Light. The patient in Bay 9 was not expected to be a difficult case. Owen knew this because Dr. Singh had said so during the morning handover, with the specific brevity of a doctor summarizing something that did not require elaboration. 82-year-old woman, admitted overnight with pneumonia, stable on antibiotics, query delirium secondary to infection. Family had been notified. The word query in a medical handover carried its own grammar. It meant they suspected, they weren't certain, and they were watching. Owen took Bay 9 at 9 a.m. and met Mrs. Marchetti. She was not what he had expected from the handover. She was small and precise, sitting upright against her pillows with the dignity of someone who found the act of lying down in a hospital deeply inconvenient, and she was wearing her own housecoat rather than a hospital gown, which suggested either that someone had brought it for her or that she had packed it herself before calling the ambulance. Owen decided it was the latter. Mrs. Marchetti struck him as a woman who packed for contingencies. "You're very young," she said when Owen introduced himself. "I get that a lot," he said. "I'm actually a doctor. I have the badge and everything." She looked at the badge. She looked at him. She appeared to reserve judgment. He did the assessment. She was alert, oriented, not the floor delirium the handover had prepared him for. Her oxygen saturation was 94 on 2 liters, which was acceptable. Her temperature was still elevated. Her breath sounds were diminished at the right base. She answered all his questions with a crisp accuracy that made him reconsider the query delirium entirely, and she asked 3 questions of her own about the antibiotics, the duration of her stay, and whether she would be able to use her phone because her granddaughter was expecting a call. He sorted out the phone. He updated the chart. He went back to the nurse's station and was writing up his notes when it became evident, from a quality of particular stillness spreading through the ward, that Dr. Ward had arrived. This was a thing Owen had begun to notice about the way St. Aldric responded to Simon Ward's presence. It was not fear exactly. It was more like calibration. When Dr. Ward walked onto a ward, the nurse's station organized itself slightly. Handovers became more concise. The registrars who had been lounging against walls found reasons to stand straighter. The effect was not achieved through any visible enforcement. Simon Ward did not check that people were standing or demand that handovers be concise. He simply existed in a room with a quality of attention that made the room aware of itself. He arrived at Bay 9 at 10:15. Owen was at the nurse's station and was not supposed to be watching, and was watching. He could see through the glass partition of the bay. Dr. Ward pulled the chair from the corner without asking whether he could sit. The specific confidence of a consultant who knew the space was his to use. He sat beside Mrs. Marchetti at an angle that put him level with her rather than above her. He did not stand over the bed. He did not lean against the far wall and address her from a professional distance. He sat, which meant she did not have to look up, which meant the conversation began on approximately equal terms. Owen watched him review the chart. Not the quick review of a man who had already decided, but the actual review. Reading the notes, looking at the OBS chart, checking the drug chart, the kind of thorough reading that took 3 minutes and which a great many busy consultants had trimmed to 30 seconds. Then Dr. Ward put the chart down and looked at Mrs. Marchetti. Owen could not hear the conversation through the glass. He could read it partially. The way Dr. Ward's posture was open, none of the contained precision that characterized him in the lecture theater, something looser and more present. The way Mrs. Marchetti, who had been regarding everyone else with reserved tolerance, had shifted in her pillows toward him in the small, adjusting way of a person who has found the conversation worth turning toward. She said something. Dr. Ward's face changed. This was the thing Owen had not seen before. It stopped in mid-note. It was not a dramatic change. It was the removal of something. The controlled professionalism, the careful neutral expression, the slightly guarded quality around the eyes that Owen had learned to read as Dr. Ward's default presentation. It came off as simply as a coat coming off, and what was underneath was a face that was listening with its whole self, attending to what this 82-year-old woman was saying with a focus that had nothing performed about it. Mrs. Marchetti was talking about her husband. Owen could not hear the words, but he could read the trajectory of it. The past tense, gestures, the quality of the silence Dr. Ward held while she spoke. Her husband had died. Some time ago, given the settled way she held it, but not so long ago that it wasn't present in the room. Dr. Ward did not say the thing doctors were trained to say when patients mention death in a consultation. He did not steer back to clinical territory. He let her finish, and then he said something short, and she looked at him with the expression of someone who had been heard rather than managed. Owen put his pen down. He had been assembling a picture of Simon Ward from partial evidence for 3 weeks. The orientation session, the 36-hour shift, the cold coffee left at his elbow, the notes in the margin, the vital signs correction delivered without ceremony, the mop cupboard. He had understood that the sternness was real and that something else was also real, underneath it or beside it, but he had not had a clear view of it until now. The tenderness was real. That was the word that arrived, without his looking for it, and he did not dismiss it because it was accurate. What he was watching through the glass partition was a man who was capable of genuine tenderness with a patient who brought the same precise attention to the territory of human loss that he brought to the territory of clinical diagnosis, and who was apparently comfortable sitting in both territories without needing to treat one as more important than the other. Owen had become a doctor partly because of his own family's experience of the health system at its worst. The years his mother had been ill, the doctors who had been technically competent and personally absent, the particular cold comfort of being treated correctly without being seen. He had gone into medicine with something between a correction and a vow, a private conviction that the two things did not have to be separate, that you could be a good doctor and also a present one. He had met consultants who managed this. They were not common. He was watching one now, and the recognition of it settled somewhere beneath his sternum with the weight of something that had arrived and intended to stay. This was not good. He picked up his pen. Dr. Ward emerged from Bay 9 at 10:35 and came to the nurse's station. He updated the chart with the systematic efficiency of a man who had already made all the clinical decisions and was now recording them. He did not acknowledge that Owen was there. "She's oriented," Owen said. "I didn't find evidence of active delirium this morning. Alert, tracking, answered questions clearly." "I know," said Dr. Ward, without looking up. I removed the query from the notes. The confusion on admission was the fever. "It's clearing, right?" Owen said. "I thought so too." Dr. Ward turned a page. "Her husband died 2 years ago," Owen said, which he had not meant to say out loud and could not retrieve once it had left. Dr. Ward looked at him. "She told you," Owen said, meaning the statement to explain itself. "I could see you talking. I could see you watching," said Dr. Ward. It was not an accusation. It was the neutral observation of a man noting a fact. Owen felt the back of his neck get warm. "I was at the nurse's station. The glass is transparent." "Yes," said Dr. Ward. He looked at Owen for a moment, and something moved across his face, very fast, too fast to categorize, before the professional surface reinstated itself. "She is going home in 2 to 3 days," he said. "Her son has been contacted and is arranging district nursing support for the first week. She will need follow-up with her GP at the 10-day mark. Make sure the discharge summary reflects that." "I will," Owen said. Dr. Ward finished the chart update. He put the chart back. He went to the next bay. Owen sat at the nurse's station and looked at his notes. He was not, he reminded himself, a person who developed attachments in professional contexts. He was a person who had learned early that admiring someone's competence and finding someone compelling were two different things, and that the second one needed to be managed. He had been competent at this management for the entirety of medical school and his foundation years, including 2 separate instances in which senior doctors had been both brilliant and attractive, and he had successfully relegated both of them to the category of people he respected and did not think about after shift. The problem was that Dr. Ward was not purely a clinical admiration. The problem was that the man who had sat beside Mrs. Marchetti and let her talk about her husband was the same man who had left coffee at Owen's elbow at midnight and pointed him to a patient's potassium without being asked and told him, without ceremony, that the vital signs transposition was physiological rather than competency-based, and all of those things accumulated had built something that was not admiration in the clean professional sense. He thought about the corner of a mouth that had almost moved, the half-second of something contained. He thought about what it would be like, and then stopped thinking about it because there was no productive endpoint to that line of thought. Simon Ward was his supervising consultant for the next several months. There was nothing that could come of anything, and more to the point, nothing should come of anything. And the fact that Owen was thinking about it at all was a sign that he needed sleep, and not a sign that he needed to pursue a line of feeling that had no legitimate destination. He made himself a coffee from a machine at the end of the corridor. He drank it. It was cold before he finished it, which felt like the appropriate outcome. Nico found him in the break room at lunchtime, which was a generous term for 12 minutes of sitting down and eating something from a bag, and sat across from him with the expression of a man who had been watching something develop. "You're doing the face," Nico said. "I don't have a face," Owen said. "You have several faces. This is the one where something has gotten under your skin and you're trying to convince yourself it hasn't." "I'm eating," Owen said. "I know. You eat when you're thinking hard." Nico took a crisp from his bag. "Is it Ward?" Owen looked at him. "I'm observant," Nico said, without apology. Owen ate the rest of his sandwich. "It's not anything," he said finally. "It's just, he's a very good doctor." "He is," Nico agreed. "He's also your consultant." "I know what he is." "I'm just reminding you," Nico said, "because you have a history of noticing things about people you shouldn't and then being surprised when it complicates your life. That is a very uncharitable summary of my romantic history." "It is extremely accurate," Nico said. He was eating the crisps with the unhurried calm of someone who has made his point and is now waiting for it to land. "I like you. That's why I'm saying it." "I know," Owen said. "What did he do?" "Nothing. He was kind to a patient." Nico was quiet for a moment. He looked at Owen with the specific compassion of someone who has just understood the exact shape of the problem. "That's worse than if it was something dramatic," Nico said. "Dramatic you could talk yourself out of. Genuine is harder." "Thank you," Owen said. "That's incredibly helpful." "I'm not trying to be helpful. I'm trying to be honest." Nico finished the crisps and folded the bag into a careful square. "Just be careful. Whatever he is outside this hospital, in this building, he's the most untouchable person in your professional life right now." Owen nodded. He knew. He finished his lunch and went back to the ward, and he was careful, and he did not look through glass partitions at Bay 9 again, and he spent the rest of the afternoon doing his job with the thorough competence of someone who was actively not thinking about a particular person. It worked reasonably well. At 5:15, leaving the ward, he passed Dr. Ward in the corridor by the lifts. Dr. Ward was wearing his coat. He was carrying a soft briefcase and looking at his phone. He had the look of someone who had already left the building in every meaningful sense and was simply moving his body to catch up. He looked up as Owen passed. "Good afternoon," he said. "Good afternoon," Owen said. They went in opposite directions. Owen took the stairs down and pushed out of the side entrance into the October air and stood on the pavement outside the hospital with the particular relief of someone exiting a pressurized environment, the city resuming itself around him, taxi and pedestrian and wind, and the feeling in his chest that he had been very careful not to name all afternoon sat there anyway, patient and warm and entirely undeterred by his carefulness. He walked to the tube. It would pass, he told himself. It was early days, and he was tired, and the conditions were exactly those under which a person manufactured feelings they should not have about people they should not have them about. Hierarchy, proximity, the specific intimacy of shared exhaustion. He had read about it. He understood the mechanism. He understood the mechanism, and the mechanism did not care. He went home. He ate dinner with Nico in their shared flat and watched something on television that he could not have described an hour later. And he went to bed at 10, and he lay in the dark and looked at the ceiling and thought about the way a face changed when the controlled professionalism came off it, and how rare that was, and how much it had looked like the real thing. He fell asleep eventually. He dreamed about nothing he remembered. In the morning, he went back to St. Aldric's. Chapter 6, The Hidden Door. The school was 12 minutes from the hospital on a good day and 17 on a bad one. And Simon had learned to predict with reasonable accuracy which kind of day it was going to be based on the specific combination of roadworks and school-run traffic that descended on this particular stretch of North London between 3 and 4 in the afternoon. Today, it was 16 minutes, which was acceptable, and he arrived in the narrow street outside St. Catherine's Primary with 4 minutes to spare before the doors opened. He sat in the car. This was the part of the day that had no equivalent anywhere else in his life. The 4 minutes in the car outside the school gates, engine off, the particular stillness of man who has been moving since 6 a.m. and has now been forced to stop. The radio had been off since he left the hospital car park. The silence was specific. The sound of the city at a quieter frequency, a child somewhere down the street, someone's gate, a van idling at the corner. He had been doing this collection for 3 years now, since Eli started reception, and it became clear that the after-school club arrangement was not working well for either of them, that Eli was the last child collected most days and had begun to interpret this in the way 7-year-olds interpreted logistical realities, which was personally. Simon had rearranged his schedule. He had not asked permission. He had informed Dr. Vale that he would be unavailable for late afternoon meetings on Tuesdays and Thursdays and had absorbed the raised eyebrow without addressing it, because the raised eyebrow was not a veto, and Simon did not explain his private life to colleagues. What he had told his colleagues, collectively, was nothing. There was no formal arrangement. There was no announcement. If pressed, he would have said he had a personal commitment on those afternoons, which was both technically accurate and designed to prevent follow-up. In practice, no one pressed. Senior consultants were understood to have lives, and the details of those lives were not available for inspection unless the consultant chose to make them so, and Simon did not choose. Dr. Vale knew about Eli in the way senior staff sometimes knew things about their colleagues. Obliquely, through pattern recognition, the way absences accumulated into an inference that no one stated outright. Simon suspected Raphael knew, for similar reasons, because Raphael was perceptive and had the specific quality of someone who had noticed something and decided it was not his business to name it. He was grateful for this quality in Raphael. No one at the hospital had met Eli. No one had been invited to. Tomas was the only person Simon trusted with the after-school routine on the days Simon could not get there himself, which happened more often than Simon liked and less often than his professional obligations technically warranted. He managed this tension by being very precise about which obligations could be delegated and which could not. Clinical work could not be delegated. Ward rounds could not be delegated. The school pickup could not be delegated to anyone except Tomas, who had a key to the flat and a CRB check and a relationship with Eli that was warm and uncomplicated in the way Simon's own relationship with Eli sometimes struggled to be, because Tomas was not afraid of the relationship the way Simon was occasionally afraid of it. Not afraid of Eli himself. Afraid of loving Eli so much that any threat to the arrangement felt like a threat to the entire structure of the world. The doors opened. The usual controlled chaos of a school at end of day. Children in varying degrees of excitement and exhaustion. Teachers at the gate with the practiced patience of people managing volume. Parents and carers arranging themselves on the pavement. He saw Eli before Eli saw him. This was one of the things about parenthood that no one had warned him about adequately, that it recalibrated your perceptual system in permanent ways. He could locate Eli in a crowd with the automatic precision of a system specifically evolved for this purpose. The dark hair, the slightly too big school sweatshirt he had refused to let Simon replace with the correctly sized one because it was comfortable. The way he walked with the unhurried confidence of a child who had learned that the adults were coming to him and there was no need to rush. Eli spotted him. His face changed. It was the most uncomplicated thing in Simon's life. This face change, the way Eli's expression when he saw his father at the gate was not performed delight, but genuine relief, a small settling that children had before they learned to be cool about things. Simon had been banking this expression unconsciously for 3 years. On the difficult days, it was the thing that steadied him, not because he needed steadying in any way he would have been willing to admit, but because it was evidence of something solid in the middle of everything else. "You're early," Eli said. "I'm exactly on time." "Tomas is always late," Eli said, which was not relevant and was also slightly unfair to Tomas, who was never more than 5 minutes late. "What's for dinner? What do you want for dinner?" Eli considered this with the seriousness it deserved. He had considered a great many things seriously for a 7-year-old, which Simon understood was a trait he had likely inherited, and he held opinions about food with a firmness that was probably not going to get easier in adolescence. "Pasta," Eli said. "With what? Red stuff?" "I'm going to need you to be more specific." "The red stuff with the bits in it. Tomato sauce with vegetables?" "Yes," Eli said, "but not too many bits." This was, Simon reflected, a negotiation he had conducted 17 times in the last month alone. He found it neither tedious nor charming in an abstract way. It was simply part of the architecture of a Tuesday, specific and repeating, and there was comfort in specific and repeating things. He had not always understood that. He had spent a significant portion of his 30s believing that comfort was a softness he could not afford, that the measured, self-sufficient life he was building was the only appropriate response to what had happened with Helena, to the custody fight and the things that had been said in that fight, and the version of himself those things had constructed for him. Cold, withholding, better left with as little as possible so there was less to take. Eli had dismantled this belief so thoroughly and so cheerfully that Simon could barely locate the shape of it anymore. Not because Eli had solved anything, because Eli was simply there, wanting pasta with red stuff and not too many bits, and the world had not ended, and the love was survivable. It was only the rest of it that required careful management. They drove home. Eli gave a detailed account of something that had happened at lunch involving a disputed piece of playground equipment and a classmate named Freddie who had received an official warning and was in his opinion unrepentant. Simon listened. He made the appropriate responses. He translated the diplomatic and the literal simultaneously, which was a skill he had developed specifically for conversations with Eli and which had no application in his professional life. The flat was on the second floor of a converted Edwardian house on a street that was quieter than the surrounding area, which had been one of Simon's primary requirements when he found it. He had spent 3 months looking for a flat that was close enough to the hospital, far enough from Helena's flat to feel like separate geography, quiet enough for Eli to sleep properly, and affordable on a consultant salary after the financial rearrangements of the divorce. He had found this one and signed a lease the same week and had been here for 4 years. It was small by the standards of what he had been used to. It was exactly the right size for 2 people. Eli sat at the kitchen table with his reading book and his drink while Simon made the pasta. There was something Simon had not predicted about cooking dinner in the company of a reading child. The quality of the quiet was different from the quality of quiet when he was alone. It was occupied quiet. It had weight and texture and a small person's periodic turning of pages and occasional huffing at a word he had to think about. He made the pasta. He strained it. He heated the sauce and removed most of the visible vegetable pieces to Eli's side plate before he brought it to the table, which Eli would note with satisfaction without understanding the logistics involved, and Simon would say nothing about the logistics. Freddie said his dad is a footballer, Eli said mid-dinner. Is he? A real one. For an actual team. Eli wound pasta onto his fork with great deliberation. Do you play anything? I used to run, Simon said. Running isn't a sport. It's just going somewhere fast. That is an opinion many serious runners would contest. Eli thought about this. Did you race? No, I just ran. Eli appeared to accept this as the slightly melancholy information it was. He ate some pasta. You should learn football, he said. Then you could come to matches. I come to your matches. To watch, Eli said. Tomas knows how to kick properly. Simon made a note to not mention this to Tomas, who would enjoy it too much. After dinner, reading, bath, the negotiation over the acceptable number of pages of the Dragon and Lighthouse book before lights out. Eli had developed a position on this matter, which was that 10 pages was the minimum and 20 was the true requirement, and anything in between was a compromise he was prepared to accept under protest. Simon read 18 pages. Eli was asleep by the 3rd page of the 19th, which happened sometimes because he was 7 and exhausted, and Simon sat in the dim room for a moment after he was certain Eli was under. The stuffed seal was tucked under one arm. The window was cracked open an inch because Eli slept better with a little air, which was a preference Simon had identified through 2 years of observation and noted without comment. On the windowsill, there was a small collection of objects Eli had assembled and considered important. A smooth pebble, a plastic dinosaur, a rubber eraser in the shape of strawberry, a folded piece of paper whose contents Simon had not investigated. He looked at Eli sleeping. He thought about the conversation with Raphael last week, at the end of a late meeting, when Raphael had asked in his careful sideways way whether Simon was doing all right, not clinically, but as a person, and Simon had said yes and meant it, mostly, and Raphael had looked at him for a moment with the expression of a man who had decided not to push and would be available if the answer changed. He thought about the way Owen Castillo had looked at Mrs. Marchetti through the glass partition in Bay 9. He stood up. He went to the kitchen and washed the dinner things and set them to dry. He made tea. He sat at the kitchen table with the tea and the administrative reading he had brought home and thought about nothing in particular, which was less true than it sounded. He had been managing his awareness of Castillo as a complication for 3 weeks now. The management had been entirely successful in professional terms. He had supervised Castillo correctly, maintained appropriate distance, provided feedback in the standard format, and not given any indication that the management was required. In personal terms, the success was qualified. The low warmth in the chest was still there. The pull of the incomplete pattern was still there. The specific quality of attention Castillo brought to everything he encountered, clinical or otherwise, continued to be impossible to treat as background data. He was good at this, he reminded himself. He had managed it before. Not this specific situation, but adjacent ones, the general category of wanting what he could not have and constructing a sufficiently reasonable version of not wanting it. He had done this with several things in the years since Helena, all of them smaller than this, all of them more straightforwardly managed, and they had all resolved in time into the acceptable flatness of a life that was not about longing. This would too. He washed the teacup. He turned off the kitchen light. He went to check that Eli's window was still cracked an inch and not more, which it was, and then he went to bed. He set his alarm for 5:45. He turned off the bedside light. In the dark of the room, in the occupied quiet of the flat with its one sleeping child, he was aware that the thing he had told himself would resolve in time had been telling him that for 3 weeks and had not yet shown any signs of resolving. He was on a need to be more patient. He closed his eyes and was asleep in minutes, which was either discipline or exhaustion, and he no longer had the energy to determine which. Chapter 7, A Better Kind of Trouble. The thing about getting better at something was that you didn't always notice it happening. You noticed the failures, which were loud and specific, and you noticed the occasional landmark successes, which felt disproportionately significant. But the accumulation in between, the slow calibration of skill until it started to feel like a natural language rather than a translation exercise, that tended to happen in the background, below the threshold of conscious awareness. Owen noticed he was getting better at his job on a Wednesday in week 5 of the rotation, when a patient's family member stopped him in the corridor to ask about a change in the treatment plan, and he answered clearly and completely and without the faint edge of panic that had characterized every corridor question in the first 3 weeks. He got back to the ward, updated the chart, and realized the whole exchange had taken 4 minutes and had not required him to look anything up. He stood at the nurse's station and thought, oh, it was not dramatic. It was just a fact. He was finding his ground. The finding of ground was happening in several places simultaneously, the way soil settles after you stop digging. He was faster with the paperwork. He was better at prioritizing. The specific skill of knowing which of the 6 things currently requiring his attention was actually most urgent, rather than treating all 6 as equally demanding and exhausting himself through indiscriminate triage. He was better at handovers, which were their own discipline, the concise transmission of a patient's full situation in the shortest possible format to a person who needed to carry it correctly. He was only beginning to understand this, better at being supervised by Simon Ward. Not because Simon Ward had become easier. Simon Ward had not become easier in any measurable way. He remained precise, demanding, sparing with approval, and constitutionally unable to let an incomplete diagnostic chain go unremarked. What had changed was that Owen had learned to read the particular grammar of his teaching, the difference between the silence that meant wrong and the silence that meant continue, the difference between a question that was corrective and a question that was developmental, the different weights of the word correct delivered in different registers. He had also, and this was harder to categorize, begun to feel the rhythm of it, the way they worked through a ward round, the way Simon's attention tracked to the same things Owen's attention tracked to, and the way that synchronization sometimes produced the odd double take of hearing someone else complete a sentence you had been forming. He had started anticipating which patient Simon would want to discuss more thoroughly, and was usually right, and Simon had noticed he was usually right and had started, almost imperceptibly, giving him more of the complicated ones. Nico, who was on a different service now, but saw Owen for dinner at least twice a week, said this was the most concerning development yet. He's giving you the hard cases, Nico said, over food in their flat kitchen. Because I can handle the hard cases, Owen said. Because he's found a way to spend more time with you that he can classify as educational. Owen gave this more consideration than it deserved, then deliberately less. That's an uncharitable reading of a normal supervisory pattern. Is it? Nico, I'm just observing what I observe, Nico said. You're happier on the days you have Ward. Owen opened his mouth. Closed it. That's clinical engagement, he said finally. The work is more interesting when the supervision is genuinely rigorous. Nico ate his dinner with the expression of a man who had made his point and was now allowing it to do its own work. The hard cases were, in fact, more interesting. There was a satisfaction in the complicated ones that the straightforward presentations did not provide. Not because Owen was cavalier about the straightforward cases, but because the complicated ones required the full engagement of his attention, all of it, the whole capacity running at once. And he had come to understand through residency that running at full capacity was the state in which he was most comfortable. The rest of the time, there was always some part of him that felt underused, restless, reaching for something more demanding. The complicated cases also meant more time in the teaching room with Simon, which Owen was managing with varying degrees of success. The management strategy was professionalism. Complete, consistent, sincere professionalism. Not the performed professionalism of someone suppressing something with effort, but the genuine variety, the kind where you understood what the situation was and you behaved appropriately within it, because you had thought it through and the appropriate behavior was the only sensible option. This strategy was working. Mostly, on the ward, in the teaching room, during case discussions, Owen was a resident being supervised by his consultant. He was not a man trying not to look too long at someone's hands. He was not a man who could identify, from 30 feet, the specific quality of stillness that meant Simon Ward had noticed something and was deciding what to do with it. He was a resident, being supervised by his consultant. He was managing this very well, he thought, until the afternoon of the weekly case conference when he arrived 7 minutes early because he had miscalculated the time and found Simon already in the room, facing away, reading something at the far end of the table. And Owen stood in the doorway for 3 seconds before entering because the light in the room was coming from the window on the far side, and it caught the line of Simon's shoulders and his profile and the particular quality of his concentration in 3 seconds was approximately 2.5 seconds longer than it should have taken Owen to walk into a room he needed to be in. He went in. He sat at his usual place. He got out his notes. Simon said, without looking up, "You're early." "I know," Owen said. The handover ran short. Simon turned a page. "The sync presentation from Tuesday. You documented the secondary renal findings, but didn't flag them to the on-call team for monitoring." Owen felt the familiar contraction that came with the specific correction. "I updated the chart." Updating the chart is not the same as flagging for monitoring. Simon looked up. His glasses caught the window light. "The chart documents that you saw it. Flagging ensures someone acts on it while you're not there. Those are different responsibilities." "I understand," Owen said. "Good." Simon looked back at his papers. The monitoring note would have taken 90 seconds to write. Never assume someone will read what you've documented. Tell them. This was the thing about being corrected by Simon Ward. It was never gratuitous. It was always specific, always proportionate to the actual error, and it was always delivered with the quality of someone who wanted you to get it right rather than someone who wanted to demonstrate your wrongness. Owen had been corrected by consultants who enjoyed the correction. This was not that. He made a note on the sync case. He would add the monitoring flag when he went back to the ward. The other residents filed in. Dr. Okafor, who had proven to be exactly the solid, reliable presence Owen had sensed at orientation. 2 others he had worked alongside enough to feel the easy shorthand of shared experience. Dr. Sarmiento arrived at exactly the stated start time, which she always did, and the conference began. It was a good one. A complex respiratory case that opened into a cardiology question that opened into a medication interaction that nobody had caught until the 3rd review, and which served as a working example of the kind of cascading miss that Simon used best. Not to assign blame, but to trace the logic backward, find where the chain broke, rebuild it correctly. Owen followed the logic with the focused pleasure of someone doing something they were good at. At one point, he caught Simon looking at him across the table. Not looking at him, watching him. The way Simon sometimes watched him when Owen was working through something, the quality of attention that was not supervision exactly, but assessment of a different kind, and it lasted only a moment before Simon's gaze returned to the case notes on the table. Owen looked at the case notes on the table. After the conference in the corridor, Dr. Sarmiento fell into step beside him. She did this occasionally, which Owen had come to understand was not accidental. Mira Sarmiento moved through the hospital with the purposeful efficiency of someone who never went anywhere without a reason. And when she chose to walk alongside someone, it was generally because she had something to say. "How's the rotation treating you?" she said. "Well," Owen said. "I think." "You're not sure?" "I'm sure about the work," he said. "I think I'm keeping up." Mira glanced at him sideways. "Ward thinks you're exceptional," she said. It was delivered matter-of-factly, the way she delivered most things, without warmth or emphasis, just information. Owen went still on the inside. "He said that. He said your diagnostic instincts are unusual and your patient management is developing faster than expected." She paused at a junction in the corridor. "He didn't say exceptional. That's my word for what he described." "Right," Owen said. "Don't let it go to your head." She turned down the other corridor. "And keep flagging to the on-call team. It's not enough to document." Owen stood at the junction for a moment after she had gone. "Exceptional." He went back to the ward. He added the monitoring flag to the sync case. He did the afternoon round with a competence that was now starting to feel, on good days, like ease. He handled 2 admissions and a difficult family conversation and the specific quiet satisfaction of a patient he'd been worried about moving in the right direction. At the end of the shift, he sat in the break room for 10 minutes with the cold remains of coffee and thought about what Mira had said and what it meant and how he was going to think about it without the thinking becoming a problem. His phone buzzed. A text from Nico. "Still at the hospital?" Owen typed back, "Just leaving." "Nico, take the bus tonight. You look like someone who should not be operating complex machinery." "Owen, a bus is complex machinery." "Nico, you know what I mean?" He put the phone away. He gathered his things. He went to the locker room, changed out of his scrubs, put his white coat on its hook. In a mirror above the sinks, he looked like what he was, a tired 29-year-old doctor in week 5 of his first rotation at a competitive teaching hospital, hair going several directions at once, a faint shadow under both eyes that had been there for approximately 4 weeks, a small expression around his mouth that he could not quite classify. His diagnostic instincts are unusual. He was going to be sensible about this. He was going to be sensible and professional and clear-eyed, and he was not going to turn a clinical assessment into something it was not. He went home on the bus. He was sensible the whole way. Chapter 8, Only Logistics. The rotation schedules for the second month went out on a Friday morning, and Simon reviewed them on Saturday, because Saturday was the day he caught up on administrative reading at the kitchen table while Eli was at football training with Tomas. He read through the schedule with the systematic attention he gave to all administrative documents, fully, once, retaining the structure, flagging the items requiring action. The structure of the second month was largely as he had planned it. The cohort distributed across the rotation's subspecialties in a sequence designed to build clinical breadth in the order the teaching curriculum required. There was one complication. Castillo's schedule in weeks 7 and 8 put him on overnight on-call 3 times in a single week: Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. This was a consequence of 2 other schedule changes, 1 medical leave and 1 swap request that had cascaded through the system and produced this particular configuration. It was not deliberate. It was the kind of algorithmic outcome that emerged when you were moving a large number of human beings through a fixed set of shifts, and it happened with some regularity. It was also a problem because 3 overnight calls in 7 days for a resident in week 7 of their first rotation was the schedule equivalent of asking someone who had been learning to swim to complete an open water crossing. The work itself was survivable. What it did to the quality of the work was the issue. Cognitive degradation accumulated in a nonlinear way over a run of overnight shifts, and the residents most likely to make the kind of errors that were hardest to catch were the ones whose clinical judgment was still being calibrated, not because they were poor clinicians, but because the calibration required a baseline of functional cognition to work with. He had 3 residents in the current cohort for whom this concentration of nights was inadvisable. He checked their schedules. 2 were in reasonable distributions. Their overnights were separated by rest periods long enough to allow partial recovery. Castillo's was not. Simon considered the schedule. He had a standard practice for this kind of overcrowding, developed over 6 years of managing rotation schedules. When the algorithm produced a configuration that was clinically inadvisable, he adjusted it. He did this for any resident who was affected. He had done it 17 times in the last 3 years. It did not require justification because it was simply good clinical governance. You did not manufacture the conditions for preventable error. He adjusted the schedule. He moved one of Castillo's overnights to the following week, which shifted 2 other residents' shifts slightly and required a brief conversation with Dr. Singh about Friday evening coverage, which Simon had on Monday morning and which Singh accommodated without difficulty. He filed the adjustment in the rotation log. He did not think about it further. This was what he told himself on Saturday, and he believed it on Saturday, and he was still believing it on Sunday when he reviewed the adjusted schedule again to confirm the cascade changes were all accounted for, and he believed it again on Monday when he had the conversation with Singh. He had a practice of examining his own motivations when he made administrative decisions that affected specific individuals, a quality control habit built over years of institutional authority, because the corrupting potential of small institutional powers was exactly that: small, invisible, almost impossible to see clearly when you were the one exercising them. He examined his motivation. He had adjusted the schedule because 3 overnights in 7 days was inadvisable for a resident at week 7 of a first rotation. This was a factual clinical assessment. He had applied the same standard to the other affected residents. He would have adjusted Castillo's schedule for any resident in the same configuration. The fact that Castillo specifically was in the configuration was incidental. He believed this. He believed it in the same way he believed other things he had decided to believe, by examining the available evidence, finding the evidence consistent with the belief, and proceeding on that basis. The available evidence was consistent. There was a second adjustment, which was less easily examined. In the third week of the rotation, he had looked at the patient allocation for Owen's Tuesday clinic and noticed that the clinic list was heavily weighted toward the more administratively complex presentations. The multi-system cases, the patients with long medication histories and multiple comorbidities, the ones whose notes required significant unpacking before you could assess the current situation. These were not clinically dangerous cases for a resident. They were time-consuming ones, and time consumption was cumulative. In a Tuesday clinic that ran an hour over because of an unfavorable case, Mix left a resident entering the afternoon round already behind. He had adjusted the Tuesday clinic allocation. He had moved two of the more complex patients to his own list and replaced them with straightforward cases. He had told himself this was because the allocation was uneven and he was correcting it for the benefit of the whole clinic's efficiency. This was also true. It was also not the whole truth, and the place where it was not the whole truth was the part he had been sitting with for several days without coming to a satisfactory conclusion. He cared about Castillo's residency. He cared about it in the way he cared about all the residents under his supervision. Clinically, professionally, with the genuine investment of a teacher who understood that his job was to make them excellent. This was the legitimate caring. This was the part that could go on paper. The rest of it was harder to categorize. He had been in the profession long enough to know that the line between invested supervision and something more personal was not always visible until you had already crossed it, and that the crossing rarely announced itself. What he was doing, he decided, was active monitoring. He was watching his own motivations with the same systematic attention he brought to clinical assessment, and he was going to continue to do so, and as long as the adjustments he made were ones he would make for any resident in the same situation, he was operating within the bounds of appropriate practice. He was going to hold himself to that standard rigorously. On a Thursday in week 8, he walked past the break room and heard Castillo's voice. He did not intend to stop. He stopped. "I can't work out if I'm actually good at this," Castillo was saying, "or if I'm just good at looking like I know what I'm doing and nobody's called it yet." A pause. Dr. Okafor's voice. "You're good at it." "How do you know?" "Because the patients trust you," Okafor said. "That's not a thing you can fake for very long. Either you mean it or they can tell." Silence. Then Castillo. "Ward gave me the Hoffman case." A significant pause. Hoffman is the complicated rheumatology one with the renal complications. And the interaction history that goes back 8 years, yes. He doesn't give complicated cases to residents who are just looking good. Another silence. Longer. Simon walked on. He was 4 steps past the break room door when he acknowledged what he had just done, which was stand outside a break room and listen to a conversation between 2 residents. He had not intended to listen. He had heard Castillo's voice and stopped, and the stopping had been instinctive and therefore more revealing than any deliberate action. He went to his office. He sat at his desk and looked at the Hoffman file, which he had placed on Owen's list 2 weeks ago for reasons that were entirely educationally sound. Hoffman was a case Castillo was ready for, a case that would give him the specific complexity he needed at this stage of the rotation to develop the diagnostic framework for multi-system presentations. It was the right case for the right resident at the right time, and none of that reasoning was post hoc. He put the Hoffman file down. He thought about what Okafor had said. The patients trust you. That's not a thing you can fake. He thought about Owen Castillo in Bay 9 at the cannula bedside, sitting in the chair because the patient needed someone to sit in the chair. He thought about the cold coffee at the nurse's station and the way Castillo had set it at his elbow without ceremony, not as a bid for anything, but because they were both there and both needed it. He thought about the quality of attention Owen brought to a complicated case, the speed of it, the particular pleasure Owen visibly took in working something out that did not diminish the careful process but ran alongside it. He sat in his office for longer than he should have, and then he went back to the ward, because the ward was the place where all of this had a correct and functional category, and he was more comfortable in the correct category than anywhere else. He supervised the afternoon round with full professional competence. Owen presented the Hoffman case. His differential was thorough, and his reasoning was sound, and there was one gap in the medication interaction analysis that Simon caught and pointed to, and Owen found it. and the particular focused expression that crossed Owen's face when he found the thing he'd missed was not something Simon was supposed to notice. He noticed it. He said, "Good," in the specific way he said it when he meant it, and moved on to the next case. On Friday, Raphael caught him in the corridor after the late meeting. "You're eating," said Raphael. "I ate at lunch." "What at lunch?" Simon thought about it. "Half a sandwich." Raphael looked at him with the particular mild despair of a man who has had this conversation before and has no new arguments for it. "Come to dinner." "Sunday. Carla is making the lamb thing." "I can't bring Eli on a Sunday evening." "Bring Eli." "Carla adores Eli." Eli and Matteo can terrorize the living room together while the adults sit in peace. Simon considered. He had dinner with Raphael and his family approximately 4 times a year, which was as often as his schedule and his particular resistance to being in a room where people could observe him at his most unguarded permitted. Raphael had a habit of watching him with the quiet attention of a man cataloging something, and Simon found this both reassuring and slightly uncomfortable, because Raphael was perceptive in ways that occasionally felt like a diagnostic consultation he hadn't consented to. "Sunday," Simon said. "Sunday," said Raphael. 7. Don't bring wine. Carla's already bought it. Just bring yourself and the child, and try to eat more than half a sandwich. Simon went home and told Eli they were having dinner with Raphael and his family on Sunday, and Eli's face indicated this was acceptable, and the following 2 days were ordinary in the way that most days were ordinary. Clinical work, school collection, dinner, reading, the specific quiet of an evening in the flat. He did not think about the rotation schedule. He did not think about the Hoffman case, or what Okafor had said in the break room, or the expression on Owen's face when he found the gap in the medication analysis. He thought about the lamb thing Raphael's wife made, which was genuinely excellent, and whether Eli would eat it, which was uncertain, and what the weather was going to be on Sunday, which was also uncertain. He was very good at this. He was getting less good at it, and he was not ready to acknowledge that yet. Chapter 9. The Child at the Bakery. Owen did not plan to be in Tufnell Park on a Saturday morning. He was supposed to be at the gym, which was a commitment he had made to himself at the start of the rotation on the grounds that residency would try to reduce him to a machine for surviving shifts, and the gym was one of the things that made him a person. He had maintained this commitment with varying success, and this particular Saturday it had failed because the gym was closed for a boiler issue, which he discovered on the pavement outside when a handwritten sign on the door informed him of this with a cheery apology of an institution that did not feel especially sorry. He stood on the pavement. It was 10:15 in the morning, and he had been awake since 6 because his body had not yet learned how to sleep past 6 regardless of whether there was somewhere to be, and the day was unexpectedly bright, the kind of October brightness that felt like a last argument before winter settled in for good. He walked. He did not have a specific destination. He walked the way he did when he had unstructured time and his brain needed to run without a task. North, mostly, past the streets of the area he was beginning to learn, past the park, along a road of terraced houses that gave way to a small cluster of independent shops around a corner. There was a bakery. The window had the steam-blurred look of a place where things were still warm, and Owen was hungry in the specific way of someone who had eaten hospital food for the last several days and had forgotten that other kinds of food existed. He went in. The bakery was small and warm and smelled of something with cardamom in it that he could not immediately identify, but was planning to order. There was a short queue. Owen joined it, looked at the pastry display, and was deciding between 2 options when the door opened behind him and a child's voice said, with great conviction, "That one. The big one with the seeds on top." Owen turned around because the voice was at approximately his elbow height and he did not want to step on anyone. The child was small and dark-haired and was pointing at the pastry display with the directness of someone who knew exactly what they wanted and was not interested in browsing. He was wearing a blue school sweatshirt that was slightly too big for him and had a book in his other hand. The man behind the child said, quietly, "We're looking, not pointing." Owen looked up. Simon Ward was standing in the bakery queue in a gray Henley and dark jeans with his glasses on and his hands in his pockets, looking at the child with the expression of a man who was tired but not impatient and who had said this particular thing before. The three of them stood in the queue for approximately 2 seconds of complete silence. Owen registered it all in the specific sequence of a brain receiving information it had not prepared for. The ordinary clothing, the absence of the white coat and the professional armor, the slight softness of Simon's expression that he wore with the child, which was something Owen had never seen and which was different from anything Owen had expected. Then Simon's gaze moved up from the child to Owen, and the softness was replaced very quickly by something more guarded, though not hostile, the expression of a private person who has been encountered in a private context. "Dr. Castillo," Simon said. "Dr. Ward," Owen said. Then, because the formality of it in a bakery on a Saturday morning was so incongruous, it was almost funny. "Hi." Simon's mouth moved slightly. "Not quite." The child looked between them with the alert curiosity of someone filing information. "Do you know him?" he asked Simon, meaning Owen. "He works with me," Simon said. The child turned to Owen. He regarded him with the assessing directness that small children deployed before they had learned to be polite about it. "Are you a doctor?" "I am," Owen said. "Are you?" The child looked briefly delighted by this as a question. "No," he said. "I'm 7. I'm Maley. I'm Owen." Eli considered this. "Owen is also the name of my fish." "That's a good name," Owen said. "For both of us." Eli appeared to agree. He turned back to the pastry display with renewed interest. Simon was looking at Owen with an expression Owen could not fully read, something between composure and a kind of very controlled, very private alarm. Not alarm at Owen specifically, Owen thought. Alarm at the situation, at the territory being shared, at the visible evidence of the part of his life that he kept carefully away from the hospital. Owen understood this without Simon saying any of it, in the way you sometimes understood things about people when you had been paying close attention to them for 2 months. "Saturday," Owen said, which was a redundant observation. "We're getting pastries," Eli announced from the front of the queue, where they had progressed while Owen and Simon were having the kind of conversation that required very few words to convey a great deal. "Which one do you want?" he asked Owen, apparently including him in the transaction. "Eli," Simon said. "He's in the queue," Eli said reasonably. "You have to pick." Owen looked at the display. "The one with the seeds," he said. Eli turned with the satisfied expression of someone whose recommendation had been validated. "That one is the best one," he confirmed. "I already said that." They bought their pastries. Owen's with seeds, Eli's the largest available item that appeared to contain both custard and something jammy, and Simon's a plain butter croissant that he accepted from the woman behind the counter with a thanks that was slightly warmer than his hospital manner, the small automatic warmth of a regular customer. They stood on the pavement outside the bakery. This was the natural point of divergence, Owen understood. The polite exchange of pleasantries and the going of separate ways, the professional acknowledgement that this was a coincidence and would not be otherwise. He was already composing the goodbye. "There's a park," Eli said, to Owen specifically, looking up at him with the complete confidence of a child who had not yet learned to make his preferences into suggestions rather than statements. "We go on Saturdays. You could come." Silence. Owen looked at Eli. He looked at Simon. Simon's face was doing something Owen had never seen before. The specific interior conflict of a parent whose child has just invited someone he cannot control the invitation of, caught between the instinct to correct and the awareness that correction would be its own kind of statement. His jaw was very slightly tighter than usual. "I don't want to intrude," Owen said. He meant it. He meant it fully and without any undercurrent of performance. He had no interest in pushing past a boundary Simon had clearly established with care and reason, and the private life thing, the Simon at the bakery thing, felt important in a way Owen could feel even without understanding the full shape of it. "You're not intruding," said Eli, who was 7 and had not been given the context for why this might not be entirely his call. Simon looked at Owen for a moment. Something moved across his face that Owen could not interpret. Then he said, very quietly, "It's a short walk." It was possible that this was an invitation, and it was possible that it was simply an acknowledgement of the geography, and Owen decided to treat it as the former, because Eli was already walking, and the alternative was an elaborate retreat that would have required more explanation than any of them had the vocabulary for. The park was 5 minutes away. It was a medium-sized public park, the kind that belonged to the neighborhood in the way of parks that had been there long enough to feel necessary. A green where people walked dogs and read on benches, and where a small playground occupied one corner with the earnest infrastructure of a place used by actual children. Eli, freed from the queue and the pavement, became a different creature entirely. He walked at an angle, as children do, veering to inspect things. He identified a large stick almost immediately, which he considered carefully before collecting it, carrying it the way a decision like that deserved to be carried. Seriously. He explained to Owen that the stick was good because it was heavy at one end and light at the other, and this made it balanced, which was incorrect physics, but excellent conviction. "What do you use it for?" Owen asked. "Tapping things," Eli said. "Right?" Owen said. "Very useful." Simon walked alongside Owen with the quality of someone who had decided to be here and was managing the texture of that decision. He was eating the croissant in the deliberate way of someone who had not had breakfast and had been reminded by the smell of a bakery that this was a problem. He looked sideways at Owen once, briefly, and then at Eli, and then at the path ahead. "He does this," Simon said, quietly enough that Eli, who had run ahead to tap something with the stick, could not hear. "Invites people. Without," he paused. "He doesn't have a mechanism yet for the consequences." "It's a gift," Owen said. Simon looked at him. "Most people spend their whole lives unlearning it," Owen said. Simon was quiet. Eli had found something on the ground and was crouching to examine it with the focused engagement of a scientist. "He found a beetle," Simon said, which was a translation rather than a response, and Owen accepted it as such. They went to look at the beetle. It was a large beetle, and Eli had opinions about it, and Owen crouched down to look at it seriously because it deserved to be looked at seriously and because Eli was 7 and was showing him something. He asked Eli what kind of beetle he thought it was, and Eli considered this question with genuine intellectual effort, and they had a conversation about beetles that covered several subtopics, including their exoskeletons and their relative strength, and whether they minded being looked at, which Eli concluded they probably did not because they were beetles and did not have feelings in the way that fish did. "Fish have feelings?" Owen asked. "Owen does," Eli said. "He comes to the front of the tank when I look at him. That's feelings." "That might be hunger," Owen said. Eli gave him the look of a child who has considered and rejected this interpretation. "It's feelings," he said. Owen laughed. He couldn't help it. It came out naturally, without any of the control measure he usually applied in Simon's company. And he was aware, without turning his head, that Simon was watching from behind them, standing at a slight distance with his hands in his pockets, and an expression Owen could feel rather than see. They walked for 40 minutes. Eli told Owen about football, about the school project on the solar system, about his fish, about Tomas, about a book involving a dragon and a lighthouse that he was currently reading with his father, though he was, he said, also capable of reading it himself. He accepted Owen's company with the same easy certainty he had issued the invitation, as though it were simply the correct configuration and there was no need to explain why. Simon walked mostly quiet beside them. He spoke when Eli directed something to him, which was often, and occasionally he offered information without being asked, a correction to one of Eli's facts about beetles, a shortcut he knew through the park, the name of the dog they passed who apparently came to this park every Saturday and was known. He was not the hospital Simon. He was not the hospital Simon. He was something in between, and what was in between was a man who was present in a way Owen had only seen through glass in Bay 9, the armored competence set down somewhere, and something quieter taking its place. Owen was quiet with most of it. He asked Eli questions and listened to the answers, and he walked beside Simon at a distance that was neither close nor pointed, and he ate the seeded pastry, which was exactly as good as Eli had promised, and he did not say anything that required a response Simon could not give in front of his son. At the far end of the park, they reached the exit that opened back toward the residential streets. "That's us," Simon said. He looked at Eli, who had found a second stick and was comparing the two with great seriousness. He looked at Owen. The moment had the specific weight of something ending before it was finished. "Thank you," Owen said. It was genuine and also carefully bounded, covering the invitation, the morning, Eli's company, and the beetle and the pastry recommendation. Simon nodded. Something in his expression was complicated in a way Owen was not going to try to name right now. "Castillo," he said. "Ward," Owen said. Eli looked up from his sticks. "Are you coming next Saturday?" he asked Owen. Owen looked at Simon. Simon was looking at the middle distance. "I don't know what I'm doing next Saturday," Owen said, which was true. "But I hope so." Eli appeared to find this a satisfactory answer. He went back to the sticks. Owen walked back the way he had come, toward the tube, through the bright October morning. He had his hands in his pockets, and his pastry wrapper crumpled in one hand, and the particular quality of a morning that had rearranged itself without warning. He thought about the way Eli had said his name, with the same ease and certainty as the beetle and the fish and the park, as though Owen were simply one of the things that belonged in the landscape of Saturday. He thought about Simon's face when Eli issued the invitation, the conflict in it, and beneath the conflict, something else, something that had wanted to say yes, even as everything else in Simon Ward was calculating whether yes was possible. Owen did not let himself reach for conclusions. He just walked in the October light, with the warmth of the morning sitting in his chest in the place where the hospital had been for 8 weeks, and tried to be sensible about it, and failed on a cellular level entirely. Chapter 10. What he doesn't explain. Simon drove home from the park in silence. Eli fell asleep in the back seat within 7 minutes, which happened sometimes on Saturdays when he had been up early and had spent the morning exercising his attention on beetles and sticks in the company of someone new. He slept with his chin on his chest, and the 2 sticks he had refused to leave in the park arranged across his knees, which was a logistical decision Simon had long ago stopped contesting. Simon drove. He had a precise understanding of what had just happened, and he was not yet ready to examine it in full, which meant he was examining it in the peripheral, controlled way, piece by piece, at a safe distance, without letting any one piece get heavy enough to require immediate management. The first piece was that Eli had met Owen Castillo. This was not the same as Owen having met Eli, which was a distinction that might appear semantic, but was not. Simon had spent 3 years managing the specific perimeter of his private life with the care of someone who understood that perimeters existed for reasons, and the reason here was not abstract principle, but lived consequence. The custody arrangement with Helena was not a court order, but it was an understanding, and understandings required careful maintenance. And the maintenance required that Simon's personal life not become a visible variable that could be pointed to. He had never brought anyone into proximity with Eli. Not even Raphael, who was the closest thing Simon had to a genuine friend in the professional category, had met Eli more than peripherally, a wave at a school event once that didn't qualify. Tomas was different. Tomas was structural, part of the household framework, not a personal choice of the romantic variety. Owen Castillo had met Eli in a bakery because Eli had been in the bakery and the encounter had been random, and there had been no way to prevent it without a degree of maneuvering that would have been conspicuous and cold. The coldness would have been its own kind of damage. Simon had understood this in the moment. Standing on the bakery pavement with Eli extending an invitation, he had no authority to retract without rewriting something for his son about how people were welcomed. He had not retracted it. He had said it was a short walk, which was a sentence of such calculated ambiguity that he was not sure even now whether it had been weakness or clarity. The second piece was the 40 minutes in the park. He had watched Owen with Eli. This was not the same as watching Owen in the hospital, where the assessment was clinical and could be classified correctly. In the park, watching Owen crouch beside his son over a beetle and ask genuine questions and listen to the answers without condescension. There was no clinical category available. It was simply what it was. Eli had liked him immediately. Eli liked people who took him seriously without treating him as a performance. And Owen had done this without strategy or effort in the way he did everything. Directly, warmly, with the quality of attention that Owen brought to all things, in which Simon had spent 2 months learning to manage in professional contexts, and which in the park had not been professional. He had watched his son walk beside Owen Castillo through the October morning, chattering about beetles, and something in him had shifted in the specific way of something that had been held against attention for a long time, finally encountering the thing that made the holding untenable. He was not going to think about this. The third piece, which was the most dangerous one, was the look on Owen's face when they reached the park exit. Simon had spent 2 months reading Owen's expressions. He had become, involuntarily and through sheer proximity, fluent in the vocabulary of Owen's face. The brightness that appeared under stress, the specific softness that came when a patient needed care, the focused intensity of the diagnostic mind at work, the restrained warmth he deployed in professional contexts as a kind of safe distance. He had cataloged all of these and filed them under observations relevant to supervision. He had done this with all his residents. It was standard practice. At the park exit, Owen's face had been none of those things. It had been something quieter and more open and undefended. The expression of a person who had been somewhere unexpected and had found it good and was not yet performing a response to that fact. Simon had seen it and felt the specific response that he had been managing for 2 months, not the controlled warmth this time, but the whole thing, and had named it precisely because he had learned that naming things accurately was the only way to manage them. He wanted Owen Castillo in his life, not in a managed fragment of it. In the actual thing, he was going to manage that fact as he managed everything. He parked the car. Eli woke with the abruptness of small children and was fully functional within seconds, both sticks still in hand, ready to get out and find out what was for lunch. Simon carried his bag and let Eli carry the sticks, and they went upstairs. He made lunch. He was a competent cook in the way he was competent at most things. Not inspired, but practiced and reliable, and Eli ate it. He tidied the kitchen. Eli was at the table with the Dragon and Lighthouse book, reading ahead to the chapter they had not yet reached, which was technically against the rules they had established, and which Simon chose not to enforce today. He sat at the table opposite Eli and opened the administrative reading he had not finished on Saturday morning and read it without absorbing a single sentence. He was going to need to think about this clearly. Owen had been in Eli's life for approximately 40 minutes. This was not nothing. Eli had already named Owen, had already deployed the framework for future encounters, had issued the invitation for next Saturday with the same ease he brought to all his social negotiations. Eli did not issue invitations lightly, or rather, he issued them to everyone, but remembered the ones that mattered, and the ones that mattered were the ones where he had felt met. If Simon allowed future encounters, the pattern would develop. Eli was already attaching. Simon knew this the way he knew most things about Eli, without evidence he could have cited, just through the accumulated reading of a child he had been paying close attention to for 7 years. If he prevented future encounters, Eli would ask why. Simon had never lied to Eli. He had withheld, managed, simplified, and timed his disclosures carefully, but he had not lied because he had watched what lies cost, and he would not build Eli's understanding of the world on that foundation. So he would have to say something. He would have to say something that was honest and simple and sufficient for a 7-year-old, and that did not open the territory that Simon was not ready to open. He had not found the sentence for this yet. He turned a page of the administrative document he was not reading. On Monday, he would go to the hospital. Castillo would be on the morning round. The rotation had 3 more weeks before the end of its first phase. The hospital was the correct context, and the bakery and the park were the incorrect context, and the correct context would reassert itself with the ordinary momentum of the working week. He believed this. He was going to need to continue believing it for 3 more weeks, and then Castillo would move to the next rotation, and the immediate proximity would end, and the distance would do what distance was supposed to do. His phone buzzed on the table. He looked at it. Not Owen. Tomas, asking about Tuesday and whether he needed coverage for the afternoon collection. Simon typed back, "Yes, please. I have a late clinic." "Thank you." He put the phone down. "Dad," Eli said, without looking up from the book. Owen is funny." Simon was quiet for a moment. "Yes," he said. "He is." Eli turned a page. He had found the chapter they had not reached yet, and was reading forward with the concentration of a child who had decided the rules about chapters were not binding today. Simon did not stop him. He watched the top of his son's bent head and felt the compound feeling he had been sitting with since the park, the warm and the frightened and the wanting, and he said nothing about any of it. "Is he going to come again?" Eli asked. "I don't know," Simon said. "I think he should," Eli said, with the serenity of someone who had stated the correct answer and was now moving on. He read his book. Simon sat across from him and felt the particular cost of a decision already made and not yet named, and listened to the quiet of the flat, and did not think about Owen Castillo in any of the ways he was not thinking about him. He made tea. He sat back down. At some point in the late afternoon, he opened his email and saw one from the rotation administration system, a routine scheduling note, and he processed it correctly and filed the response correctly and did not look at Castillo's name in the resident list at the bottom with any more attention than he gave any other name. He closed the email. He turned another page of the administrative document. Eli, from behind his book, Owen knew about beetle exoskeletons. "Yes," Simon said. "Not everyone knows about beetle exoskeletons." "No," Simon said. "They don't." Eli accepted this as the conclusion to the matter and went back to reading. The afternoon light moved across the table. The flat was warm and quiet and occupied. Simon held his teacup and thought, 3 more weeks. He thought, this is manageable. He thought with the specific honesty he saved for the very end of the day when all the management systems were tired and some things simply came through. I don't know how long I can keep doing this. He finished the tea. He made dinner. The evening followed its routine exactly, and the routine was good, and the routine was the thing he had built, and he was grateful for it. He stood in Eli's doorway after the lights were out and watched his son sleep, the stuffed seal under his arm and the 2 sticks propped against the bedside table because they were now apparently important objects, and the bedside table was where important objects lived. He went to bed. He did not sleep well. This was, he noted, the 3rd night this week. Chapter 11. Good with Children. The Monday after the park, Owen dropped his bleep in the lift. Not dramatically. It slid from the breast pocket of his white coat while he was reaching for the door-hole button, hit the floor of the lift with a sound like a small accusation, and slid halfway under the gap at the base of the doors as they opened. He retrieved it by flattening himself to the floor in what he could only describe as a tribute to desperation, which was witnessed by 2 nurses and 1 very unimpressed registrar, who stepped over him without comment. He clipped the bleep more securely to his pocket, stood up, and went to the ward. This was, he had decided, how the week was going to go. He was going to be a professional. He was going to be a doctor. He was going to think about medicine and patients and the correct sequencing of clinical decisions, and he was not going to think about a child with a too big school sweatshirt and very strong opinions about beetles and the way Simon Ward had looked at the October light coming through the park trees, with an expression Owen had never seen at the hospital and would almost certainly never see again. He made it to Tuesday before Nico noticed. They were in the canteen, which was a generous description of a large room on the ground floor with cues and trays and the specific institutional smell of overcooked pasta and floor cleaner that Owen had long since stopped distinguishing. Nico had a sandwich. Owen had soup and an apple, and the expression Nico had already diagnosed and named, and which Owen had already denied having. "You're doing it again," Nico said. "I'm eating soup," Owen said. "You're eating soup, and you're somewhere else." Nico looked at him with the patient, surgical precision of a friend who had learned to wait Owen out. "What happened on Saturday?" Owen ate a spoonful of soup. "My gym was closed, and I went for a walk." Owen, he put the spoon down. He had not intended to tell Nico about the bakery. He had spent 3 days not telling Nico about the bakery, which was its own kind of evidence that there was something to tell. "I ran into Ward," he said, "in Tufnell Park, in a bakery." Nico was quiet for a moment, and he had his son with him. Another pause, longer. Nico set down his sandwich with the deliberate care of a man realigning his priorities. "He has a son." "He does. Eli, 7 years old. Named his fish Owen. The fish is named Owen. Before he met me, apparently. It's incidental." Owen picked up his spoon again. "Eli invited me to the park. Simon said it was a short walk, which was either an invitation or a warning. I still haven't decided. We walked in the park for 40 minutes. Eli showed me a beetle and told me that fish have feelings. Simon ate a croissant and said almost nothing, and I came home and have not been able to think about anything else since, and I need you to tell me how to stop. Nico looked at him for a long moment. His expression had moved through several phases during this summary. Surprise, understanding, something that was recognizably sympathy and recognizably also concern. He picked up his sandwich again. Owen, he said, you met his kid. I know, his secret kid, the kid nobody at the hospital knows about. I gathered he preferred discretion. That's one word for it. Nico took a bite. How was he? Ward. In the park. Owen thought about this. He thought about Simon with his hands in his pockets on the October path, tracking Eli's progress through the grass with the low-grade, continuous attention of a parent whose vigilance had become so habitual it was invisible. He thought about the way Simon had crouched beside Eli over the beetle without asking, without ceremony, with the ease of a man who did that, who knelt on park paths and looked at insects because his son was looking at them, and that was what you did. He thought about the croissant eaten in silence, and the very quiet correction to Eli's beetle taxonomy, and the look on Simon's face when Eli issued the invitation that Simon could not retract. Different, Owen said. Nico waited. Not a different person, Owen said. Just, not the hospital version. Less armor. More frightening or less frightening? Owen thought about it. Both, he said. At the same time. Nico was quiet. The canteen moved around them. Trays and cues, and someone dropping cutlery, 2 tables over. Outside the windows, the October sky was doing the thing it had been doing all month, cycling between brief, bright intervals and the heavy gray that felt like a premonition of November. He let you stay, Nico said. Not a question. He said it was a short walk. He let you stay, Nico said again. With his son, who nobody at this hospital knows about. He ate the rest of the sandwich. You understand what that means. It means Eli is very persistent and Simon didn't know how to say no without making it a scene. It means, Nico said patiently, that he made a choice. Even if it looked like inertia. Owen looked at his soup. It was cooling. The thing was, he had been turning this over since Saturday. He had turned it over on the tube home and through dinner and lying in the dark at 10 p.m., looking at the ceiling, and again on Sunday morning when he ran in the park near their flat and thought about a different park entirely. He had turned it over Monday morning in the shower and Tuesday on the way in, and it always arrived at the same place. The moment at the park exit when Simon's expression had been the expression of a man who had let something happen and was not sure yet what it had cost him, and whether the cost was worth it, and whether he was afraid of the answer. Owen had recognized that expression, not because he had seen it on Simon before, because he had felt the equivalent of it in some version for the last 2 months. The recognition was not useful. He knew it was not useful. He was sitting in a hospital canteen on a Tuesday, thinking about a feeling in a park on a Saturday that had no legitimate destination, because Simon Ward was his supervising consultant and the hierarchy between them was not an abstraction, but an institutional reality with real consequences, and whatever the park had been, it had also been an accident. A bakery, a beetle, a 7-year-old without a filter. It was not a thing you built on. I'm going to be sensible about it, Owen said. Nico looked at him. Sure, I am. I believe you're going to try, Nico said, with kindness, which was somehow worse than skepticism. Owen ate the rest of the soup. He ate it without tasting it and thought about being sensible, which was the correct response to the situation, and thought about Eli saying Owen is funny with the simple conviction of a child who had made up his mind, and thought about Simon's answer. Yes, he is. The bleep went. He went. He was very professional for the rest of the shift. He handled 3 admissions, a difficult medication review, a family meeting that ran 40 minutes over its scheduled slot, and a moment in Bay 4 where a confused elderly gentleman held his hand and called him by someone else's name, and Owen sat with him for 10 minutes because there was nobody else available and the confusion needed a presence more than it needed a correction. He did not think about the park. He thought about the park only twice. He went to the break room at 6 p.m. to collect his bag. Mira Sarmiento was there, which was not unusual. Mira was everywhere at all hours in the way of chief residents who understood that visibility was part of the role. She was writing something, her handwriting the dense, precise kind that left no space wasted. She did not look up when Owen came in. "Sit down a minute," she said. Owen sat. She finished the sentence she was writing and capped her pen. She looked at him with the specific expression she deployed when she was about to say something she had already decided to say and had calculated the best angle of approach. "You're managing," she said. "I think so. You're more than managing, actually. Your Hoffman presentation last week was clean. Your patient notes have been consistently detailed for the last 3 weeks. You're flagging things to the on-call team." She paused. Ward noticed. Owen kept his expression neutral. "Good to hear." Myra's eyes tracked over him with the assessing quality she brought to all things. She was not fooled by the neutral expression. She was too experienced to be fooled by controlled expression, especially from people she had been watching closely. But she did not pursue it. "This rotation ends in 10 days, she said. "You'll be reviewed and reassigned." "I know. The review will be good." She picked up her pen. "I want to make sure you know that before you hear it officially, because good news should not be a surprise." This was Myra's version of warmth. The information delivered plainly, with the knowledge that the delivery itself was the gesture. Owen had learned to read it. "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank me. Thank the Hoffman case and whatever happened in your approach between week 3 and week 5 that made you start actually finishing the job." She looked back at her notes. "And sleep more. You have the eyes of someone who's been awake for the last 3 days." Owen had not been awake for the last 3 days. He had been awake the specific number of hours the shifts had required. The rest of it was Saturday morning in a park and a beetle and the particular kind of longing that did not get less acute for being professional about it. "I'll sleep more," he said. He collected his bag. He left. In the corridor outside the break room, he stood for a moment against the wall, not quite ready to start moving. The hospital moved around him. End of shift change, the particular quality of 6 p.m. light through the corridor windows that came in at a low angle and made the institutional beige walls look briefly almost warm. 10 days. The rotation ended in 10 days, and then he would move to a different service, a different floor, a different set of daily encounters. The proximity would end. The parallel daily orbits and ward rounds and teaching rooms and nurses' stations at midnight would reconfigure. He would no longer be one of Simon Ward's residents. He had been telling himself this was the manageable future. Once the supervision ended, the professional obstacle dissolved, and the feeling could be assessed on its own terms. He had been telling himself this for the last several weeks as a reason to be patient and careful and do nothing that would compromise either of their positions. He was no longer sure the feeling waiting on the other side of the professional obstacle was the same shape it had been when he started telling himself that. He had met Eli. He had walked in the park. He had seen the version of Simon that existed in the world outside the hospital, and it was not a simpler version or a warmer version in any uncomplicated sense. It was a fuller version, and the fuller version was not easier to be sensible about. It was, if anything, harder. He pushed off the wall and started toward the lift. In the pocket of his white coat, his hand found his bleep, which was still attached correctly, which he checked more out of habit than from any expectation of another incident. Beside it, his fingers found a piece of paper, the corner of a printout he had torn off at some point to write a number on, now blank on both sides. He thought about Eli saying, "Are you coming next Saturday?" He thought about his own answer. "I don't know what I'm doing next Saturday, but I hope so." He got on the lift. He pressed the ground floor button. He stood in the small moving box of it and looked at the wall and thought. 10 days. He thought, "You're supposed to be thinking about this as the end of a problem." He thought, "The part that might break you is that it's also beginning to feel like the end of something else." The lift arrived. He walked out into the ground floor corridor, past the reception desk and the volunteer's desk and the wide glass doors at the front, and out into the evening, where the city was doing its 6 p.m. reconfiguration. Taxis and buses and people going somewhere, the whole ordinary machinery of a Tuesday night in London, entirely indifferent to the specific quality of ache he was carrying. He pulled out his phone. A text from Nico. "Pasta or Thai?" He typed back, "Pasta. I'll be home by 8. He pocketed the phone. He walked toward the tube. He did not look back at the building. He told himself, being very sensible. The sensible thing felt, with each step, more like a theory than a practice. Chapter 12, Night Rounds. Simon had a rule about the hospital at night. The rule was, it was different. Not the patients, or the wards, or the clinical work, which were continuous across the 24 hours and did not recognize the distinction the human nervous system made between 2 in the afternoon and 2 in the morning. What was different was everything else. The particular quality of silence that descended after the last of the day's shift had gone. The corridors emptied of their ordinary traffic and left with only the residual activity of a building that never fully slept. The way sound carried differently. The way people who were awake for hours spoke to each other with a quality of lowered register that had nothing to do with volume and everything to do with the specific intimacy of shared wakefulness. He had been careful about this distinction for 11 years. He knew exactly what it did, and how it was different from daytime clinical work, and why the careful professional distance he maintained required slightly more effort at midnight than at noon. He had managed it without difficulty for 11 years. The rotation was in its final week. He was finding it slightly less easy. It was not a crisis. He was clear-eyed about the parameters, clear-eyed, in fact, in the way a man becomes when he has been examining his own motivations with unusual frequency and has begun to develop a kind of fatigue from the examination. He supervised Owen Castillo correctly. He provided feedback that was rigorous and fair. He did not look for excuses to interact. And when he did interact, it was with the consistent professional detachment that 11 years of practice had made second nature. He had also been awake since 5:30 a.m., and it was now approaching 11 p.m., and the night was doing the thing nights did. The patient in question was a Mr. Osei, 67, admitted that afternoon from the emergency department with a presentation that had been initially flagged as straightforward, but which had developed, in the hour since admission, a series of small incongruities that Simon had been tracking with the low-level attention of a man who had learned never to ignore small incongruities. The blood results from the 4 p.m. draw were back. He was reviewing them at the nurse's station on the 6th floor when he heard Owen's voice from the direction of the bay. He was not supposed to be here. His shift had ended at 9. Simon turned. Owen was at the bay window in Bay 2, talking to the night nurse. He was in his own clothes, a gray Henley, dark jacket, the same general configuration of someone who had left the building and come back. He was not, therefore, here because he had been asked to be. He was here because he had come back. Simon waited until the conversation with the nurse concluded, and Owen walked back to the station. "Your shift ended 2 hours ago," Simon said. Owen looked up. He had, Simon noted, the particular quality of a person who has been caught doing something they cannot argue about. "I know," he said. Mr. Osei's troponin was on the borderline at 4. I wanted to see the 9 o'clock result. That is the night team's responsibility. The night team has 4 patients in escalation and a new admission in the ED. I wasn't doing anything. He paused. I was doing pasta. I left mid-pasta. Simon looked at him. Nico was very understanding. Owen said, "This is not appropriate use of your rest time." "I know." Owen looked entirely unrepentant, which was characteristic. "What was the 9 o'clock troponin?" Simon looked at him for another moment. Then he turned the tablet and showed him the result. Owen looked at it. His brow tightened slightly. "That's not reassuring." "No," Simon agreed. "It's not a diagnostic confirmation. It's a trend. A rising trend. Over a short interval. Which means nothing definitive and several things possible." Simon set the tablet down. "I've increased the monitoring frequency and flagged the cardiology registrar. We're watching." Owen nodded. He looked at the result again, then at the door to Bay 2. He was well when I left. Chest pain mostly settled, vitals stable. The initial presentation fell off to me, but I couldn't pin it. What fell off? The pain pattern. He described it as pressure more than sharp, which is textbook, but the distribution was slightly atypical. High up, almost jaw level at one point. He dismissed it as a toothache, but that's the kind of thing. Owen had the focused inward expression of a man reconstructing a clinical memory, and his resting rate was at the top of normal. Not elevated, just sitting there. Simon looked at the chart. He had reviewed the admission notes and the history, But he looked at them again now, reading them against what Owen had just described. The jaw pain had been noted, but minimally weighted. The resting heart rate was there in the OBS chart, sitting at the high side of normal for the last 4 hours. "You documented the jaw pain," Simon said. "In the history section. I wasn't certain it was relevant. You were certain enough to come back on your rest time to check the troponin." Owen was quiet for a moment. "I wasn't certain," he said. "I was uncomfortable." Simon looked at him across the nurses' station. The ward was quiet around them. The particular midnight quiet, monitors and distant voices, and the low hum of a building at reduced frequency. "That's the right response to uncertainty," Simon said. "Acting on it, rather than rationalizing it away." Owen's expression did something complicated. "I know you're complimenting the clinical instinct and not the boundary violation." "I am," Simon said. "Both things are simultaneously true." "Right." Owen looked down at the chart again. "I'll go. Now that I know the result, I can actually eat the rest of the pasta." "Go," Simon said. Owen gathered his jacket from the back of the chair. He was not wearing his white coat, which was a strange small thing to notice. Owen, without his white coat, was a different visual register, more ordinary, less institutional, the doctor-specific armor absent, and something simply human left in its place. He stopped at the end of the nurse's station. "Can I ask you something?" he said. Not quite a question in inflection, more the request for permission to ask one. Simon waited. "Eli asked me about next Saturday," Owen said. "When I said I didn't know what I was doing, he said he hoped I'd come." Simon kept his expression still. The ward was very quiet. "He's 7, Simon said. "He invites everyone." "I know." Owen held his jacket over one arm. "I'm not asking you about Eli, exactly. I'm asking whether next Saturday is a thing that's available or whether I should tell him no." The question was precise. It gave Simon an exit. Tell him no. And it was an exit that Owen had made available with full awareness, with the clear-eyed quality that was Owen's version of care, the choice offered cleanly so that Simon could take it without cost. Simon had 1,000 reasons to take it. "The rotation ends Friday," he said. "I know when the rotation ends. After that, the supervision structure changes." Simon was choosing his words in the deliberate way. He chose words when he knew that precision mattered, and that imprecision would be a kind of dishonesty. We would no longer be in the same direct line of hierarchy. Owen was very still, which for Owen, who was almost never still, was its own statement. "I'm aware of the timeline," Owen said. "I'm asking about the Saturday." Simon looked at his hands on the nurse's station surface. He looked at the chart in front of him, Mr. Osei's name at the top, the trending troponin that was not yet a diagnosis, but was a direction. He thought, this is the exact moment. The one he had been managing toward for 10 weeks. The point at which the correct response and the wanted response were the same thing and also completely different things. And the gap between them was the gap between the life he had and the life he might, if he were less afraid, allow himself to want. He thought about Eli's face in the bakery. He thought about the park. He thought about what he was teaching his son by example, which was not something he had considered in those specific terms before and which arrived now with a precision that was uncomfortable. "I'll pick him up at 2, Simon said. "On Saturdays." The sentence sat between them. Owen looked at him with an expression that was careful and warm and bruised at the edges, the expression of a man who had been hoping for something and has been offered something smaller and is deciding what to do with the difference. "That wasn't a yes," Owen said. "It wasn't a no," Simon said. The silence that followed was not empty. It was packed with the things both of them were not saying, the whole weight of 10 weeks and a park and a child's easy certainty and Simon's careful, frightened management of all of it. "Right," Owen said. He put his jacket on. "I hope the troponin stabilizes." "I expect it will. If it doesn't, call the team." "Yes," Simon said, which was unnecessary and which Owen knew was unnecessary and which landed as what it was, a reason to keep talking for one more second than the clinical conversation required. Owen picked up his bag. He walked toward the ward exit. At the double doors, he stopped and turned around once, briefly, not to say anything, just the turn, the look, the acknowledgement of the space between them, and then he went through the doors and the ward was Simon and the monitors and the quiet and the chart with the patient's name and the trending line that was not yet a diagnosis. Simon looked at the chart. He thought, I pick him up at 2 on Saturdays. He thought. That is what I said. To Owen Castillo, at a nurse's station at 11 p.m., without any way to take it back. He thought about the difference between the life he had built and the life that was beginning, without his explicit consent, to feel possible. He looked at the ward. He looked at the clock. He looked at Mr. Osei's troponin trending in the wrong direction. He sat back down. He would stay another hour and see the next draw. That was the reason he was staying. That was entirely the reason. Chapter 13, The Shape of Want. The last day of the rotation was a Friday, and it arrived the way endings in hospitals always arrived, mid-motion, between one thing and another, while everyone was looking somewhere else. Owen had not made a ceremony of it. There was no ceremony to make. The rotation ended at the close of the afternoon shift, and then he would be reassigned over the weekend, and Monday would be a different floor and a different consultant, and the institutional machinery would continue without acknowledging that anything had changed. The morning went in the way of all long mornings. A ward round, 2 admissions, a complex medication review that required 3 phone calls and a significant amount of patience, and a final formal case presentation that was part of the rotation's assessment structure. Owen presented the Hoffman case in full, with the complete diagnostic chain and the treatment sequence and the outcome to date, and Simon listened without interrupting, which Owen had learned was his version of close attention, and asked 3 questions at the end that were not hostile, but were precisely targeted at the places where Owen's reasoning had been cleanest and one place where it had been merely adequate. And Owen answered all 3 correctly. Simon said, "That's a thorough account." This was from Simon Ward, the equivalent of a standing ovation. Owen had learned this over 10 weeks. "Thank you," Owen said. That was 10:30. The afternoon was busier. 2 more admissions and a fast deterioration in Bay 3 that required the cardiology team, and a focused 40 minutes of close monitoring before Mr. Osei's situation stabilized again. The troponin finally plateauing at a level that was definitively diagnostic and actionable. Owen had spent most of the 40 minutes at the bedside running the rapid assessment sequence, updating the cardiac team, managing the family in the corridor outside, and somewhere in the middle of it, he had looked up and Simon had been 3 steps behind him the whole time. Not intervening, not directing, simply present in the way that a safety net was present, irrelevant unless needed, and needed suddenly and completely when it mattered. Afterward in the corridor, while the cardiac team settled Mr. Osei for the transfer upstairs, "Good," Simon said. "Just that," and walked toward the nurse's station. Owen stood in the corridor for a second. He looked at Simon's back. The white coat, the particular set of his shoulders, the way he moved through the ward with the quality of someone who knew every inch of it and was entirely unhurried by that knowing. And Owen felt the thing he had been feeling for 10 weeks without yet naming it with any precision, and he named it now in the specific privacy of the corridor with the hospital moving around him. He was in love with this man. Not in the early stage, possibly transferable, could be managed with distance way. In a way that had Eli in it, and the park, and the cold coffee, and the mop cupboard on the first day, and 300 small moments accumulated into something that was not going to get smaller, just because the rotation ended and the proximity changed. He stood in the corridor with this knowledge for approximately 10 seconds. Then he went to write up the Bay 3 notes, because Mr. Osei still needed a discharge summary, and the cardiac team would need the full history, and he was a doctor, and there was work to do. The official end of rotation sign-off happened at 5 p.m. in the small conference room off the main corridor, which was the room used for everything that required a table and chairs and the appearance of formality. Dr. Sarmiento ran it. Simon was there as the supervising consultant. The 4 residents who had been on this rotation sat on one side of the table, while Sarmiento went through the assessment summary, and the assessment summary was good, and she delivered it with the same dry efficiency she brought to all her communications. Owen's individual assessment was at the end. She read it without inflection and without her eyes moving to him until she had finished, which was her way of letting the words stand without emphasis. Dr. Castillo, diagnostic instincts that are, frankly, significantly above the average for this stage of training. Patient management has developed at an accelerated rate. Communication with families and nursing teams is a consistent strength. Areas for development. attention to documentation in time-pressured situations, and a tendency to stay beyond contracted hours that will not be sustainable long-term and must be monitored. She looked up. In summary, an excellent first rotation. Excellent. The word landed in the room. Owen looked at his hands on the table. He did not look at Simon. They filed out afterward, the four of them, into the corridor that was transitioning toward end of day. Dr. Okafor shook Owen's hand and said something warm and brief that Owen would remember as the spirit of it rather than the precise wording. The other two said their equivalents, and then it was only Owen and Simon in the corridor outside the conference room. Simon had his tablet under one arm. He was looking at Owen with an expression that was controlled in the way he controlled most expressions, but the control was doing visible work today in a way it often did not, and Owen had spent 10 weeks learning to read the visible work. Friday, Owen said. Yes, Simon said. The corridor was not empty, but they were standing slightly apart from the flow of it, in the pocket of space beside the conference room door, and the people going past were going past with the purposeful obliviousness of people who had somewhere to be. Tomorrow's Saturday, Owen said. Simon adjusted the tablet under his arm. He looked at Owen for a moment with the expression that had appeared in the night ward, the one that was not a yes and was not a no and was doing a great deal of work in the space between. 2:00, Simon said. He'll want to go to the park. It was not a question. Owen felt something move in his chest, unhurried and warm, the specific quality of something settling rather than arriving. Not surprise. The relief of confirmation. I'll be there at 2, he said. Simon nodded once. The tablet shifted. He looked at Owen for one more second with an expression Owen could not fully parse, but which had, underneath the control and the careful management of it, the quality of a man who has allowed himself something he was afraid to allow. The Bay 3 presentation, Simon said. You should know the cardiac team were impressed. Good, Owen said. You stayed calm when the second set of vitals came back worse. Panicking is very inefficient. Something moved at the corner of Simon's mouth. Not quite. Almost. It is, Simon agreed. He went toward the lift. Owen watched him go. He watched the white coat and the rectangular glasses and the slight economy of motion that was characteristic and the particular way Simon pushed the lift button with a single deliberate gesture, and then the lift doors closed and the corridor had the ordinary quality of a corridor where something had just ended. Owen stood there. He thought, this is what the midpoint feels like. Not the beginning and not the resolution, but the moment after the question has been answered and before anything has been done about the answer. He was in love with a man who had said 2:00 in a hospital corridor on the last day of a rotation, and who had meant it, and who was afraid of meaning it, and who had meant it anyway. That was enough. For today, that was enough. He picked up his bag. He checked his bleep was clipped correctly. He went toward the stairs. Outside the hospital, the evening was doing its November thing. Dark by 5, cold with the particular London cold that was damp before it was sharp, the streetlights coming on in their orange sequence down the road. Owen walked to the tube with his hands in his pockets and the knowledge sitting in his chest like something that had always been there and had only just been named. He called Nico on the walk. Rotation finished, he said. And good assessment. Excellent, actually. Obviously, said Nico. And the other thing. Owen walked past a woman with a dog, a man on a bicycle, the light of a corner shop. Saturday, he said. 2:00. A pause. He could hear Nico putting something down, probably a fork. Owen, Nico said. I know. Do you know? He's not my supervisor anymore. As of today. He's still your consultant at the hospital. He's still at the hospital, yes. The direct supervisory line is gone. Owen turned the corner. I know the complications. I've been thinking about the complications for 3 months. And yet, Owen agreed. Nico was quiet for a moment. In the background, there was the sound of their flat, the specific acoustic of a Tuesday evening in their kitchen. Is he good to you? Nico asked. Not sarcastic. Genuine. Owen thought about the coffee at midnight, and the potassium he'd pointed to without being asked, and the vital signs correction that was a physiological observation rather than a failure, in the park in 2:00. I think he's learning to be, Owen said. Nico made a sound that was not endorsement and not condemnation and occupied the space of someone who had more concerns than he was currently choosing to state. Be careful, he said. I know. No, listen. I'm not saying don't go on Saturday. I'm saying know what you're walking into. He has a lot of reasons to pull back. He's done it before. I know that too, Owen said. And if he does pull back. Owen was quiet for a moment. The tube entrance was ahead. Then I'll know I tried, he said, and I'll know it was real. Nico let out a breath. Okay, he said. Okay. Come home and eat dinner. I made the thing with the chickpeas. I love the thing with the chickpeas. I know. That's why I made it. He paused. I hope Saturday is good. Me too, Owen said. He went underground. He rode the tube with the particular quality of someone in the early stages of something. Not the beginning. This had been beginning for 3 months. The moment after the beginning had been recognized. The moment just before it had to be decided what to do with the recognition. He stood on the platform at his stop and waited for the doors to open and thought about the way a face looked through glass in Bay 9 on an ordinary morning in October. He thought about a croissant eaten in silence in a park. He thought about the way a man's voice went when he was trying to maintain professional distance, and something underneath was making that harder than it should have been. He thought, 2 o'clock. He thought, I will be there. He came out of the underground into the November dark and walked toward the flat, and the thing he had named in the hospital corridor walked beside him the whole way. Chapter 14. Something rearranged. The second Saturday was easier and harder than the first. Easier because Owen knew where the park was. He knew the way from the tube, the corner where the bakery was, the particular gate they had used before. He knew what Eli looked like at a distance, the dark hair and the school sweatshirt already visible when Owen came through the gate at just past 2. He knew the shape of Simon's profile against the November trees, hands in coat pockets, standing slightly apart from the afternoon playground crowd with the quality of a man who was always slightly apart from crowds. Harder because he knew all of that, and because standing at the gate watching them before they had seen him, Owen felt the full weight of what the park actually was. Eli spotted him first. Owen, he said it the way children said things when they had been expecting them, and the expectation had been confirmed. Not with surprise, but with satisfaction. He ran the short distance to the gate with the lurching energy of a child who had been managing too much sitting still, and when he reached Owen, he looked up and said, with total authority, I found a better beetle last week. I saved it. You saved the beetle? I found a different one. I drew it. He turned and ran back toward the bench where Simon was standing, presumably toward the drawing. Owen walked over. Simon was watching Eli with the specific attention he always gave Eli in public, total and invisible, tracking without appearing to track. When Owen reached the bench, he turned, and his expression was the complicated one from the night ward, controlled, composed, doing more work than its surface suggested. Castillo, he said. Ward, Owen said. They stood with approximately the same distance between them as they had maintained in hospital corridors for 3 months, which under the circumstances felt both natural and absurd. You came, Simon said. I said I would. Eli arrived back at speed, holding a folded piece of paper. He unfolded it and presented it to Owen with the formality of someone revealing important evidence. It was a drawing in pencil and brown crayon of a beetle with disproportionately large legs and what appeared to be a determined expression, labeled at the bottom in large, careful letters, Bettel. 1T, Owen said. I know, Eli said. I found out afterward. It has 2 T's, but I already gave it the name. The name is still accurate, even if the spelling isn't, Owen said. He looked at the drawing seriously. This is very detailed. Did you look it up? In Dad's medical book, Eli said. Owen glanced at Simon, who had the expression of a man who had discovered his Gray's Anatomy being used for beetle taxonomy research and had decided to accept this. There's a beetle section? Owen asked. There's everything, Eli said with absolute confidence. They walked. This time, Owen knew the terrain and the rhythm of it, the way Eli orbited slightly ahead, the silences between them that were not uncomfortable, but that had a different quality from the easy hospital silences, because the hospital silences had the work as a shared container, and this silence had nothing but the park and the 2 of them. I heard the cardiac team were happy with the Osei case, Owen said. They were. Simon looked at the path ahead. He's stable. Transferred to cardiology on Tuesday, doing well. Good. Your instinct on the jaw pain was the right call. It was the thing that kept the presentation flagged rather than dismissed. I wasn't sure, Owen said. You were uncomfortable. That's the same thing at this stage of training. They walked. Owen thought about comfortable things to say. The problem with comfortable things to say was that he was not strictly here to be comfortable. He was here because Simon had said 2 o'clock and Owen had said he'd be there, and that exchange had not been about comfortable things. My new rotation starts Monday, Owen said. Respiratory. Different floor. I know, Simon said. Dr. Fenwick's team. You know the schedules. I review them all. Owen looked at him sideways. Simon was looking at the path. Does that mean you notice where I landed? Owen asked. A pause. I notice all the resident placements. That's not what I asked. Another pause. Longer. Yes, Simon said. I noticed. Owen held this for a moment. They walked. Eli had found a pigeon to observe and was crouching 3 feet away from it with the frozen patience of a wildlife documentarian. I want to ask you something, Owen said, and I'd like an actual answer. Simon looked at him. His expression was still, but his jaw was fractionally tighter than usual, which Owen had learned to read as the specific quality of a man preparing himself. On the schedule, Owen said, in the first rotation, the overnight runs. You separated them. Simon was quiet. Week 7, weeks 8. 3 overnights in 7 days was what I was originally assigned. And then the schedule changed and they were spread out. I didn't think about it at the time because I was too tired and too grateful. Owen kept his voice even, but I thought about it afterward. And I looked at the original schedule. Who showed you the original schedule? No one showed it to me. I looked it up. It's in the rotation system. Owen paused. Did you change it? The silence was long enough that it was its own answer. Then, it was a clinically inadvisable configuration. For me specifically, or for everyone on that stretch. The general principle applies to all residents. The application in your case was based on the specific configuration of your schedule at that stage of the rotation. But you did change it. I did, Simon said. Simply. Owen exhaled slowly. Were there other changes? Other adjustments made specifically for me. The pigeon flew away. Eli straightened and watched it go with a dignified acceptance, then turned and came back toward them. Simon looked at his son for a moment. He looked at Owen. There was a Tuesday clinic adjustment in week 3, he said. The allocation was uneven. I moved some of the more complex cases to my own list. To protect my time, to improve the overall clinic efficiency. Owen nodded. He held this carefully, the way he was holding a number of things carefully because they were in a park on a Saturday and Eli was approaching, and this was not the place to have the fuller version of the conversation that these revelations were opening. I'm not angry, Owen said, quietly enough that Eli, still a few meters away, could not hear. I know, Simon said. I'm not sure yet what I am. Owen looked at him. I think I need to understand why you did it. The clinical reasoning is clear. The other part is the part one need to understand. Simon looked at the path. His hand, briefly, touched the edge of his coat pocket, the thumbnail running along the fabric edge, and Owen recognized this as one of Simon's tells. The small, contained motion that appeared when something was being held rather than released. Eli arrived. Dad, he said. The pigeon had a hurt foot. I saw, Simon said. Is it going to be okay? Pigeons are very resilient, Simon said, with the specific gravity he brought to Eli's earnest questions. They manage with injuries that would slow other birds. Eli considered this. Then he looked at Owen. Do you like pigeons? I think pigeons are underrated, Owen said. Eli looked satisfied. I like them, he said, even though Tomas says they're rats with wings. He paused. Tomas is wrong about that. He might be, Owen said. Eli accepted this balanced assessment and moved off toward a nearby bench to examine something. Owen and Simon walked in the silence that followed. He trusts you, Simon said. Not accusatory. Observational. He's easy to be honest with, Owen said. He doesn't have an agenda. No, Simon said. He doesn't. They were quiet. The park moved around them. Families, dogs, the particular weekend afternoon texture of a London park in November, gray-skied and still beautiful in the way of things that are exactly what they are. The adjustments, Owen said finally, keeping his voice low. I want to understand whether you would have done them for someone you didn't. He stopped. Simon said nothing. The pause had the quality of someone who had heard the sentence and was waiting for Owen to find the rest of it. Someone you didn't care about, Owen said. In a specific way you care about me. Is that what this was? The word care sat between them in the November air. Simon was quiet for what felt like a long time. He looked at the path. He looked at Eli, who was examining the bench with intense focus. I told myself it was standard protocol, Simon said. And was it? Another long pause. His thumb was at the coat pocket edge again. Partly, he said. Owen nodded. It was not a reassuring answer. It was an honest one, which was different and worth more. That's what I thought, Owen said. They reached the far end of the park. Eli had found a good stick. He had the specific contentment of a child engaged in his own concerns, which gave Owen and Simon a fragment of something resembling privacy. I need to understand if you know what you're doing, Owen said. Coming here, saying 2 o'clock. I need to know if this is something you've thought through or something that keeps happening to you. Simon looked at him. For a moment, the control was very visible, the effort of maintaining it, the kind of effort that suggested what was underneath was not small. Both, Simon said. It is both of those things. Owen absorbed this. Okay, he said, after a moment. That isn't very satisfying, Simon said. No, Owen agreed. But I believe it. Eli came back with a stick. They walked back toward the gate together, the three of them, in the gray November afternoon. And Owen walked beside Simon with the knowledge that something was here, and something was also not yet resolved, and the two things were not in contradiction. They were just the shape of it, the exact, uncomfortable shape of where they were. At the gate, Eli tugged his father's sleeve. Next Saturday? He asked. Owen looked at Simon. Simon looked at Owen. Ask Owen, Simon said. Eli turned. His expression was patient, direct, entirely confident. Next Saturday, he said. Next Saturday, Owen said. He went back to the tube. He walked through the November afternoon with the particular quality of a person carrying something they have not yet figured out what to do with but cannot put down. The clinic adjustment, the overnight schedule, 3 months of small, careful interventions that were clinical and also personal and that Simon had made without telling Owen they were being made. It was warm, and it was not quite all right, and he was going to need to think about what the difference between those two things actually meant. He went underground. He thought about it the whole way home. Chapter 15, The Cost of Mercy. The meeting with Dr. Vale happened on a Wednesday. Simon had known it was coming. He had known it the way he knew most things that were approaching, through accumulated small signals, none individually conclusive, collectively forming a pattern. A comment Vale had made in passing at the end of last month's department meeting, directed at no one in particular and therefore at everyone. The review of the rotation assessment that had taken slightly longer than usual. The way Vale had paused at Simon's name in the September cohort summary. Leander Vale was not a man who scheduled meetings without intent. He was also not a man who was imprecise. He called the meeting on a Wednesday afternoon with a 2-day lead and a calendar invitation whose subject line read, Rotation Review and General Housekeeping, which meant it was not purely housekeeping. Simon arrived 2 minutes early, which was his habit. Vale was already there. Vale's office was everything Simon's was not. South-facing, large, the window overlooking the hospital's main courtyard rather than a ventilation shaft. It was not extravagantly furnished, but it was deliberately arranged, the kind of office that communicated authority through the quality of its quiet rather than its display. Simon had been in this room enough times that the arrangement was familiar, and familiar was useful. He did not spend cognitive resource on the environment. Simon, said Vale, sit down. Simon sat. The cohort review, Vale said, setting a file on the table. I've read the assessments. Very solid group this year, particularly on the internal medicine side. Your write-ups were thorough. Thank you. Castillo, Vale said, without preamble. Simon kept his face still. He had been expecting this name. Expecting it did not make hearing it land less precisely. Good assessment, Vale said. Exceptional was the word Sarmiento used. You were more measured in your language, but the substance was consistent. He's a strong resident, Simon said. Unusual diagnostic instincts. Yes. Vale looked at him. I noticed that he came back to the ward after the end of his shift on the 14th. The Bay 3 deterioration. He did. I acknowledged the boundary issue and sent him home. After showing him the troponin result, Vale said. Simon said nothing. Vale's expression was not hostile. It was the expression of a man conducting an assessment and withholding his conclusions until the evidence was assembled. He had been doing this for 30 years, and he was very good at it. He's not the first resident to come back after hours, Vale said. It's actually a positive indicator in moderation. What I'm noting is the cumulative picture. He looked at the file. 3 schedule adjustments in the first rotation, 2 of which specifically rearranged Castillo's workload. Simon had known this was also coming. He had known at the moment Vale's name appeared in the meeting request. The overnight configuration in week 7 was inadvisable for a resident at that stage, Simon said. I applied a standard protocol. To 2 other residents as well, yes. I checked. Vale looked at him over his glasses. The Tuesday clinic adjustment was less standard. The allocation was disproportionate. It was also within normal variation for a mixed clinic. Vale's tone was measured, not accusatory, precise. I'm not suggesting the decisions were clinically wrong, Simon. I'm suggesting they may have been weighted by a factor outside the clinical assessment. The silence that followed was the kind that occupied a room rather than simply filling it. I'm aware of how this might look, Simon said. I'm sure you are. Vale set the file down. You're one of the most rigorous people I've supervised. That's why I'm raising it now rather than letting it develop. Because if something is there, you will handle it with more discipline than almost anyone else I know, but you need to have acknowledged it first. Simon looked at the window. The courtyard outside was ordinary. A bench, a path, a woman crossing toward the main entrance with her coat held against the wind. I am aware that my interest in Dr. Castillo's development has not been purely clinical, Simon said. He said it cleanly, without elaboration, without softening, without the careful management he brought to most disclosures of anything personal. This was not a personal conversation. This was an institutional one, and it required institutional precision. Vale looked at him. Something moved in his expression that was not quite surprise. Has anything occurred? Vale said. That would require a formal declaration? No, unambiguous. The rotation ended Friday. The direct supervisory relationship is over. He's still in the hospital. He's on Fenwick's team. Respiratory. I have no managerial or evaluative role in that placement. And personally, Simon looked at the window. I am managing it, he said. Vale's silence had a particular quality. Not disapproval exactly. The specific quality of a man who understood what was being said and what was being asked and was deciding how much of it was his to weigh. Managing it, Vale said. That's an interesting phrase. I'm being careful. You are always careful, Simon. Vale looked at him with a combination of regard and wariness that had characterized their relationship for 6 years. Vale, who valued Simon's excellence and was alert to the cost of it, who had never quite pushed hard enough to be intrusive and had never quite let things alone enough to be uninvested. I'm asking whether careful is sufficient. Simon thought about Saturday. He thought about the park and the gate and 2 o'clock and Owen's voice saying, I want to understand whether you know what you're doing. I don't know yet, Simon said. Vale absorbed this. He looked, briefly, like a man who had not been expecting that specific answer, which was its own kind of response. The hospital has formal processes for disclosed relationships between staff at different levels of hierarchy, Vale said. They're not punitive. They're structural protections. I know the processes. I'm not suggesting you need to use them now. I'm noting that they exist, and that they exist for reasons, and that if the situation changes, your awareness of them should become your first action rather than your last. Understood, Simon said. Vale picked up his pen. He looked at the file for a moment with the expression of a man closing an item. You have a child, Vale said. It was not a question. Simon went still. I've inferred this over several years. I've respected the inference rather than asking directly. I'm mentioning it now only because it seems relevant to how you're approaching this. Vale looked up, not as leverage, as context. Simon said nothing for a moment. The courtyard outside was empty now, the woman gone. Yes, he said. Then you have more to protect than most, Vale said. And I imagine you know that better than I could tell you. Edo. Then I'll say only this. Vale set the pen down. I've watched you manage yourself into a smaller and smaller space for 6 years, Simon. You are excellent. You're also visibly not content. Those two facts are going to come into conflict eventually, and I would rather you navigate that conflict deliberately than have it navigate you. He paused. That is the housekeeping portion of this meeting. He opened the file again and moved to the department administrative matters, and Simon sat with what had just been said and felt it settle in the specific way that true things settled. Not comfortably, but accurately. He answered the administrative questions. He reviewed the scheduling notes. He agreed to the 2 department meetings in December and the curriculum review in January. He stood, and Vale stood, and they shook hands in the slightly formal way of 2 colleagues who respected each other in the complicated way of men who could not quite be friends. At the door, Vale said, "How is the child?" Simon paused. 7, he said. He has strong opinions about beetles. Vale's expression shifted. It was a small thing, barely visible, the ghost of something that in a less restrained face would have been a smile. That sounds about right, he said. Good evening, Simon. Simon went back to his office. He sat at his desk and did not immediately open the next administrative file. He sat in the small room with the ventilation shaft and the strip of sky and thought about what Vale had said. I've watched you manage yourself into a smaller and smaller space. He had always understood this about himself, in the abstract. He had understood it as a cost he was paying and a choice he was making, and the choosing had felt like the responsible action when the alternative was exposure and exposure was risk. Vale had named it differently, not as a choice, as something happening to him, a progression, a contraction that was ongoing and that would continue unless he decided it should stop. He thought about Owen's voice in the park. I want to understand whether you know what you're doing. He thought about his own answer, both. He thought about Eli and the beetle drawing and the 2 sticks propped against the bedside table and the simple confidence of a child who had decided that Owen was one of the things that belonged in a Saturday. He opened the administrative file. He read it. He made the notes he needed to make. He went to collect Eli from Tomas, and the evening was ordinary in all the ways evenings were ordinary, and he made dinner and read the dragon book and put Eli to bed. He stood in the doorway in the dark as he did every night and watched his son sleep. He thought, I've been building a life that is very good at surviving. He thought, I'm less certain it is very good at living. He closed Eli's door. He went to the kitchen. He poured a glass of water. He stood at the kitchen window, looking at the street below, the ordinary November night, someone walking a dog, a car going slowly, the light from the flat across the way where someone moved behind a curtain. He thought about the schedule adjustments. He thought about how he had told Owen both were true, standard protocol and something else. He had told Owen this because Owen had asked, and because Owen had looked at him in the park with the specific directness of a person who would not accept a managed answer, and because Simon had discovered, somewhere in the last 10 weeks, that he was beginning to find the managed answers harder to deliver to this particular person. That was not a problem he could solve by managing more carefully. That was the whole thing. He stood at the kitchen window and thought about it with the honest attention of a man who had, when pressed, told Leander Vale that he didn't know yet whether careful was sufficient. He thought, the cost of mercy is that it requires you to extend it to yourself eventually. He drank the water. He turned off the kitchen light. He went to bed. He did not sleep for a long time. Chapter 16. Everything you didn't tell me. It was Nico who found out first. This was not something Owen could have predicted, and it was not something Nico had gone looking for. It happened the way most damaging things happened in hospitals, sideways, in a corridor, during a conversation that was about something else entirely. Nico was on hematology, 3 floors up from Owen's respiratory rotation, and their schedules had been misaligning badly enough that their flat dinners had become twice weekly at best. Owen had adjusted to the rhythm of Dr. Fenwick's team with the same systematic application he brought to all new environments. And Dr. Fenwick was a different kind of consultant to Simon, warmer in manner, less exacting, given to long explanatory digressions that were educational and occasionally exhausting. Owen liked her. He did not find her particularly difficult to think clearly around, which was its own kind of relief and its own kind of ache. The Saturday park visits had continued. 3 weeks of them now. Eli and the stick and the beetle knowledge expanding steadily outward. Simon and Owen walking in the particular proximity of two people who had acknowledged what they were to each other and had not yet decided what to do about it. They talked about work because work was the shared language, and it was an honest one. They talked about Eli because Eli was there and was easy to talk about. They talked, occasionally, about small things, the kind of small things conversation that two people have when they are learning the texture of each other's ordinary life. Simon did not touch him. Owen did not push. The restraint was mutual and deliberate and charged with the kind of potential that made a Tuesday afternoon at a nurse's station feel charged in retrospect. It was working, Owen told himself. Whatever this was, it was working. Then Nico texted him on a Thursday. "Can you meet me for lunch?" Not a question. The canteen. 12:15. Nico was already there when Owen arrived, which was unusual. Nico was never early. He had the expression of a man who had been sitting with something for long enough that the sitting had become uncomfortable. "What's wrong?" Owen said. Nico looked at him. "Sit down." Owen sat. "I had a drink with Priya on Tuesday," Nico said. Priya, third-year resident, efficient, who had handed over to Owen during that brutal second-week shift. She's been on internal medicine since September. She knows the rotation structure well. "I know who Priya is." She mentioned something. Nico's hands were flat on the table. He was doing the thing he did when he had decided to say a difficult thing and was giving himself no further chances to reconsider. She said that in the first rotation, there was a period where Ward was tracking your assessments separately from the rest of the cohort, running a parallel review, looking at your notes on individual patients after the fact, cross-referencing them with the case outcomes. Owen looked at him. That's not unusual. He does thorough supervision. For everyone equally? I don't know what he does for everyone. I only know what he did for me. Priya said she'd been on his rotation twice, Nico said. She said she'd never seen him do a parallel case review for a single resident before. She said it was the kind of attention you give someone you're either very worried about or very interested in. He paused. Her words. Owen was quiet. "There's more," Nico said. "I'm sorry. I looked into it because I wanted to know what I was actually telling you." "What did you find?" "The Tuesday clinic adjustment isn't the only one. I talked to Dr. Okafor. He said in week 4, there was a teaching session that got moved. A clinical case conference that should have had 3 residents in it, including you. It got moved so that you were the only resident. Just you and Ward." Owen remembered the week 4 case conference. He remembered arriving early and finding Simon already in the room and the correction about flagging the secondary renal findings and the light coming in from the window. He had thought he was early. He had thought the others were running late. He arranged for the others to not be there. Owen said, "It looks that way." Okafor thought it was a scheduling thing at the time. He said he looked back at it later and couldn't find the official reason for the change. Owen looked at the table. He looked at his lunch, which he was no longer going to eat. "There's one more thing," Nico said. He looked like he would rather not be saying it. "Tell me, the Hoffman case. You told me he gave you Hoffman because you were ready for it, because it was the right challenge at the right time." He said that. "I talked to the registrar who runs the case allocation. She said Hoffman was originally going to Dr. Okafor. Ward moved it specifically to your list 2 weeks before you got it." The silence in the canteen had the particular quality of a silence that was its own kind of noise. Around them, the ordinary machinery continued. Trays and cues and conversation that was about normal things. Owen thought about the break room in week 8. He had not been meant to hear that. Ward passing by. Ward stopping. Ward listening to Owen say, "Ward gave me the Hoffman case." Ward listening to Okafor say, "He doesn't give complicated cases to residents who are just looking good." He thought about standing in his office afterward, as Owen had imagined him, sitting with what he'd heard without naming it. He thought about the schedule adjustments he had already known about, the clinic list, the overnight configuration, which Simon had acknowledged as both things at once. He had found those out himself, and asked directly, and Simon had told him partly, and he had held that answer carefully, and told himself it was enough to know. Both. Standard protocol and something else. He had not known the something else went that far. He was building something around me. Owen said. Nico said nothing. Without telling me, Owen heard his own voice, which was very level and very controlled. The voice he used when a clinical situation required clear thinking before any feeling. Without asking whether I wanted it. Owen. He was making decisions about my experience, my education, my clinical development. Decisions that were partly about caring about me and partly about having access to me. And he didn't tell me any of it. I think he was trying to help, Nico said carefully. I know he was trying to help. Owen looked at him. That's not the part that's the problem. Nico was quiet. The part that's the problem, Owen said, is that he decided what I needed. He decided what was good for me. He arranged my world around those decisions without giving me any say in any of it, without trusting me with the reason. And while he was doing that, I was walking around thinking that I was earning the Hoffman case, that I was developing on my own timeline, that I was building something. He stopped, that I was becoming someone he trusted. You were, Nico said. That's not wrong, just because he made me feel like I was being seen. Owen said, while he was making me invisible to myself. I couldn't see the shape of what was happening because he'd arranged it so I couldn't. The word arranged sat between them. Nico leaned forward slightly. What are you going to do? Owen looked at the table. He looked at his hands, which were still and flat on the surface. The way hands went when the person they were attached to was managing something that required all available resource. He thought about the park. 3 Saturdays. Simon saying 2 o'clock. Simon saying it was a short walk. Simon standing at the park gate with his hands in his coat pockets watching Owen come through, with the expression of a man who had allowed himself something and was afraid of what allowing it meant. He thought about, I want to understand whether you know what you're doing. He thought about both. He thought about walking in the park and thinking that what they had was new and uncertain and built on honest ground, that whatever it was becoming it with both of them awake to it and choosing it. I need to talk to him, Owen said. Tonight? I don't know. He picked up his tray. He stood. I need to think first. I can't do this when I'm still inside the feeling. Nico watched him. He had the expression of a man who had given someone information they needed and was now carrying the cost of having given it. I'm sorry, Nico said. I thought about not telling you. I decided that wasn't better. It's not better, Owen agreed. Thank you. He took his tray to the rack. He went back to the respiratory ward and did his afternoon rounds with the thorough professional competence of someone who had learned, over months of demanding shifts, to separate the work from everything that was not the work. He was excellent at this. He did not call Simon that evening. He did not call on Friday either. On Saturday, he did not go to the park. He sat in the flat while Nico worked a morning shift and looked at the wall and thought about it carefully, the way he thought about things he needed to understand rather than simply feel. He tried to be fair, which was the thing he always tried to be, the reflex of a man who had spent his whole life trying to find the charitable interpretation. The charitable interpretation was Simon cared about him. Simon had been caring in the specific private language of logistics and arrangement, protecting through action before he could protect through language, which was a thing Owen had identified early and understood as part of how Simon moved in the world. The schedule adjustments were real clinical care. The case selections were educationally sound. He could not argue that they had harmed him. The unkind interpretation was Simon had been building a controlled environment, a managed situation. He had shaped the conditions of Owen's professional life around his own feelings for Owen without Owen's knowledge or consent, had given Owen an experience of being seen and valued that was partly constructed, and had made choices on Owen's behalf because it was easier to arrange than to be honest. Both interpretations were true. Both things could be true, and the second one could still be the thing that broke it. He thought about what he had always known about himself, that he had spent his whole life being the easy one, the adaptable one, the one who could make himself welcome without ever believing he was essential. He had learned to recognize the shape of being loved provisionally, around the edges, in fragments. He had learned to be grateful for the fragments because the alternative was nothing. Simon had been giving him fragments and calling it care. And Owen had been so hungry for the thing that was in the fragments that he had not looked clearly at the shape of the container. That was the part that was hardest to sit with. Not that Simon had managed him, but that Owen had let it happen, had been grateful for it, had told himself it was enough to know both things at once, the clinical and the personal, the standard protocol and the something else. It was not enough. He stood up. He went to the kitchen. He made tea and drank at the kitchen table and looked at the Saturday morning light coming through the window. He thought about Eli, which he had been trying not to do. He thought about a child who had decided Owen was one of the things that belonged in a Saturday, who had asked, with total confidence, the same question 3 weeks running, who had kept a beetle drawing and showed it at the gate and brought the second stick out of the park in his hands with the conviction of a child who understood that things worth keeping were worth bringing home. He thought about what it would mean for Eli if Owen kept going to the park. He thought about what it would mean for Eli if Owen stopped. He thought, the kindest thing to do is not to build something with a child that you can't sustain. He thought, you cannot sustain something with Simon until Simon learns to stop making decisions for you. He finished the tea. He sent a text. I'm not coming to the park today. I'm sorry. I'll explain when I can. He put the phone on the table. He waited. The reply came 11 minutes later. One word. Okay. Owen looked at that word for a long time. He turned his phone over so the screen was face down. He sat in the Saturday morning quiet and felt the specific weight of something he had been carrying for months finally stop pretending it wasn't heavy. It was not anger. He had been bracing for anger and it had not arrived. What had arrived was something quieter and more careful. The feeling of a person who has looked clearly at a thing and understood it and is now deciding, with full information, what they can and cannot accept. He was not going to decide today. He was going to give himself until he could speak without the edge in his voice that came when something important had been lost. Because he did not want to have this conversation in anger. He wanted to have it honestly, and honestly required that he first understand what he was actually feeling beneath the part that was hurt. He sat with it. He was still sitting with it when Nico came home at 3 and found him at the kitchen table. Nico looked at the table, at the phone, face down, at Owen. Did you go to the park? He asked. No. Nico took off his coat. He sat down across from Owen with the ease of someone who understood when to wait. They sat. I would have stayed, Owen said, finally. Not to Nico exactly. To himself, to the room, to the specific shape of the thing he was holding. If he'd told me, if he'd said, I care about you, and I'm afraid, and I made some decisions I shouldn't have made without asking you, I would have stayed. Nico said nothing. That's the part he never trusted me with. Owen said, not the feelings, not even the sun, the honesty about the feelings, the choice. He turned the phone over. Simon's single word was still there. Okay. He put the phone in his pocket. He stood up and went to stand at the window, looking down at the street, the ordinary Saturday of it, a man with a dog, a child on a bicycle, the light doing whatever November light did, going on without asking anyone's permission. He thought, I need to talk to him. He thought, I need to be ready to say what I actually mean when I do. He looked out the window a moment longer. Then he went to make dinner, because dinner was what came next, and the next thing was always what came next, and he had learned in months of long shifts and bad nights that moving forward did not require knowing the destination, only the next step. He was not finished with Simon. He was not ready to be finished. But he was finished with a version of this where he asked for less than he deserved. Chapter 17. Du noir. Simon's phone was face up on the kitchen table when the text arrived. He read it once. He put the phone down. He stood at the kitchen counter with both hands flat on the surface and looked at the tile grout and thought nothing, very deliberately, for approximately 45 seconds. I'm not coming to the park today. I'm sorry. I'll explain when I can. He typed OK because he had no other word available that was honest and restrained and did not ask for anything Owen was not ready to give. He stood at the counter for a moment longer. Eli was in the front room, already dressed in his Saturday clothes, which included the school sweatshirt because its retirement had been ongoing for weeks and showed no sign of completion. He had been told they were going to the park. He had asked twice already if it was time yet. Simon was going to have to explain. He went to the front room. Eli looked up. He had the book in his lap, the Dragon and Lighthouse one, which had been completed and restarted from the beginning because he had decided the dragon's early chapters deserved more consideration. He looked at Simon's face with the uncanny accuracy of a child who had learned to read the specific quality of Simon's controlled expressions. "Is Owen not coming?" he said. "Not today," Simon said. Eli looked at him. He did not ask why. He looked down at the book and turned a page, which was his version of accepting something without having to say he was accepting it. "We can still go to the park," Simon said. "I know," Eli said. They went to the park. It was gray and still, the November version of the park, the playground slightly damp and the grass going brown at the edges. Eli found a stick because Eli always found a stick and walked with it. He did not run. He did not narrate the beetle science at Simon. He walked, and Simon walked beside him, and the park was quieter than it had been on the previous 3 Saturdays. Simon noted this. He noted the specific quality of Eli's quiet, which was not sulking and was not sadness exactly, but was the quiet of a child who has made a small adjustment to his expectations and is carrying it without drama, because he has learned from somewhere that some things are not explained. This observation sat heavily. They went home. Simon made lunch. Eli ate it with the efficiency of a child who was hungry and not in the mood for the performance of enjoying it. He said, "The stick is good," gesturing to the one propped against the kitchen doorframe. He said, "Can I watch television?" Simon said yes. Eli went. Simon washed the lunch things. He stood at the sink with the hot water running over his hands, which he did not need, but which gave him something to do with them, and thought about the text and the one word he had sent back and what Owen's silence in the 3 days before it had meant. He had known something was wrong since Thursday. He had identified it in the particular way he identified most things, through pattern. Owen texted regularly, not often, but with the rhythm of someone who was integrating another person into the ordinary calendar of their thoughts. A question about a patient they had shared, a reference to something that had come up on the respiratory ward, a text from the tube that was not about anything in particular and which was, in its own quiet way, about everything in particular. It was the rhythm of someone choosing to maintain a connection, and on Thursday the rhythm had stopped, and Simon had recognized the stop the way you recognize the sudden absence of a sound you had stopped consciously noticing. He had not contacted Owen. He had waited. He had told himself the waiting was respect for Owen's space. He was not certain that was the whole truth. He dried his hands. He put the tea towel back on the rack. He went to his office and sat at his desk and opened the week's administrative reading, which he had been deferring for 2 days and which required his attention. He read 4 sentences before he put it down. He sat at his desk in his small office and thought about what Owen might have found out. He had been aware, from the beginning, that the adjustments were a potential exposure, not the individual decisions themselves, each of which was defensible on clinical and educational grounds. The cumulative picture. He had made multiple decisions across multiple weeks that were rooted in care for Owen and that were not fully separable from the feeling that accompanied that care, and he had made all of them without Owen's knowledge. He had told himself this was discretion. He had told himself it was how he cared for people, through logistics, through the practical management of circumstances. He had told himself that Owen did not need to know that a schedule had been changed or a case moved, because the knowing would have made it complicated and the not knowing let it simply be help. He had, and he was being honest with himself in a way he had not been fully honest before, been afraid of what Owen would say if he knew. Not afraid of Owen's anger, afraid of what Owen would see. A consultant who had rearranged a resident's professional experience around his own feelings for that resident, who had sat with the feelings in his office and managed them in the rotation schedule rather than facing them directly, who had been giving Owen the care he could not yet be honest about and calling it supervision. He had protected Owen. He had also protected himself. The phone was on the desk. He looked at it. Owen had said, "I'll explain when I can," which meant he was deciding something, which meant whatever he had found out had not simply hurt him, but had shifted something, the specific kind of shift that came before a decision, and the decision was not made yet. Simon sat with this. He thought about what his role in this was now. He thought about it with the clinical detachment he could not fully sustain, but which he reached for anyway, because it was the framework he had for clear thinking. The honest assessment was, He had put Owen in a compromised position. He had benefited from proximity that he had partly arranged. He had allowed a relationship to develop in the spaces between arrangements he had made without consent. And he had done it. He had to admit this now, in the way he had always done difficult things, by controlling the conditions rather than confronting the feeling. Vale had said, "I've watched you manage yourself into a smaller and smaller space." This was not smaller. This was the opposite of smaller. This was him reaching into someone else's life and making it the shape he needed it to be and calling it care. He stood up. He went to check on Eli, who was asleep on the sofa with the television on and his sock feet on the cushions, and the stick somehow having migrated from the kitchen doorframe to being propped against the sofa arm. Simon turned the television down. He stood in the doorway of the front room and watched his son sleep. He thought, what would Owen say? He thought he knew. Owen would say he had been managed instead of trusted. Owen would say he had been given an experience of their connection that was partly constructed, that he had been walking towards something, believing it was real and discovering it was arranged. He would say, "I would have stayed if you'd told me." And that line would be the truest part of it, the part that cut deepest because it was right. Owen would have stayed. Owen had been trying to stay. Owen had been offering patience and honesty and the specific generosity of a man who understood that opening up was hard and had been waiting carefully for Simon to get there. And Simon had been rearranging the furniture around him instead. He went back to his office. He sat down. He thought about the right thing to do. The right thing, his mind told him, with the cold precision of a man applying principle to feeling, was to give Owen space. To let Owen decide. To not reach out until Owen reached out, because Owen was owed the decision and Simon had already taken enough decisions that were not his to take. He told himself this was principle. He told himself it was respect for Owen's autonomy. He sat with that for a long time. He thought about the park. He thought about Owen in the October light, walking beside him without agenda, asking Eli about beetles, eating the seeded pastry with the unself-conscious enjoyment of someone who had found something genuinely good. He thought about Owen in the corridor outside the conference room on the last Friday, saying 2 o'clock, not as a question. He thought about Owen in the night ward, returning on his own time to check a patient, standing at the nurse's station in his own clothes with no professional reason to be there, and the way the ward had felt and the specific conversation they had had about whether Saturday was available. He had wanted to say yes to Saturday the moment Owen asked. He had wanted to say it fully and without management. He had said it sideways in the specific way he said everything that mattered, and Owen had understood because Owen always understood, and he had come to the park 3 Saturdays running because he was the kind of man who showed up when he said he would. That man was now sitting somewhere, deciding, and Simon was going to give him the space to decide. This was the right thing. He opened the administrative reading. He read it. He made the notes. He went to bed. He lay in the dark and thought about what he had built and what he had cost and what he did not get to have because he had arranged things instead of asking for them. He thought, this is the correct decision. Distance is what Owen needs. Space is what Owen needs. What Simon needs is irrelevant. He thought, I know how to do this. I've been doing this for years. He thought, at the very end, with the honesty that came only when he was tired enough to stop managing it. Doing it correctly does not mean doing it without cost. He turned onto his side. He slept badly, and in the morning the flat was ordinary, and Eli was ordinary, and the working week began again with its clinical priorities and its correct decisions and the particular discipline of a man who had told himself the thing he felt was not the most important thing and had believed it before and would believe it again. He made it to Wednesday. On Wednesday, Raphael appeared at his office door with a coffee in each hand and the expression of a man who had decided to do something he had been putting off. Sit, said Simon. I'm bringing you coffee, Raphael said. I'm allowed to sit. He came in and sat in the one chair not currently occupied by files. He put the coffee on the corner of Simon's desk. He did not say anything for a moment, which was not like Raphael, who was normally comfortable filling silence. Then he said, You look terrible. Thank you, Simon said. Not the tired kind, the other kind. Simon looked at him. Raphael picked up his own coffee. He looked at it. He looked at Simon. Whoever it is, he said, carefully, is it the resident? Simon was quiet for a long moment. It was not a denial, and they both knew that. You could talk to me, Raphael said. I'm not going to tell anyone. You know I'm not going to tell anyone. I know, Simon said. And I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm going to drink this coffee and listen to whatever you say and tell you what I think as a person rather than as a colleague. And what you do with it is entirely up to you. Raphael looked at him steadily. You have been alone for a long time, Simon. Some of that was necessity. Some of it, I think, has become habit. Simon did not answer. Has something happened? Raphael asked. He found out, Simon said, about the schedule adjustments. Some of them. Raphael absorbed this. He did not look surprised exactly. He looked like a man who had suspected something like this and was now fitting the shape of it to the shape he had imagined. Did you arrange things around him? Raphael asked, not accusatory, genuinely asking. Yes. Without telling him. Yes. Raphael looked at his coffee. That's a complicated thing to explain. I know. Has he asked for an explanation? Not yet. He said he'd explain when he can. He didn't come to the park on Saturday. Raphael nodded slowly. He was quiet for a moment, the specific quality of Raphael's quiet, which was never empty, but thinking. Here is what I observe, Raphael said. You're sitting in an office deciding that the correct thing is to give him space, which is probably not wrong. But I think you're also doing the thing where you decide the ethical option and the option that costs you the most are always the same option, and then you commit to it very thoroughly, so you don't have to examine whether you've mistaken one for the other. Simon looked at him. Giving him space is right, Raphael said. Deciding in advance that nothing will come of it is a different decision disguised as the same one. He picked up his coffee. I just want you to know the difference. Simon sat with that. Raphael drank his coffee. He did not push further. He talked about the department meeting and the new respiratory registrar in Mateo's school concert, and Simon listened and responded and felt the low warmth that Raphael's company reliably produced, the warmth of being in a room with someone who had known him for years and chosen, repeatedly, to remain. After Raphael left, Simon sat alone. He thought about the difference. He sat with it for a long time. He did not pick up his phone. He was protecting Owen. He was protecting himself. He could not yet tell, sitting in the small office with the ventilation shaft view and the accumulated files of a professional life, where the line between those two things was. He was going to need to find it. Chapter 18. The rotation ends. The respiratory rotation ended on a Thursday. There was no ceremony to it. Dr. Fenwick thanked the team in the corridor outside the ward, which took 4 minutes and involved handshakes and a brief individual word with each resident, and Owen's individual word was, "You have a good eye for the unusual presentation," which was warm and meant sincerely, and which landed with the specific quality of a compliment from someone who did not know they were describing the second-best version of what Owen was capable of. He thanked her. He shook her hand. He went to the locker room and changed out of his scrubs. The next rotation assignment was posted at noon. Cardiology. 3rd floor. Starting Monday. He stood in front of the board and read it and thought, further from respiratory, about the same distance from internal medicine. Not that distance was relevant anymore, or should be. The formal hierarchy was long dissolved. The informal proximity of the working day was the only geography that remained, and cardiology was its own world. He put the assignment in his pocket. He thought about Simon. He had been thinking about Simon for 18 days in the specific way of someone who had made a decision and was waiting for the right moment to act on it. He had identified what he needed to say. He had written it, not in a message, but in his head, the way he worked through clinical cases he hadn't solved yet. Returning to it, checking the reasoning, making sure the conclusion held up under examination. It held up. The conclusion was, I need you to tell me the truth. Not the managed version. The truth. And I need you to let me decide what to do with it. He had been waiting for the right moment with the patience of a man who had learned that the right moment in medicine and the right moment in everything else shared one characteristic. It did not announce itself, and you had to create it. Today was not the right moment, because today he was finishing a rotation and starting a new one, and the day had the wrong quality for something that required his whole attention. He went home. Nico was in the kitchen, which was unusually early for a Thursday, and he had the expression of someone who had been waiting. I transferred, Nico said. Owen stopped in the doorway. What? I requested a transfer to the cardiac surgery rotation. Nico looked at him with the careful expression of someone who has made a decision and is not entirely certain of its reception. It's a better fit for where I want to go. And he paused. You and I are at different hospitals now, technically on overlap rotations. We won't be on the same floor. Owen looked at him. You transferred so we wouldn't be in each other's professional orbit. I transferred because cardiothoracic is where I want to be, Nico said. The other thing is also true. Owen sat down at the kitchen table. He put his bag on the floor. He looked at Nico, who was looking back at him with the equanimity of someone who had thought this through. You don't have to do that, Owen said. I know I don't have to. Nico sat down across from him. The cardiac surgery opportunity is real. But I would also prefer that when things eventually happen with you and Ward, the professional map is clean. No questions about whether I knew, whether I influenced anything, whether there's a conflict of interest. Clean. Owen absorbed this. You're assuming things will eventually happen. Yes, Nico said, without apology. Because you haven't stopped thinking about him for 4 months, and you're not going to until you've had the actual conversation, and then the two of you will either figure it out or you won't, and either way, I'd rather be at a different hospital when it happens. Owen looked at the table. He looked at his hands. I haven't spoken to him since the Saturday I texted, he said. I know. He sent okay and didn't follow up. I thought he might. Owen heard himself say this and noted the quality of it. Not a complaint, just a fact, a thing observed. He didn't. He's waiting for you to decide, Nico said. I know that too. Owen looked up. I've decided. I've known what I need to say for almost 3 weeks. I keep waiting for the right moment, and there isn't one. There isn't, Nico agreed. There's just the moment you go. Owen nodded. They made dinner together, the easy shared kitchen of 2 people who had been living together long enough that cooking side by side required no negotiation. They talked about the new rotations and Nico's reasons for cardiothoracic and the specific consultant Nico would be working under who had a reputation for either brilliance or tyranny, depending on who you asked. After dinner, Owen sat with his tea and turned his phone over in his hands without opening it. Tonight, Nico said. No, Owen said. Tomorrow, after the morning shift. He went to bed. He lay in the dark and went through what he was going to say, not rehearsing it, more the way you ran a pre-shift checklist, making sure everything was accounted for, making sure you hadn't missed anything important. He had not missed anything. He knew what he felt, and he knew what he needed, and he knew what the difference was between accepting it and not. He fell asleep before midnight, which was unusual and which felt like the sleep of someone who had made a decision and was resting in it. In the morning, he did his handover. He cleared his locker on the respiratory floor for the last time. He handed his ward keys back to the nurse coordinator, who said he was welcome back any time, which was a standard thing said at the end of rotations and which Owen received with the warmth it was meant to have. He went to cardiology first, briefly, to find the registrar and confirm his Monday start. That took 12 minutes. He walked back through the hospital's central corridor, past the lifts, past the cafe on the ground floor where the smell of coffee was not good, but was present in the way of familiar things. He was at the door of the stairwell when he stopped. He stood there. He thought, this is what you've been waiting for. The moment after one thing ends and before another begins. You are in no rotation. You have no ward. You're just a person in a hospital corridor with nothing to do for the next 3 hours except the thing you need to do. He did not go to Simon's office. He stood in the corridor for approximately 90 seconds. He went up the stairs. Simon's office was on the 3rd floor, down the short corridor past the registrar's room and around the corner where the offices narrowed. Owen had never been to it. He had never had occasion to go there. He knew it was there the way he knew the layout of the building. From repeated passage, from the structural sense you developed of a place you spent most of your waking hours in. He knocked. Come in, said Simon's voice. Owen opened the door. The office was smaller than he had expected. One window facing what appeared to be a ventilation shaft, a desk stacked with files, but organized in the specific way of a person whose system only looked like accumulation, a chair that had seen better decades, a narrow strip of November sky visible above the ventilation unit outside. Simon was at the desk. He was in his white coat, glasses on, a pen in one hand, looking at Owen with an expression that moved through surprise and something else and settled quickly into careful. "Castillo," he said, "I know you probably have things to do." Owen said, "I won't take long." Simon looked at him. He put the pen down. He did not say, "I'm not busy," which would have been politeness. He said, "Sit down." Owen sat in the chair across the desk. The office was very quiet. The ventilation unit outside the window made a low, steady sound. He looked at Simon, who was looking at him with the controlled expression and the visible effort of the control, which Owen had learned to read over months and could still read accurately. "You found out about the case allocations," Simon said. "In the teaching session in week 4, Owen said. "In the parallel case review." Simon was quiet. He looked at the desk for a moment, then back at Owen. "How much?" he said. "Meaning, how much do you know?" "Enough," Owen said. "I know you made several decisions across the rotation that were shaped by what you felt for me. I know you didn't tell me. I know that some of them were also sound clinical decisions, and that the two things are not mutually exclusive." He paused. He had rehearsed this not as a speech, but as a clarity. He was going to say it clearly. "What I need you to understand," Owen said, "is what it did to me. Not the schedule, not the cases, the not knowing. I spent months building what I thought was a real sense of my own development, a real sense of being seen and valued and growing as a doctor. And some of that was real, and some of it was arranged, and I couldn't tell the difference because you decided I didn't need to know the difference." Simon was very still. "I would have stayed," Owen said, "if you told me you cared about me, and it was complicating your judgment, and you were trying to do right by me and not always succeeding. I would have stayed through that." He looked at Simon steadily. "But you didn't let me choose. You made the arrangement and let me live inside it, and that is not the same as being trusted." The silence that followed was the specific silence of a room in which something true has been said. Simon looked at his desk. His thumb moved once across the edge of his pen, which was still lying where he had put it, and Owen recognized the gesture and felt the particular ache of recognizing a tell on a face that had become familiar. "I know," Simon said. It was not a defense. It was not an explanation. It was simply, "I know. I know that what I was doing was a way of caring for you that didn't require me to be honest about caring for you," Simon said. "I know the distinction between those two things. I knew it while I was doing it, and I told myself the distinction didn't matter because the outcome was the same. It was not the same." He looked up. "You're right that it wasn't." Owen looked at him. "I don't have a justification," Simon said. "I have an explanation. The explanation is that I have spent a long time caring for people through logistics, because logistics are controllable and feelings are not. It is a bad habit built on a justified fear that has long since stopped being justified. I have been working on understanding this for some time, and I have not, clearly, worked on it fast enough." He paused. "That is an explanation, not an excuse. I understand the difference." Owen was quiet. There was something in Simon's voice that he had not heard before. Not distress, not apology in the performed sense. Something stripped. The voice of a man who had removed the usual management and was speaking from underneath it. "I don't need you to forgive me today," Simon said. "I'm not asking for that. I'm asking you to know that I understand what I did and that I am not going to tell you it was smaller than it was." Owen looked at him for a long moment. "I know," he said. He stood up. He stood up because if he didn't, he was going to say something more than he had come to say, and he had come to say one thing, and he had said it, and the rest needed time and not an office conversation at 11 in the morning with the ventilation unit going outside the window. "I need some time," Owen said, "to figure out what I want." "I know," Simon said. "Take it." Owen looked at him once more. The white coat, the glasses, the controlled expression that was not fully controlled, the pen lying on the desk beside a hand that was very still. He thought, "I know this face." He thought, "I'm not done with this face." He left. He walked down the stairs. He walked out of the hospital through the side entrance. He stood on the pavement in the November cold and looked at the sky, which was white and low and entirely unremarkable, and felt the specific quality of having done the thing you needed to do. He had not forgiven Simon. He had not needed to yet. He had said what he came to say, and Simon had received it without deflection and had said back the truest thing available, and that was not resolution. It was the beginning of whether resolution was possible. He put his hands in his pockets. He walked toward the tube. He thought about going back. He thought about the strip of sky above the ventilation unit visible through the office window, and what it would look like to spend 11 years choosing that window when 2 better ones have been offered. He thought, you don't get to tell someone how to be brave. You can only decide whether to wait. He went underground. He was going to wait. He just didn't know yet how long. Chapter 19, An Empty House. December arrived with the specific grimness it reserved for people who had recently lost something and found the world's insistence on continuing entirely inconsiderate. Simon did not think of it in those terms. He thought of it as the ordinary recalibration of a routine, which was what it was. The Saturdays were what they had been before Owen, him, and Eli in the park, the stick, the Beatle commentary. Eli had stopped asking whether Owen was coming. He had asked twice in the first week after the last Saturday, once with the direct simplicity of a child who believes questions deserve answers, and once more obliquely, in the way of a child who has begun to understand that some questions are not going to be answered directly and has decided to try a different approach. Simon had said, "Not today." He had said, "Grown-up schedules change." He had said it the way he said things he was not proud of saying, accurately, technically, without the part that was true. Eli had accepted this with the unreadable quietness he brought to things he had filed as uncertain and was waiting to understand better. Simon watched this filing happen and felt it the way he felt things he knew were the cost of choices he had made, not acutely, but persistently, in the way of something lodged. The hospital was the same. This was the thing about the hospital. It continued. The clinical work continued. The rotation cycle continued. The specific machine of teaching and assessment and patient care that he had been operating for 11 years continued without acknowledgement of anything that was happening in the non-clinical portions of his life. He found this both steadying and grinding, depending on the hour. He supervised the new rotation cohort. He ran the case conferences. He did the ward rounds and the teaching sessions and the administrative reviews and the departmental meetings and the corridor conversations that were the connective tissue of institutional life. He was excellent at all of it. He had always been excellent at it. The excellence was not affected by the other thing. The other thing sat in the particular compartment he had built for it and was quiet in the way of things that are quiet because they have been enclosed rather than resolved. Castillo was on cardiology. Simon knew this the way he knew all the rotation assignments, routinely as a matter of institutional awareness. He did not go to the cardiology floor. He had no clinical reason to go to the cardiology floor. He passed it once in the normal course of a long corridor shortcut and did not slow down and did not look at the ward windows and kept walking with the professional competence of a man who had been practicing this for years. He was doing all the right things. He was extremely good at doing all the right things. Raphael came by on Tuesday of the second week. He did not bring coffee this time. He sat in the chair that had become, over years of similar conversations, his default seat in this office, and said nothing for a moment. "How's the child?" he asked. "Well," Simon said, "he's doing a project on the moon. The moon is a good project. He believes the moon is underrated relative to other space objects. He has constructed a quite detailed argument." Raphael smiled. The smile had, underneath it, the quality of a man assessing something larger than the moon. "Have you heard from him?" Raphael asked. Simon knew who him referred to. He did not pretend otherwise. "No," he said. Raphael nodded. He was quiet for a moment. Then, "Is that what you expected?" "I told him to take the time he needed," Simon said. "He's taking it. And if he takes a great deal of it..." Simon looked at the window. The ventilation unit was iced slightly at the edges. December had arrived at the outer world, and the outer world was registering in small ways. "Then that will be the information," Simon said. "Simon." Raphael said his name in the specific way that meant, "I'm going to say the thing I've been deciding whether to say, and I have decided. You are a man who has made a significant error, been honest about it, and is now doing absolutely nothing to address it except waiting to see whether the other person recovers enough to come back." Simon said nothing. "That is," Raphael said, "a third way of controlling the outcome. You've moved from arranging things without asking to withdrawing without asking. Both of them let you avoid the moment where you have to say what you actually want. He asked for time, Simon said. Taking what he asked for is not control. It's respect. It's both, Raphael said, which was the same thing Owen had said about the schedule adjustments, and Simon recognized the echo of it with the specific discomfort of a pattern made visible. The question is whether it's only respect. Simon was quiet. Raphael looked at him steadily. I'm not telling you to call him tomorrow. I'm telling you to be honest with yourself about why you're not. He stood up. He went to the door. Carla says the invitation to Sunday dinner is permanent and open-ended, he said. She would specifically like Eli to come because Mateo has been told about the Moon Project and has opinions. Mateo is 5, Simon said. Mateo has remarkably developed opinions for 5. Eli would appreciate the audience. Simon almost smiled. Sunday, he said. Sunday. Raphael confirmed and left. Simon sat in the office. He thought about Raphael's observation, a third way of controlling the outcome. He thought about Helena. He thought about the custody negotiation, which had been the last time Simon had been this exposed, and which had cost him in ways that had taken years to fully understand. Not because Helena had been simply cruel. She had been frightened and she had been angry, and she had been a person who had felt locked out of a relationship with someone who could not tell her he was afraid, and she had responded to that the way people respond when they feel unseen, by finding the leverage that made them visible. Simon had not been visible to her. He had been competent and present and entirely managed, and she had understood eventually that managed was not the same as open, and open was what she needed, and he could not give her open because open had always felt like loss of control, and loss of control felt like risk, and risk felt like the thing most likely to cost him Eli. He had been doing it ever since. Managing, arranging, keeping the exposure minimal. And it had worked in a specific way that keeping your hands in your pockets worked. You did not drop anything. You also did not hold anything. He looked at his phone. Owen had not texted. It had been 18 days. He thought about what it would mean to text. Not a managed text. Not the single-word acknowledgement. Not the logistics of the hospital. A real one. The kind of text that said, I'm still here, and I am thinking about you, and I know I don't have the right to ask anything, but I want you to know the silence on my side is not indifference. He did not send it. He went home. Eli was at the kitchen table with the Moon Project materials, printouts, crayons, a piece of card that was going to be a poster and was currently still blank because Eli was composing his approach. He looked up when Simon came in. What's for dinner? Eli asked. What do you want for dinner? Eli considered. The chicken thing, he said, with the sauce. That I can do. He made the chicken thing with the sauce, and Eli ate it and told him at length about the phases of the moon and why the full moon was the most important phase and why the moon should technically be considered a coplanet rather than a satellite, which was an argument Simon found technically flawed but emotionally compelling. The moon has very loyal supporters, Simon said. The moon doesn't get enough credit, Eli said with conviction. After dinner, reading, bath, the negotiation over pages. Eli was in the middle of the reread of the Dragon book and had developed a new thesis about the lighthouse keeper, who he now believed was more important than originally assessed. Simon read 16 pages. Eli fell asleep at 12. Simon sat in the dim bedroom. He looked at his son asleep. He thought about what Eli had seen over the last year. A father who worked long hours and came home tired and was always present and never entirely available, who organized school collections and made dinner and read books with genuine pleasure, and whom Eli loved with the uncomplicated certainty of a child who had never been given reason to doubt it. He thought about what Eli had seen over the last several weeks. The Saturdays back to the before shape, just the two of them, the park and the stick, and Simon walking beside his son with the ordinary care of a parent who was good at parenting and who had, somewhere in the architecture of that parenting, a room that was locked. He thought about Owen saying, he trusts you, he doesn't have an agenda, he's easy to be honest with. He thought about what Eli's version of what had happened was. Not the adult version, the clinical dissection of what went wrong and why. The child's version, which was probably quite simple. Owen came. Then Owen stopped coming. Dad didn't explain why. He turned off the bedside lamp. He stood in the dark and held this for a long time. He thought, I've been protecting Eli from instability. He thought, I need to think carefully about what instability is. He went to the kitchen. He sat at the table in the dark. He did not turn the light on. He looked at his phone on the table. He picked it up. He put it down. He sat in the dark kitchen of the flat that was the right size for two people and thought about what it was the right size for, and whether right had always been the correct word, and whether the smallness he had built had protected anyone as thoroughly as he had believed. He sat there for a long time. The flat was warm and quiet around him. The single sleeping child in the back room. The particular quality of an occupied silence that he had built carefully and alone, and which was good, genuinely good, and which was also not enough. He had known for some time that it was not enough. He had been deferring the knowledge. He picked up his phone. He looked at Owen's last text. 18 days ago. I'm not coming to the park today. I'm sorry. I'll explain when I can. He looked at his own response. Okay. One word. He thought about what he would say if he said something. He thought about all the ways to begin, and all the ways each beginning was a management of the real sentence, a way of approaching the real sentence without saying it directly. The real sentence was, I miss you and I am afraid to need you, and the fear is a problem I am trying to solve. I do not know yet how to solve it, but I want you to know I am trying. He did not send it, not because he did not mean it, because he was not yet sure he deserved to send it. He put the phone face down. He turned the kitchen light on. He washed the dinner things that he had left in a rack. He went to bed. He lay in the dark and thought about the moon project and the chicken thing and the two sticks propped against the bedside table that had been there since October and were now simply furniture, absorbed into the landscape of Eli's room, unremarked and present. He fell asleep eventually. He did not sleep well. This had been true for some weeks. He was starting to run out of ways to tell himself it was going to stop. Chapter 20. The question Eli asks. The moon project was due on Thursday. Simon had been supporting the moon project for 2 weeks in the specific way he supported all of Eli's school projects, supplying materials without directing them, answering factual questions without leading the answers, reading the draft text when Eli requested a second opinion, and providing feedback that was honest but not corrective in the way of an adult imposing adult standards. The poster had been completed over 2 Saturdays, which was more Saturdays than it needed, but Eli had developed a view that certain sections of the poster required more detailed illustration than originally planned, and Simon had adjusted the timeline accordingly. The Thursday of the due date was a hospital day. Simon had a morning clinic, 2 consultations, and a teaching session in the afternoon. He had arranged for Tomas to take Eli to school, which Eli had accepted with equanimity, because Tomas also knew about the moon and had contributed a factoid about the lunar regolith that Eli had incorporated into the poster with great satisfaction. The project was rolled carefully in a cardboard tube. Eli carried it to the door with the gravity of someone transporting something important, which he was. Is it a good poster? Eli asked at the door. It is a very good poster, Simon said. You're not just saying that. I don't just say things. Eli considered this. Freddy's poster is on dinosaurs, he said. But dinosaurs are already very famous. The moon deserves someone defending it. I agree, Simon said. Tomas arrived. Eli put on his shoes, picked up the poster tube, and went to the door. At the door, he turned around. Are you going to tell me why Owen stopped coming? He asked. Simon looked at him. The question was plain. It had the specific quality of Eli's questions when he had been saving one for the right moment and had decided this was it. Not confrontational, not distressed, just direct in the way of a child who believed questions deserved answers and was no longer willing to defer the asking. Tomas, who had heard this, made the very slight adjustment of a man finding something interesting to look at on the far side of the doorstep. It's complicated, Simon said. Because you made him stop coming, Eli said. Or because he decided to stop? Simon did not answer immediately. Ili voitit. He had his shoes on and the poster tube under one arm, and the look of a child who had decided that being late to school was a smaller cost than not getting an answer. It's more complicated than either of those, Simon said. Eli looked at him. He looked at him with a particular quality of his gaze, which Simon had always found difficult to be managed at, because Eli's eyes had not yet learned the diplomatic half-look of an adult maintaining plausible deniability. Are you scared? Eli said. Simon was very still. The question was not unkind. It was asked with the same matter-of-fact curiosity with which Eli asked questions about beetles and moon phases and the fairness of playground equipment disputes. It was a genuine question, a child trying to understand an adult's behavior by matching it to the frameworks he had available. And the framework he had chosen was, sometimes people stop doing things because they're scared. Simon thought about what to say. He thought about the ways to deflect this. The scaled-down explanation, the gentle misdirection, the technically true but incomplete answer that would satisfy a 7-year-old for long enough that the moment passed. He knew how to do all of those things. He thought about what it cost when he did those things. He thought about what Eli had filed over months in the section of his understanding labeled, How Love Works. That Owen had come and then stopped. That Dad had not said why. That complicated meant something that did not have an answer available to children. That when difficult things happened, the explanation was not for Eli to have. He crouched down. He was not good at this. He had never been good at the specific vulnerability of making himself level with Eli and speaking to him without the benefit of adult height, which was a small power, but a real one. He did it anyway. Yes, he said, I am scared. Eli looked at him from a distance of approximately 2 feet. He processed this. Of Owen, he said. Of what happens if I let someone very close, Simon said. He was choosing his words for a 7-year-old, and he was also, in doing so, saying the exact true thing. I've learned that it can be dangerous. And I know that learning isn't always right anymore, but it's hard to stop listening to it. Eli was quiet. He looked at the poster tube. He looked back at Simon. Owen isn't dangerous, Eli said. He said it with the straightforward certainty of a child who had gathered data and reached a conclusion. I know he isn't, Simon said. Then you should tell him, Eli said, that you're scared, because then he'd know. He paused, his brow furrowed slightly with the concentration of someone working through a logical sequence. He can't help with the scared part if he doesn't know it's there. Simon looked at his son. He had been bracing since the question was asked for the version of it that would be hardest. The version from the ending documents, the versions he had rehearsed in his own head. Did you make him leave? Are you going to make everybody leave? He had not been bracing for this version, which was simpler and more direct and precisely as devastating. He can't help with the scared part if he doesn't know it's there. Tomas, from the doorstep, was very carefully not present in the conversation. He had developed the specific skill, over years of proximity to Simon, of occupying a space without intruding in it. Simon looked at Eli. He began. Stopped. That's a very clear way of thinking about it. It's what Tomas does, Eli said. When he's worried about something, he tells Mom, and then she knows, and then they sort it together. He shrugged, with the simplicity of someone describing an observable fact about how people functioned. It's better than being worried alone. Simon sat with that. He thought about telling Owen. Not the managed version, not the thing he had said in the office. I know what I did and I understand the distinction. But the actual thing, the underneath thing, the scared part. I am afraid that wanting someone is the same as having something to lose. I am afraid that needing someone is the same as giving them a way to leave. I have been arranging things instead of asking for them, because asking means making myself visible, and visibility has cost me before, and the cost was Eli, and I will not risk Eli. Except, Eli was here, asking the question, because Owen's absence was also a cost. Because Eli had noticed. Because the locked room was visible to a 7-year-old, even when it had been invisible to every adult Simon had carefully managed for the last several years. Because his son had already learned something from him about what happened when love was present, that it disappeared without explanation. That complicated was what you said when you did not trust someone enough to tell them the real thing. He thought about what he was teaching Eli, not what he meant to teach him, what he was actually teaching him through the accumulation of choices, through the pattern that an observant child assembled into understanding. That love was something you held carefully and slightly apart. That letting someone close was something you deferred. That the scared part was a reason to pull back rather than a thing you named and moved through with someone beside you. Simon had built his life around not teaching Eli the lesson he himself had learned. That intimacy was exposure, and exposure was risk. He was teaching it anyway. He was teaching it through omission, through the locked room, through the single word okay, and the 18 days of silence, and the Saturday park visits that were now just the two of them, and would be just the two of them indefinitely unless Simon did something that was not waiting. Eli, he said. Eli looked at him, patient, still holding the poster tube. You're right, Simon said. I should tell him. Eli nodded once, with a satisfied certainty of a child whose logic has been confirmed. Now you'll be late for school, Simon said. I know, Eli said, but now I know. Simon stood up. He straightened Eli's collar, which was not especially crooked, but which gave his hand something to do. Tomas met his eyes briefly over Eli's head with the expression of a man who had heard everything and was going to say nothing about any of it, and was in complete agreement with the 7-year-old. Go on, Simon said. Eli went. Tomas took the poster tube gently, and they went down the stairs, and Simon heard the front door close, and then the flat was quiet. He stood in the hallway. He thought, you should tell him. Not from his own voice. From Eli's. He thought about what telling him actually looked like. Not the office conversation, which had been true and incomplete, acknowledgement without offering. The real version. The one where Simon said, here is what I am afraid of specifically, and here is why it has made me do what I have done, and I am not using the fear as a justification. I am naming it so you can see it, and what you do with it is yours to decide. He went to the kitchen. He put the kettle on. He stood at the counter while it boiled and thought about everything that had brought him to this kitchen on this Thursday morning, all the choices accumulated into the life he had, and whether the life he had was the life he was choosing or simply the life he had allowed to happen around the edges of the life he was afraid to want. He picked up his phone. He looked at it. He put it down. Not today. Not in a text. Not in a message sent to a screen. He needed to do this in person. He needed to be present for it, which was the thing he had spent years not being. Present, visible without the managed distance. He thought about where Owen would be today. Cardiology. 3rd floor. Morning rounds starting at 8:30. He thought, no, not in the hospital. Not in the building that had been the container of everything that had gone wrong between them. Somewhere else. Somewhere that was neither of their professional spaces. He thought about Owen's flat. He had never been there. He knew the approximate area from a reference Owen had made months ago, the specific tube line, the distance. He was going to go. Not today. Today he had a clinic and 2 consultations and a teaching session and a professional life that continued regardless of his private reckoning. Today he was going to do his job, and he was going to do it with the same rigor he always brought, and tonight he was going to sit down and write the thing he needed to say, not to send but to make it clear in himself. And then he was going to go. He poured the tea. He stood at the kitchen counter in the early December morning, the flat quiet around him, one empty chair at the table where a 7-year-old had sat an hour ago with a poster tube and a very clear piece of logic. He thought, I've spent years being afraid of the wrong things. He thought, Eli already knows Owen isn't dangerous. Eli told me so. He thought for the first time in weeks, with the specific quality of something shifting after too long fixed in one position. I believe him. He drank the tea. He went to get his coat. He went to the hospital. He did his job, all of it, with the full competence of a man who was also, quietly, working up to the harder thing. Chapter 21. No more decisions made alone. He found Owen's building on a Friday evening, 3 days after the conversation with Eli at the door. Not because he had been waiting 3 days to be certain. He had been certain the morning Eli put on his shoes and picked up the poster tube and said the thing about being scared in plain language that Simon had spent months not finding. He had been certain the moment he crouched down and said yes and felt the particular relief of not managing, of simply telling the truth to a 7-year-old who had asked for it. The 3 days were because he had spent them preparing, not the managed version of preparation, not the construction of a carefully structured explanation designed to arrive at a predetermined conclusion. The actual preparation, which was harder and which looked like sitting at the kitchen table after Eli was in bed and writing in a notebook everything he was afraid of, naming each thing, making sure he could say it out loud without flinching into euphemism. He could say it now. The building was in Bethnal Green, 12 minutes walk from the tube, a converted Victorian terrace that had been divided into flats sometime in the 90s and not significantly updated since. Owen had mentioned it in passing during one of the Saturday Park visits. Not the address, just the street name and the observation that his building's boiler communicated exclusively in passive-aggressive clanking. Simon had noted it without intending to. He noted things about Owen habitually, involuntarily, the way you noted the weather. He stood on the pavement outside the building at 6:20 and thought, "This is where you are. This is the consequence of everything you chose." Then he pressed the buzzer for flat 3. A silence. Then a crackle of intercom static. "Hello." Owen's voice, slightly distorted. "Careful," as if he'd looked at the buzzer and hadn't recognized the name. Simon had not put his name. He'd buzzed without identifying himself, which was the kind of thing a person did when they were afraid that a name alone would result in the door not opening. "It's Simon," he said. A longer silence. Simon stood on the pavement in the December dark and waited and did not let himself calculate the probability of the door opening. That would be the managed version. The managed version was risk assessment, contingency planning, the construction of behavioral models for a person he had spent too long treating as a variable he could predict. He was not here to predict. He was here to be present. The door clicked open. He went up one flight of stairs, narrow, with carpet that had seen better decades, and a single window on the landing that looked into a back garden mostly obscured by an overgrown hedge. Flat 3 was on the first floor. The door was ajar by the time Simon reached it, which meant Owen had opened it and then stepped back, which told Simon something about how Owen was handling this moment. He knocked anyway. It felt like the right thing to do. "Come in," Owen said from somewhere inside. Simon pushed the door open. The flat was small and comprehensively Owen. That was Simon's first thought. It was not analytical. It was simply true. The kitchen living space had the organized chaos of someone whose mind moved faster than their tidying. Books stacked at both ends of a narrow sofa. A climbing plant on the windowsill that was clearly thriving despite limited attention. A whiteboard on one wall, covered in what appeared to be a mix of clinical notes and a shopping list. 3 mugs on the kitchen counter in various stages of abandonment. There was a dinosaur poster on the far wall, large and colorful, which Simon understood without needing to ask. Owen was standing near the kitchen counter. He was in jeans and a gray pullover, not scrubs, which meant he had been home long enough to change, and he was holding a mug that appeared to be full and untouched, the specific body language of a person who had picked up an object because they needed something to hold. He looked at Simon. His expression was not cold. That was the first thing Simon registered, the thing he had been most afraid of on the walk over, the most controlled version of Owen, the Owen who had learned from months of residency and 6 weeks of grief to keep his face professional and his warmth deliberately unavailable. That face was not what Simon was looking at. What he was looking at was the more dangerous version. Owen, unguarded, reading Simon's face with the accuracy he always had, visibly working out what this meant. "You could have called," Owen said. "I could have," Simon agreed. "I didn't want to give you the option of managing a phone call. I didn't want to give myself the option either." Owen looked at him for a moment. Then he set the mug down on the counter. "All right," he said. He gestured vaguely toward the sofa. "Sit down." Simon sat. He took off his coat, which gave his hands something useful to do. Owen stayed where he was, leaning back against the counter with his arms loose at his sides. The posture of a man who was giving himself the option to stay standing, to have access to a door, to not be entirely pinned in a conversation he had not asked for tonight. Simon looked at him. "I'm not here to persuade you," Simon said. Owen's expression shifted slightly, something careful entering it. "I need you to know that from the start," Simon said. "Because most of the conversations we've had, I have been trying to reach a specific conclusion. I have been managing the shape of what I said in order to get to an outcome I had already decided was the right one. That is a habit I have had for a very long time, and I am aware it is exactly what you are owed an apology for, and I am not doing it tonight." He stopped. He had thought about what to say and how to say it, and the thinking had helped, but there was a significant difference between the kitchen table with the notebook and Owen Castillo standing 6 feet away with his arms at his sides, and his face doing the thing that made Simon's chest feel like a closed room that needed more air than it had been given. He had come to say this honestly, and honestly meant starting from the truth rather than the presentation. "I am afraid," Simon said, "of a specific set of things. I would like to tell you what they are." Owen was very still. I am afraid, Simon said, that letting someone close means giving them something that can be used against me. I learned this when I was 33 and in the middle of a custody dispute that I'm not going to describe in detail tonight, but which taught me, practically and specifically, that vulnerability is a resource other people can access. I learned to keep the vulnerable parts of my life in locked rooms. I learned to keep Eli in a locked room. I learned to keep wanting in a locked room. I have been running on that lesson for 5 years, and I have been calling it discipline, and it is not discipline. It is fear that has learned to sound practical. Owen had not moved. The second thing, Simon said, is that I have spent those same 5 years caring for people through arrangement and logistics because arrangement and logistics are things I can control and feeling is not. And when I began to feel things I could not control about you, I did what I know how to do. I arranged. I built a structure around you that was partly genuine professional care and partly something I did not name, and I did it without telling you. And I allowed you to believe that everything you were building was built by you alone, and that was wrong. He stopped. Not only professionally wrong, personally wrong. You were trying to know your own competence clearly, and I made that impossible without knowing that I had. He looked at his hands briefly, then back up. The third thing is harder to say. Owen waited. Owen was not a person I had made a clinical decision about, Simon said. He heard himself use the third person and corrected immediately, the correction itself a small evidence of the habit he was naming. You were not a person I had made a clinical decision about. You were a person I wanted to protect because I was already, by September of the first month, somewhere past the point of professional detachment. And instead of naming that, I managed it. I built a system around my feelings so I would not have to confront the feelings directly, and I let you live inside the system. And when you eventually learned that the system existed, you had every right to feel exactly what you felt. He was finished with the arranged part. He had said the 3 things he had written in the notebook, in the order he had written them, and they had come out approximately as he had intended. Now came the part that was not in the notebook. Eli asked me why you stopped coming, Simon said. Something moved across Owen's face. He asked me if I was scared. In those specific words. I said yes. Simon looked at him. He told me you weren't dangerous. He said it with the absolute confidence of someone reporting observable fact. And then he said that you couldn't help with the scared part if you didn't know it was there. Owen made a sound that was not quite a word. He is 7, Simon said, and he had better clarity about what I needed to do than I have had for 3 months. I think that is worth acknowledging. A pause. The flat was quiet in the specific way of a winter evening in a building with good insulation and no traffic noise, a held breath of quiet. Owen pushed away from the counter. He walked to the window, not far, 3 steps, and stood looking out at the dark garden below, with his back partially toward Simon. His shoulders were very slightly hunched, the posture of someone doing something with an emotion that was larger than they had prepared for. Simon waited. He asked if you were going to make everybody leave. Owen said, without turning. His voice was careful. Didn't he? It was not really a question. He asked if I made you stop coming, Simon said, or whether you decided. Owen turned around. His eyes were bright and not quite steady, and the brightness was not tears but something just adjacent to them, the specific shine of a person pressing down hard on a feeling that keeps trying to rise. What did you say? Owen said. I said it was more complicated than either of those, Simon said. And then I said that yes, I was scared, and that he was right that I should tell you. He paused. I'm here telling you. Owen looked at him for a long moment. Simon, he said. His voice had something in it Simon had not heard quite like this before, not soft exactly, not hard, something thin and precise, the voice of someone choosing words very carefully because careless ones would cost too much. I need you to understand what it did to me. I said it in your office. I need you to hear it again, not because I want to hurt you with it, but because if you came here tonight to apologize and go away and call it done, that's not what I need. I know, Simon said. I'm not here to apologize and go away. Then what are you here for? Simon looked at him. I'm here because I've spent 3 months pretending that letting you go was the responsible thing, Simon said. I've been calling it protecting you. It is not protecting you. It is protecting myself at the cost of you, and I've been giving that cost a dignified name, and I am no longer willing to do that. He took a breath. I'm here because my son asked me if I was scared and I said yes, and he asked me to tell you. And I think that my son at 7 has more courage than I've had at 38, and I find that I'm no longer willing to confirm that assessment by leaving this flat without saying the rest of it. Say it then, Owen said. I need you, Simon said. He said it without softening it, without a qualifier on either side, the bare form of the thing. Not as a variable I can manage. Not as a peripheral person in a life I'm willing to let you partly into. I need you in the actual shape of my actual life, which is a flat in Pimlico and a 7-year-old who thinks you're someone worth keeping and a job I go to every day and I come home from and none of it feels as it should feel anymore because you are not in it. He was aware that this was the most unmanaged speech he had given to another adult human being since he was possibly 19. He was also, with the specific clarity of someone who has finally put down a weight they've been carrying so long they forgot it was a weight, entirely certain he meant every word of it. Owen stood at the window. He looked at Simon with an expression that had several things in it simultaneously, none of which Simon was entirely able to read, which was unusual. Simon had learned Owen's face over months of proximity and pressure and the specifically revealing conditions of a high-stress workplace, and he could usually read it. What was on it now was not a thing he could neatly categorize, which he thought was probably the point. You don't get to show up bleeding truth, Owen said slowly, and expect that to fix what secrecy did. I know, Simon said, because I would have stayed, Owen said, and his voice had an edge now, not of anger, but of something thinner, something closer to the bone. You know that, don't you? If you had told me even half of this in October, if you had said, I care about you, and I'm afraid, and I've been making some decisions I shouldn't have made without asking you, I would have stayed through that. I know, Simon said. You made me feel like something you had to manage instead of someone you could love honestly. His voice caught very slightly on the last 2 words, and he did not bother to cover it. That is what it was. Management. I was a problem to be administered. And I was so. He stopped. He looked at the ceiling for a moment, briefly, then back. I was so grateful to be in the room. I was so glad to have whatever I was allowed to have. And I told myself that was enough, and it wasn't. It was never going to be enough. No, Simon said. It wasn't. That was my failure, not yours. Owen looked at him. I want it to be different, Simon said. I'm not asking you to forget what I did. I'm asking you to believe that I understand what it was, specifically, and that I am not going to repeat it. I am asking you to give me the chance to show you that rather than asking you to accept my word for it. He paused. I know that's a lot to ask. It is, Owen said. A silence. Owen crossed his arms over his chest, which was not a closed posture. Exactly. It was more the posture of a man hugging himself for warmth, holding himself together while he thought. My father, Owen said, used to say that sorry was the cheapest word in the English language. What made it worth anything was what came after it. Simon said nothing. He was aware this was not his moment. I spent my whole life, Owen said, being the easy one. The one who asked for less because asking for more meant risking the nothing. I told myself it was flexibility, that I was good at adapting. He looked at the window again, briefly. You made me feel, for a while, like I was actually essential. Not peripheral, not temporarily useful. Like I mattered in the specific shape of a specific life. He paused, and then I found out that the shape had been arranged without my knowledge, and I couldn't tell anymore which parts of it had been real. Most of it was real, Simon said. The clinical judgments were sound. The reasons I made them were not exclusively professional. Both things are true. I know they are, Owen said. That's not the part I'm stuck on. The part I'm stuck on is the not knowing. The part where I was making decisions about my own life based on information I didn't know I was missing because you decided what was best for me and you hadn't trusted me enough to tell me what you were doing. Yes, Simon said. That is the part one am most sorry for. Owen looked at him. The look lasted long enough that Simon understood it was a test of some kind, not a punitive one, but the test of a man deciding whether what he was looking at was the truth or a better constructed version of the truth. Simon sat under it. He had nothing left to construct. There was only what he had said, which was what was actually the case. I'm not promising you anything tonight, Owen said. I know. I need time to think. I need to work out whether what I feel is still there or whether it's just He made a small gesture, a brief motion with one hand. Residue. Of course, Simon said. But I want you to stop deciding for me. Owen's voice had steadied. The brightness in his eyes had not gone, but it had settled into something that was less combustion and more heat, a slower burn. Whatever comes next, whatever I decide, I want you to tell me the truth first and let me choose what I do with it. Yes, Simon said. That is what I am offering. The truth and the choice, not the managed version. Owen looked at him for another moment. Then he took a breath. He uncrossed his arms. He walked to the chair across from the sofa and sat down, pulling one knee up, a posture that was less defended, less formally contained. It was the first time since Simon had arrived that Owen had moved toward him rather than across or away. Tell me about the custody thing, Owen said. Simon looked at him. You don't have to tell me everything, Owen said. But you said there was a custody dispute, and that it taught you that vulnerability was something people could access. He looked at Simon steadily. I'd like to know what actually happened. Not the summary, the thing. Simon was quiet for a moment. He had not told anyone the full version. He had told Raphael the outline, once, 2 years ago, with enough detail to explain the general logic of his behavior without exposing the specific cost of it. He had never told anyone the part about the letters. The part about the 6 weeks in early 2020 when he had genuinely not known whether he would be allowed to keep his son. The part about the specific accusations and the specific evidence Helena had assembled and the way the family court mediator had looked at him over that table. He looked at Owen. Owen, who had arrived at his hospital 8 minutes late with a swinging lanyard and spilled coffee, and had proceeded to be the most genuinely, uncomplicatedly present person Simon had met in years. Owen, who had understood Eli in 3 visits with an ease that Simon had spent 7 years working toward. Owen, who was sitting in his flat chair with his knee up asking Simon for the real thing. Helena and I separated in 2018, Simon said. He settled back slightly. He let the breath out. Eli was 4. The separation itself was not. He paused, choosing precision. It was not acrimonious in the way of many separations. We had both, I think, been unhappy for long enough that the end of it had a quality of relief as well as grief. We agreed on shared custody initially. It functioned for about 8 months. Owen was quiet, listening in the specific way he listened, total attention without interruption. What changed it, Simon said, was that Helena developed a relationship with someone who did not like the shared arrangement. And Helena, who had always been strategic in her intelligence, found that it was possible to use certain things she knew about me to change the terms. He looked at his hands. I was not out publicly in 2019. I had never been particularly careful about it, but in medicine and in the specific environment of my hospital at that time, I had also never been openly visible. Helena had known about my sexuality since we met. It was not the cause of our separation, but it became, in the context of a custody dispute, something that could be made to look like. He stopped. He found the next words were harder than the ones before them. She did not expose me, he said. She did not need to. She made clear that the option was available to her, and she made clear what the specific uses of that option were. And I was at a moment in my career where I could not risk the specific forms of professional damage that become possible when a gay man in his mid-30s in a position of medical authority is also involved in a custody dispute that has been framed around questions of lifestyle and stability. He said it evenly, which took effort. I agreed to modified custody terms, more restricted than the original. I told myself I was protecting Eli. Were you? Owen said, not accusingly, just the question. I was protecting Eli from instability, Simon said. I was also protecting myself from a process I found genuinely terrifying. Both things were true. I told myself the second one was the same as the first for long enough that I stopped examining whether that was accurate. Owen looked at him, and then, Simon said, I had Eli, primarily. The terms shifted back over time, as they do, as the litigation exhausted itself and Helena's situation changed. But what I had by then was a habit, a methodology, the private life, the locked room, the logistics-first approach to everything that mattered. I had built walls that kept me and Eli safe from one specific threat, and then the threat went away, and I kept the walls." He stopped. He looked at Owen. "That is the thing I have been calling discipline," he said. "I would like you to understand it for what it actually is. It is a man who was frightened once, justifiably, and has been frightened ever since in a way that has stopped being justified, and has been too proud and too controlled to admit that the original reason is no longer the present reality." Owen was looking at him with an expression that Simon could now read. It was the expression of someone being given the exact thing they asked for and finding that it was both sufficient and painful in approximately equal measure. "How long did the dispute last?" Owen said. 18 months active litigation, Simon said. 6 weeks at the worst of it. There is a period in early 2020 I do not particularly like to revisit. Owen nodded. "Eli doesn't know," Simon said. "He knows his father and his mother live separately, and that this is the arrangement. He does not know the mechanism of it. He doesn't need to," Owen said. "Not at 7. No." A pause. Owen lowered his knee. He sat with both feet on the floor, leaning forward slightly, elbows on his knees, looking at Simon with the direct, undeflected attention that Simon had first registered in a lecture theater 8 months ago and had never found a way to be comfortable with. "I need you to know," Owen said, "that none of what you just told me makes me feel like I should have been protected from it. I can hear that it was awful. I can hear that it changed you in ways that are still in you. I'm not going to tell you the fear was irrational." He looked at him steadily. "But I needed to be the one to decide whether it was too much for me. You didn't give me that." "I know," Simon said. "You made the decision for me," Owen said. "And I am telling you that if you'd given me the option, I would have chosen differently." The flat was very quiet. Simon looked at Owen. He thought, this is the moment. Not the confession, not the apology, not even the story of Helena and the family court in the 6 weeks in early 2020. This is the moment where Owen tells him what was possible, what had already been possible, would have been available for the taking the entire time he had been locking the room. "I know," Simon said for the 3rd time. The words were the same. The weight of them was different each time. "Okay," Owen said. He took a breath. He looked away briefly, then back. "I need a few days." "I'm not." He shook his head slightly. "I'm not saying no. I want you to know that. I'm saying I need to sit with this and make sure that what I'm feeling is a decision and not a reaction." "Yes," Simon said. "Take whatever time you need. And I need you to not contact me in that time," Owen said. "Because if you contact me, I will answer. And if I answer, I'll probably say yes too quickly. And I need to know that whatever I decided on my own terms." This was fair. This was, Simon recognized, exactly the thing he himself had failed to offer. "I won't contact you," Simon said. Owen nodded. Simon stood. He picked up his coat from the sofa. He did not put it on immediately, just held it, the way you held something when you needed something to hold. He looked at Owen, who was sitting in the chair and looking back with the expression that was still unreadable in the specific way of something that had several layers and was not going to be resolved in one evening. "Thank you for opening the door," Simon said. "You came here," Owen said. "That means something." Simon put his coat on. He went to the door. He turned once, briefly, at the threshold. Owen was still in the chair. He had not moved. He looked like a man who was going to sit there for a while after Simon left and turn something over in his mind, carefully, from several angles, the way Owen approached difficult things when he was taking them seriously. Simon went out. He walked down the narrow stairs. He pushed through the front door into the December cold, the street lamp making a small circle of yellow on the wet pavement, the city doing what the city always did, carrying on, indifferent, enormous, full of ordinary life happening in 1,000 lit windows. He stood on the pavement for a moment. He had done the thing. He had said the true version, not the managed version. He had given Owen the specific, personal, uncurated account of his fear, the part he had never given anyone, and Owen had received it without flinching, had sat under it with the absolute steadiness of a person who had always been capable of more than Simon had trusted him with. He had not controlled the outcome. He was standing on the pavement in the December cold with Owen's building at his back, more frightened than he had been on the way here. He found something else. He walked to the tube. He went home. He did not check his phone in the first hour or the second. He sat at the kitchen table with a cup of tea that went cold in the flat's ordinary quiet around him and thought about what Owen had said. I'm not saying no. He thought about Owen's face in the chair, the lowered knee, the direct, unwavering look. He thought, I am done asking secrecy to do the work of courage. He had said that in the notebook on the second evening of the 3 days as a thing he was working toward. Standing on Owen's pavement, it had been true. He drank the cold tea. He wanted to check that Eli was properly tucked in, which he was. He stood in the doorway of his son's room in the dark and listened to him breathe, the small, settled breathing of a child who was not worried about anything tonight, who had given his father very clear instructions and expected them to be followed, and who was currently unconscious, which was a mercy. Simon turned off the hallway light. He went to bed. He did not sleep immediately, which was to be expected. He lay in the dark and thought about the probability of several possible futures, then noticed he was doing this, and stopped. He thought instead about what it felt like to say, I need you, without a qualifier, without an exit. He thought about what it had felt like to be in that flat, surrounded by evidence of Owen's actual life, the books and the mugs and the dinosaur poster and the whiteboard with the shopping list and the climbing plant, the thick, warm mess of a person who was fully present in their own existence, and to know that he wanted to be near it. He thought about what it meant that Owen had sat down, not toward the door, not with the coat on, into the chair, knee up, listening. He fell asleep somewhere in the middle of thinking about this, which was a better reason to sleep than most he had had in 3 months. Outside, the city continued. Ordinary, enormous, full of lit windows, and people who had not yet said the true thing or had just said it, moving toward each other or away. Choosing. Simon Ward had chosen. He slept. Chapter 22, not fixed but open. The 3 days Owen had asked for became 4. Not because he was changing his mind. He had known what he was going to do approximately 30 minutes after Simon's footsteps faded down the stairs and the front door of the building clicked shut below. He had sat in the chair and listened to the silence settle, and then he had turned the evening over in his mind the way he turned over difficult clinical presentations, checking his reasoning, looking for the place where wishful thinking had contaminated the assessment. He had not found one. What he had found was that Simon Ward had sat on his sofa and said, I need you without a qualifier, and had looked at him while saying it with the expression of a man who had put down the last of what he was carrying and was standing in the aftermath of that without attempting to manage its reception, and Owen had felt it in the specific place where feelings he had been pressing down for 3 months lived. The 4th day was not hesitation. The 4th day was because Owen woke up on the morning after Simon's visit and decided he was going to do something he had been postponing for 3 weeks, which was call his mother. His mother was in Manila. She had been in Manila since Owen was 12, which was a longer story involving his parents' divorce and his mother's eventual decision to return to the country she had come from, the country that had been her country before marriage and 2 decades in London had layered over it. Owen had grown up between a flat in Hackney with his father and summer holidays that felt like visiting a life he nearly had, and he had become, through this arrangement, the particular kind of person who was very good at adapting to multiple spaces without being entirely sure he belonged completely in any of them. His mother picked up on the 4th ring, which was typical. Iho, she said, in the voice that meant she had been waiting for him to call, even if she would not have said. So, hi, Mom, Owen said. They talked for an hour. Not about Simon specifically, not at first. She asked about the new rotation, about Nico, about whether he was eating properly, which was the universal maternal inquiry that transcended geography. He answered honestly about all of it, and then she said, in the way she had always had, the way that had both infuriated and saved him throughout his adolescence. There's something else. There's someone, Owen said. Ah, she said. He told her the relevant shape of it, not the specifics of Simon's professional position or Eli's existence. Those were not his details to give, but the shape, that there was a man he cared about who had kept important things from him out of fear rather than deliberate harm, and that the man had come to him and said the true thing, and that Owen needed to decide whether he trusted that. His mother was quiet for a moment. Is he a good man? She asked. Owen thought about this with the seriousness the question deserved. Yes, he said. I think so. I think he has done some things that weren't good, and I think he knows that, and I think he's trying to stop doing them." He paused. He has a son, a little boy. He's 7. He stopped again and was mildly irritated with himself for the way his voice was behaving. "He's very good, actually. He told Simon to come and talk to me." His mother made a small sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite something else. "Then you already know what you're going to do," she said. "I know," Owen said. "I just needed to talk to you first." "You always have," she said, with the warmth of someone who considered this a compliment. They talked for another 20 minutes about other things, easier things, and Owen felt the specific release of having said the true version to someone who would hold it carefully and not make a meal of it. His mother had always had this quality. It was one of the things about her that the distance had never taken away. After he hung up, he sat on the sofa for a while looking at the dinosaur poster on the wall. He had bought it in the first week of October from a market stall near the hospital, for no reason he had acknowledged at the time. He had told himself it was because the colors were good and the wall was blank. He had not told himself it was because Eli had mentioned the previous Saturday that his bedroom had a pterodactyl picture that his dad had put up when he was 4, and that pterodactyls were excellent, but he had decided triceratops were underrepresented. Owen looked at the poster. He thought about Eli saying that. He thought about Eli's face at the bakery, the complete, unself-conscious delight of a child who had decided to trust a stranger and had not been wrong. He thought about the park visits, the sticks, the beetle documentation, the specific quality of Eli's attention when he had made a decision about a person and was not revisiting it. He thought about what Simon had said, "My son misses you." He thought about what came after that, "But that isn't why I'm here." He took out his phone. He looked at it. Then he typed, "I know it hasn't been the 3 days I said. I'm sorry. I needed a bit longer. I'm ready to talk now if you are. Are you free Saturday?" He put the phone down. He picked it up again almost immediately and added, "The park near your flat, if that works. 4 o'clock. He put it down again. The reply came 7 minutes later. "Yes. Saturday. 4 o'clock. Then, after a pause of approximately 90 seconds, "Thank you." Owen read that second message twice. He put the phone on the coffee table. He sat with his feet up on the sofa and looked at the ceiling and thought about the fact that Simon Ward, who had spent 8 months constructing careful sentences that revealed exactly as much as he chose to reveal, had sent him a 2-word message in which the word "thank you" sat without any management around it, without any careful framing, simply there. He thought, okay. He thought, this is going to be difficult and probably worth it. He thought, somewhat involuntarily, I wonder if Eli still wants to know about Triceratops. You want to make dinner. Saturday arrived with the characteristic cheerlessness of December in London, overcast and cold in the way that managed to be somehow different from November cold, a colder that had committed. Owen put on his good coat, which was charcoal wool and somewhat longer than practical. The coat he'd bought the previous winter when Nico had told him his previous coat looked like he'd found it at the bottom of a hospital lost and found and had not been wrong. He was out of the flat by 3:30. He took the tube to Pimlico, which was 22 minutes plus the walk, and he used those 22 minutes doing something he recognized as the clinical equivalent of centering himself before a difficult procedure, naming the things he was about to do, the order he was going to do them in, the things he was not going to do regardless of how the conversation went. He was not going to let Simon manage this. He was not going to let himself manage it either, which was the more difficult instruction. Owen's management style was different from Simon's, but it was still management. Brightness deployed as deflection, humor offered as a bridge when the crossing was too direct. The 1,000 small techniques he had learned over a lifetime of being the easy one in situations that were not easy. He was going to be here. That was all. He was going to be here and say the true thing and let Simon do the same. He came up out of the tube into the gray Pimlico afternoon and walked toward the park. He had not been to Simon's neighborhood since the last Saturday visit, which was 5 weeks ago and felt longer. He knew this park. He knew the path from the gate where Simon had always been standing when Owen arrived, coat dark, hands in his pockets, with the expression of a man trying to look like he had not been watching for Owen to appear. He knew the direction Eli always started off in, toward the section of the park with a large oak where there was almost always something worth investigating at ground level. He went through the gate. The park was quiet. A few dog walkers, a couple with a pushchair on the main path, the specific late-afternoon emptiness of a cold December Saturday. Owen scanned the park. He found Simon on a bench near the oak tree, not at the gate where he usually stood. He was alone. Owen felt a small lurch and then recalibrated. Eli would be somewhere nearby. Eli was always nearby. He walked toward the bench. Simon saw him when he was about 20 meters away. He had been looking at his hands, which were clasped together on his lap with the quality of a man who had been sitting very still and was now making himself remain so. He looked up. He looked at Owen. He did not stand. That was interesting. The Simon of the early months would have stood, would have deployed the physical authority, the height, the consultant's straightened spine. This Simon was staying on the bench, staying lower, making himself smaller. Owen sat down beside him. They were quiet for a moment. The oak tree was bare, its branches making a complicated pattern against the gray sky. Somewhere across the park a dog barked twice and was quiet. "Where's Eli?" Owen said. "Tomas brought him," Simon said. "They're on the other side of the park. He'll bring him over in about 20 minutes. A pause. "I thought we should have some time first." Owen looked at him. Simon looked back, and there was the face Owen had been looking at for the past 5 weeks in the specific way. You looked at things that were not available to you, in memory, in the odd moment of unconscious recall, the glasses and the careful eyes and the mouth that did more work when he was trying not to say something than when he was. "Okay," Owen said. Simon looked at the tree, then back at Owen. "I haven't contacted you," Simon said. "As you asked." "I know. Thank you. I wanted to," Simon said. "Several times." "I know," Owen said. "I could tell. You're not as opaque as you think you are." Something shifted in Simon's expression. Not quite a smile. "Close." "No," Simon said. "Apparently not." A silence. An easier one than Owen had expected. "I need to tell you something," Owen said, "that I didn't say the other night. Because you were saying a great deal, and I was receiving it, and there was a point at which I had something to say, but I let you keep going because I was—" He paused. "Because it was more comfortable to be the one listening." "Tell me now," Simon said. Owen looked at the tree. "What you told me about the custody thing," he said. "About Helena and the specific kind of threat she used. I want you to know that I understand why that did what it did to you." He looked at Simon. "I'm not going to tell you it's okay. What I'm saying is that I've thought about it, and I understand why someone who had been through that would build the walls they built. I understand the logic of it." Simon was very still. "What I'm also saying," Owen said, "is that I am not Helena, and Eli is not something that can be used against you with me. And I need you to know that I know the difference, even if I can't prove it yet, even if you can't trust it yet entirely." He paused. "But I need that to be on the table. I need you to be working toward trusting me with it rather than treating it as a thing that requires permanent protection." "Yes," Simon said. He looked at Owen directly. "I know. I am." He paused. "I cannot do it all at once, but I'm working toward it." "I know you can't do it all at once," Owen said. "I'm not asking for all at once. I'm asking for the direction." Simon nodded. Another quiet. This one had something in it that the previous silences had not had, a quality of settlement, of two things adjusting into a new relationship to each other. Owen looked at the bench beside him. There was a leaf on it, one of the last oak leaves, brown and curled, that had blown there and not yet been moved by the wind. He picked it up without thinking, turned it over in his hands. "I need to tell you something about me, too," he said. Simon turned slightly. "I have a specific way of coping with relationships that aren't quite working," Owen said. "I get warmer. I become more useful, more adaptable, more easy to be around. And I tell myself that if I can just be warm enough and helpful enough and uncomplicated enough, eventually it will be enough." He turned the leaf over once more. "It is not a good coping mechanism. It means I've spent most of my adult life in relationships where I was performing contentment instead of actually having it." He looked at Simon. "I did a version of that with you. Not the performing part, the feelings were real, but the accepting whatever I was given part, the being grateful for the fragments part." Simon was listening with the particular quality of his full attention, the attention that had always made Owen feel very seen and slightly unsafe in equal parts. "I'm not doing that anymore," Owen said. I'm telling you now, so you know that whatever I'm offering isn't me accepting less than I need. I know what I need. I need honesty. I need to be trusted with the real things. I need to be in the actual life, not the curated version of it. Yes, Simon said. He was not deflecting or managing it. He was simply confirming. I know. That is what I am offering. I know it is, Owen said. I believe you. He set the leaf down on the bench between them. Simon looked at it, then at Owen. I have been afraid, Simon said, that the person I am when I'm not managing things will not be enough. That without the control, without the structure, I am not particularly, he stopped. He seemed to be searching for the word. What? Owen said. Enough, Simon said simply. Just enough. Owen looked at him. He thought about Simon at the bakery, crouching to Eli's height, reading the picture board with complete focused attention. He thought about Simon on the park path, walking close enough that their arms occasionally brushed, with the deliberate quality of someone allowing themselves something they had decided not to deny. He thought about Simon in the office, saying, I know that what I was doing was a way of caring for you that didn't require me to be honest about caring for you, with the voice of a man who had found the true thing and was saying it even though it cost him. You're enough, Owen said. You have been the whole time. That was never the problem. Simon's jaw moved slightly, a subtle tightening, the tell Owen had learned to recognize as the sign of Simon, containing something he was not going to be able to contain very much longer. Simon, Owen said. Simon looked at him. I'm here, Owen said. That's the answer. I'm here. Simon was very still. Then, from across the park, there was a sound, rapid footsteps on the path, the particular rhythm of a child running with full commitment to the act of running, and a voice. Owen. Owen turned. Eli was 20 meters away and coming fast, coat open, the Velcro on one shoe having clearly surrendered to the movement, with an expression of such complete, unambiguous delight that it hit Owen somewhere under his sternum like a thing with actual weight. He was off the bench before he thought about it. He dropped to one knee on the path, and Eli arrived, slightly breathless, and grabbed Owen's arm with both hands and looked at him with the absolute confidence of a child who had expected this outcome and was satisfied to have it confirmed. You came back, Eli said. Owen's throat did something complicated. Yeah, buddy, he said. I did. Eli examined his face for a moment with the thorough attention of a child conducting an assessment, apparently found it satisfactory, and then said, Tomas says we can get hot chocolate if Dad says yes. Will you ask him? He usually says yes if you ask. Owen laughed. He couldn't help it. The laugh came out of him with the specific quality of something that had been held back for weeks, and it found its way out through an unexpected door. He looked over Eli's head. Simon was standing beside the bench. He had gotten up at some point during Eli's approach, and he was looking at Owen with an expression that Owen had not seen before, or perhaps had seen briefly and never held on to, entirely unmanaged, entirely open, the expression of a man who had done the thing he had been afraid to do and was looking at the result and was not managing what he felt about it. Tomas had appeared on the path behind Eli, a comfortable distance away, with the expression of a man who was not watching anything in particular. Owen stood. He walked back to Simon, with Eli close at his side, one hand still on Owen's sleeve, the loose proprietary grasp of a child who had made a decision about ownership and was enacting it. He came to stand in front of Simon. Simon looked at him. He wants hot chocolate, Owen said. I heard, Simon said. His voice was not quite steady. He was not pretending it was. So, Eli said from beside Owen. Simon looked down at his son, and then back up at Owen, and something in his face shifted in the specific way of a thing that had been locked for a very long time and was no longer locked. Yes, Simon said. Hot chocolate. Eli made a sound of profound satisfaction and released Owen's sleeve and went to Tomas, apparently, to relay the news. Simon and Owen stood on the path. They were close enough that their coats were nearly touching. The park was gray and cold and ordinary around them, and Owen could see Simon's breath in the air, and Simon could see his. I'm not fixed, Simon said quietly. I know, Owen said. But I know, Owen said. I can see it. Simon looked at him. Owen looked back. There was a moment, a particular moment, that had the quality of something settling into place Not dramatically, not with any of the ceremony you imagine for things you had wanted for a long time, but quietly like a last piece slotting into a shape you had been building in the dark. Owen reached out. He put his hand on Simon's arm, the same way Eli had held his sleeve, not quite a grip, more a contact, a confirmation. I am here, you are here, this is real. Simon looked at Owen's hand on his sleeve. He reached up and put his hand over it. His hand was cold because it was December and he had been sitting on a bench, and his fingers closed over Owen's with the careful precision that was, Owen had long since understood, Simon's specific language for everything he did not yet have the words for. Across the park, Eli was explaining something to Tomas at considerable volume. Gesturing with both hands, the small, bright figure of a child who had organized his father's life and was now free to focus on more important matters. Owen looked at Simon. Hot chocolate, Owen said. Hot chocolate, Simon agreed. They walked, not holding hands, not yet. Close enough. Shoulder to shoulder in the cold December afternoon with Eli somewhere ahead and Tomas behind and the city carrying on around them in its ordinary, enormous, indifferent way. Owen thought, this is the beginning, not the end of anything. The beginning, which was harder and better, and the only thing that had ever been worth having. He walked beside Simon in the cold afternoon light and felt, for the first time in months, not warm exactly. It was December. He was a practical person, but something like warmth's intention. The thing just before warmth, which was maybe more honestly what warmth was anyway. The movement toward, the decision to stay within reach. He stayed. Chapter 23. At 4 o'clock. Simon arrived at the park at 3:45. This was not an accident. He had told Owen 4 o'clock, and he had arrived 15 minutes early, and he had not told himself a story about why. He simply arrived early and sat down on the bench near the oak tree and did not check his phone. The bench was cold. He had worn his good coat, the one that was actually warm rather than merely presentable, which was a choice he had made deliberately and then analyzed for several minutes before recognizing that analyzing the coat choice was its own kind of management and stopping. He had also worn his glasses, which he did not always do on Saturdays. He wore them to read and to work, and when he was in environments where precise vision felt professionally relevant. On Saturdays with Eli, he was frequently without them, which Eli found interesting and had, on one occasion, attempted to put them on himself, with the result that he had been certain everything was broken and Simon had been almost alarmed before he understood what had happened. He had worn them today without deciding to, which was probably its own kind of information. He sat on the bench. Tomas had Eli on the far side of the park. The arrangement was Tomas's suggestion, delivered with the practical warmth of someone who had known Simon long enough to understand when the most useful thing was to give him space that was not solitude. Eli had accepted the far side of the park with equanimity because the far side of the park had a section of ground near an overgrown flower bed where, in autumn, there had been a very significant earthworm community, and Eli had been wondering for several weeks whether the earthworms were still there or whether they had redistributed before winter. Simon had left them to it. He sat on the bench and looked at the gate. The park had the gray, stripped-back quality of December, bare branches against a low sky, the path damp from a morning drizzle that had stopped before noon and left a residue of coldness in everything. A few dog walkers. A young woman jogging with methodical determination. Pigeons doing whatever pigeons were perpetually doing. He had been here, on this bench, or near it many times. Not always on the same bench. But this park, these trees. He had brought Eli here when Eli was first walking properly, when the entire project of locomotion was still slightly precarious, and every slightly uneven patch of path was an adventure. He had come here in the early months after the custody settlement. In the specific way you return to uncomplicated places when everything complicated had recently finished. He had come here on late Sunday mornings when he needed air, and the flat felt too present around him. It was not a significant park. It was not large. It was a park in Pimlico that happened to be nearby, and he had, over 7 years, accumulated a quiet familiarity with it that was not quite affection and not quite habit, but somewhere between the two. He had started bringing Owen here in September. He thought about September Owen, The Owen who had appeared in the park gate that first Saturday morning with the specific look of someone who had expected to be turned away and had not been, and who had managed the surprise of not being turned away with the characteristic Owen technique of making the surprise invisible under casual warmth. He thought about the beetle. He thought about Eli's face. He thought about the walk home and the way Owen had walked and the specific companionable ordinariness of it, and how his own body had responded to that ordinariness by producing, in the middle of a quiet residential street, a feeling that could not be usefully described as anything other than, this person belongs here. He had put it away. He had put it away repeatedly, over 6 weeks of Saturday park visits, with the practiced discipline of a man who had learned to be very good at putting things away. He had called it appropriate restraint. He had called it protecting Eli. He had called it acknowledging the power imbalance between them and refusing to exploit it. He had not called it, until recently, by its real name, fear. He looked at the gate. 3:52. He adjusted his glasses. He was aware, sitting on the cold bench in the empty park with his hands clasped in his lap and his coat buttoned against the cold and the sky doing nothing in particular overhead, that he had no mechanism for this moment. He was out of management tools. He had said the true thing to Owen 2 nights ago, and Owen had received it and asked for time, and Simon had given the time, and now the time was over, or nearly over, and in 8 minutes Owen would either come through that gate or he would not. And Simon had no arrangement prepared for either outcome. This was, he understood, the point. He had spent a considerable portion of his adult life arranging the conditions of his own vulnerability so that the exposure was controlled, the risk calculated, the fallout contingency planned. He had arranged himself out of the worst possible outcomes and also, in doing so, out of the possibility of the best ones. He had managed people rather than being with them, and the cost of that was Owen walking away because he had felt managed rather than loved, and Eli noticing, and a 7-year-old having better emotional intelligence than his father. There was no arrangement for today. Today was, he had said the true thing, and Owen had said, I'm here. And they had made a plan for Saturday at 4 o'clock in the park, and in 7 minutes Simon would know whether that was the beginning of something or the final act of resolution. He looked at the gate. The dog walker with the terrier came through it, the terrier immediately finding something compelling in the base of the hedge. A woman with shopping bags cut through, purposeful, not stopping. The young man with the jogging headphones came back through on a second pass, breathing hard. 3:59. Simon thought, I should have stood up. I should be at the gate. It would be better to be at the gate. He stayed on the bench. He was done arranging the optics. He was done staging his own presence for better reception. He had arrived early, and he was sitting on a cold bench in a December park, and he was waiting without engineering the waiting into something with a more favorable aesthetic. He was frightened. He was aware of that. It had the quality of a familiar thing that had stopped being useful, like a habit you caught yourself in the middle of and thought, I don't need to be doing this, and kept doing it anyway, because the body did not respond to logic at the same speed as the mind. He was frightened. He was here anyway. He heard footsteps. He did not look up immediately. He looked at his hands. He breathed. He gave himself 2 seconds. Then he looked up. Owen was at the gate. He came through it with the characteristic Owen movement, slightly too quick, the coat good wool, and slightly too long. Hands in his pockets, looking across the park with the directional instinct of someone who had worked out where Simon was going to be before he arrived. Simon stood, not because he'd planned to, because his body did it. Owen walked toward him. He was 20 meters away, and then 15, and then 10, and his face was doing the thing Simon had missed with a specificity that he had not let himself name until this moment, the specific unguarded version of Owen's face that was not performing any particular motion, but was simply present in it, the face he made when he was not managing. Owen stopped in front of him. Simon said nothing. He was aware he should probably say something, and he had prepared nothing, because preparing felt like arrangement. Owen looked at him for a moment with the direct assessment that had always made Simon feel very visible. Then Owen said, You're wearing your glasses. Simon blinked. I am, he said. You don't usually, Owen said. On Saturdays. Simon looked at him. I know, he said. Owen's mouth did the thing that was not quite a smile, but was the thing that came before a smile, the very slight shift at one corner. "Okay," Owen said. From across the park, there was a shout, "Owen!" and then footsteps, and then Eli arriving at full velocity, and Simon sat back down on the bench and watched his son and his... He did not finish the word. He did not need to yet. He sat on the bench and watched Owen drop to one knee on the path, and Eli arriving with both hands and the expression of a child who had decided this outcome and was confirmed in his decision. And Simon looked at his son's face and Owen's face in the same frame and felt something that was several things at once. Relief and grief, and something older than both of those, something he did not have a precise word for. He had spent 7 years keeping this life small enough to be safe. He looked at Owen and Eli on the path and thought, this is what I was keeping it small against. He had been very stupid, not in the pejorative sense. In the technical sense, he had had information that was insufficient, and he had made decisions based on it, and the decisions had been calibrated to the wrong risk. Owen looked up over Eli's head. He looked at Simon. Simon held it. He did not look away. He did not deflect. He sat on the cold bench in the December park and looked at Owen Castillo looking at him. And he thought, this is the thing I am choosing. Owen stood. He walked back to Simon with Eli at his side, one hand at Owen's sleeve with the casual proprietary ease of a child who had made up his mind 6 weeks ago and was merely catching everyone else up. And Simon thought, I have been afraid my whole life of the exact wrong thing. He thought, Eli already knew. He thought, I believe him. He stood up. Chapter 24. You came back. Hot chocolate, as it turned out, was available at a small cafe 2 streets from the park gate. A narrow place with steamed-up windows and 3 small tables, and a counter run by a woman who recognized Simon without warmth and recognized Eli with a great deal of it. The usual, she said to Eli. Yes, please, Eli said, and one for Owen. The woman looked at Owen. New, she said to Simon, in the particular tone of a person who has observed someone's solo Saturday routine for long enough that departures from it are notable. Yes, Simon said. Good, she said, and did not elaborate, and turned to make the hot chocolates. Owen looked at Simon. Simon looked at the menu board, which he had memorized several months ago and did not need to look at. Owen looked back at the cafe counter and thought about the word good and the woman's tone and what it cost, or but didn't cost, to be visible in a small way in an ordinary place. They took the table in the back corner, which was the only table with enough chairs, and Eli arranged himself between Owen and the window with the instinctive territory claiming of a child who knew exactly where he wanted to be. He had stories about the earthworms. There had been earthworms. They had not redistributed. Eli had strong feelings about the continuity of local earthworm communities and wanted to share them, and Owen received this information with the full attention it deserved, which was considerable. Simon watched them. He held his cup and listened to Eli explain the earthworm distribution pattern in the park's flower bed, and Owen asked clarifying questions with the genuine curiosity that Owen brought to all information that mattered to someone he liked, and he thought about the version of this that had not happened. The version where Eli did not know Owen, had never known him, had grown up in a flat where the emotional weather was controlled and the visible world was small and the people who came and went were carefully managed. He did not want that version. He had wanted it once. He had wanted it for safety, had built it for safety, and what it had felt like from inside was a kind of sustained diminishment, a life turned down to a manageable volume. Eli was saying, and the biggest one I found was this long, indicating with his fingers a distance that was probably accurate given the enthusiasm. That's a good earthworm, Owen said. It was the best one, Eli said. How do you know it was the best one? Eli considered this. It moved with purpose, he said. Owen looked at Simon over Eli's head. Simon did not quite smile. The thing that happened to his face was not quite a smile, but it was in the same family, and Owen, who had spent 8 months learning the lexicon of Simon's face, received it. Outside, it had begun to get dark in the early December way, the afternoon light going out like a thought abandoned. The cafe windows were steamed at the edges. The woman at the counter was clattering something in the kitchen with a domesticity that filled the small space. Eli finished his hot chocolate with the focused attention of a child who has decided to enjoy something completely, and then looked up and said, "Can we show Owen the flat?" Simon went still. Not the stiffened kind of still, not the protective kind. The kind of still that came from something shifting unexpectedly. A question he had not prepared for, because it was not a question that required preparation. It was a child saying an obvious thing that had simply not occurred to him to arrange. He looked at Eli. Eli was looking back at him with the expression that was not exactly expectation and not exactly demand, but was the specific Eli expression of a child who had had a thought and wanted to know if it was a good one. Simon looked at Owen. Owen was looking at him with an expression that was deliberately very neutral and very careful, the expression of a man who was absolutely not going to influence this moment in any direction. Simon thought, I could say not today. I could say perhaps another time. I could say it is getting late. He thought about what Eli would file in his understanding of how things worked if Simon said any of those things in this moment. He thought about what Owen would file. He thought, no more decisions made alone. Yes, Simon said. If Owen wants to. Owen looked at him. I'd like that, Owen said. Eli looked satisfied. Good, he said. I can show you the pterodactyl. Owen nodded gravely. I've been looking forward to it. Eli looked at him. You knew about the pterodactyl? You mentioned it, Owen said. A while ago. You said pterodactyls were excellent, but triceratops were underrepresented. Eli stared at him with the specific expression of a child encountering evidence that they have been remembered. I got a poster, Owen said, of triceratops. A pause. You got a poster, Eli said slowly. Yes. A triceratops poster. Yes. Eli looked at him, and then at his father, and then back at Owen. And the look he gave Owen was the look, Simon understood, of someone who had just received a very large amount of information and was processing it. That's good, Eli said, eventually. Then, with the complete simplicity of a 7-year-old who had assessed the situation and arrived at a conclusion, I think you should come over more. Owen made a sound that was almost a laugh and was suppressed at some personal cost. That sounds good to me, he said. They walked back to the flat. Eli between them on the pavement, talking the way Eli always talked when he had energy for it, which was most of the time a continuous and varied stream of observation and inquiry and commentary, the pterodactyl poster and the earthworms, and something that had happened at school involving a disputed ownership of a rubber shaped like a pineapple, which had apparently generated significant geopolitical complexity. Simon walked on one side of Eli, Owen on the other. The pavement was narrow enough that on the wider sections they were close, Simon and Owen, coat sleeves occasionally in contact, the small ordinary proximity of people walking the same direction in a city. Simon did not engineer it. He did not increase the distance. He let it be what it was. The flat was on the second floor, up the stairs with the same worn runner he had repaired last April at the corner where the brass fixing had come loose, and Eli went up first with the energy of someone who had somewhere to be, and Simon held the door while Owen came through it. Owen stood in the hallway. He looked at it. He was careful in the way he looked, which Simon noticed. Not intrusive, not consuming, the specific careful attention of someone who understood they were being trusted with something and was treating it accordingly. The hallway, with its coat hooks and the small table with Eli's school bag and the drawing on the wall that Eli had made at age 5 and which Simon had framed without comment and hung without announcement. Owen looked at the drawing. It was 3 figures, 2 large and 1 small, in the specific visual language of early childhood art. Circles for heads, lines for bodies, a variety of smiles. The smaller figure had what appeared to be a striped shirt, which was factually accurate. The 2 larger figures stood on either side. When did he make this? Owen said. He was 5, Simon said. He made it for a school art project. The theme was family. Owen was quiet. Simon had not thought, before this moment, about the potential weight of showing Owen that drawing in particular. He thought about it now. He thought about Owen looking at a 5-year-old's rendering of family, the 2 large figures and the small one, and whatever it was that went through Owen's mind about what was in it and what had been missing from it. Come through, Simon said. Eli had already vanished into his bedroom, from which various rustling sounds were emerging that indicated the hunt for the pterodactyl picture. Owen followed Simon down the short hallway into the kitchen sitting room, which was compact and organized in the specific way of a flat that had been arranged by a man who had strong views about where things should be and a child who had counterbalancing strong views about where things ended up. Owen looked at it. Simon stood slightly to the side and watched Owen take in the room. The bookcase with the medical texts and the children's books with no particular system separating them because Eli had strong views about proximity. The kitchen table with the 2 chairs. The window that looked out over the street with the city visible beyond the rooftops in the sodium light dark. "There," Simon said. "Yes," Owen said. "Please." It was ordinary. It was simply ordinary, the putting on of a kettle in a flat on a December evening. And Simon stood at the counter and filled the kettle and listened to the sounds from Eli's room and the sounds of Owen moving quietly in the sitting room behind him. And he thought about what it cost to let this be ordinary. Not much. That was the thing. Not nearly as much as he had thought it would cost. Eli reappeared with the pterodactyl picture, which was a large and somewhat faded print that had been on the wall for 3 years and was showing the loyalty whereof a picture that had been repeatedly pointed at. He explained it to Owen in considerable detail, the wingspan, the diet, the correct pronunciation of pterodactylus, which was a matter of some feeling because several people at school had been getting it wrong. Owen listened. He sat cross-legged on the sitting room floor at Eli's height and listened with the attention he always gave to things that mattered to people he liked, and Eli talked to him with the ease of someone who had decided long ago that Owen was the kind of person worth talking to. Simon made the tea. He stood at the kitchen counter and watched them, the dim sitting room light, and the 2 of them on the floor, Eli's voice and Owen's occasional question, and the city outside, and the kettle finishing its business. And he felt the specific quality of the thing he had been afraid of for 5 years. This, specifically, someone in the ordinary space of his life. Not a guest, not a managed visit. Someone sitting cross-legged on his sitting room floor while his son explained pterodactyls, with the ease of a person who belonged there. He had been afraid of exactly this. He had been right that it was frightening. He had been wrong about what the fear was protecting him from. He poured the tea. He carried the mugs into the sitting room and set them on the low table, and Owen looked up and said thank you with a quietness that had something in it, something warm and careful, the specific tone Owen used when he was receiving something he wanted badly and was not going to perform about. They sat together for a while after that, Eli eventually moving to his preferred evening position on the sofa with his feet up and a picture book, the post-pterodactyl decompression. Owen with the mug, talking quietly with Simon about nothing in particular, the rotation, a complicated patient Owen had seen on Thursday, the specific ongoing drama of the hospital's parking situation. It was easy. That was the thing that unsettled Simon slightly, in the way that good things sometimes unsettled him. How easy it was. How naturally Owen moved in the space. How Eli's presence and Owen's presence in the same room created not tension, but something that felt like an established grammar, a familiar syntax. He had been afraid of the disruption. There was no disruption. There was only this. At 7:30, Eli began to show the signs of a child whose body had decided on sleep before his mind had caught up, the drooping attention, the slightly slower speech, the way he became less precise about his arguments regarding the picture book's plot. "Bed," Simon said. Eli made a sound of protest that was about 30% committed. He looked at Owen. "Are you coming back?" he said. He asked it with the directness of a child who had been told that adults sometimes left without explaining why and had decided to address that possibility directly and in advance. Owen looked at him. He glanced at Simon. Simon looked back at Owen and thought, "This is where you let him answer. This is the thing you do not arrange." "Yes," Owen said to Eli. He said it clearly, without qualification. "I'm coming back." Eli looked at him for a moment with the assessing gaze that could, occasionally, accurately locate a lie. He apparently did not find one. "Okay," Eli said. He got up. He went and hugged Owen, which was a brief and practical hug, but a hug, and then he went to Simon and hugged him longer with the sleepy warmth of a child who had used up his energy and was ready to be deposited in bed. Simon walked him down the hall. He settled Eli in bed with the specific ritual they had developed, which included the confirmation that the pterodactyl was still on the wall and the verification that the small night light was functional and the brief negotiation about whether one more chapter of the current book was warranted, which it was. And then the chapter was read, and Eli's eyes closed before the chapter ended. And Simon sat for a moment in the semi-dark with his son's quiet breathing around him. He thought about Eli's question, "Are you coming back?" He thought about Owen's answer, which had been yes, without hesitation, without a caveat, without looking at Simon first to check whether yes was the correct answer. He thought about what that meant. He turned off the night light. He stood in the doorway and looked at his son sleeping with the complete, unconscious trust of a child who had had a good evening and expected more good evenings to follow. And he felt something that was not quite peace. He was not a man who arrived easily at peace, but something in that direction. Something adjacent to it. He went back down the hall. Owen was standing at the kitchen window, mug in hand, looking out at the street. The lights were on. It was properly dark outside now, the city's particular glowing dark. Simon came to stand beside him. Owen did not turn. "He's out," Owen said. "Almost before I reached the door," Simon said. A pause. They stood at the window, close, their shoulders almost touching in the way that had become a habit somewhere in the park visits and had never quite been named. "You're staring," Owen said. Simon looked at him. "I know." Owen turned, finally, and looked at Simon with the full version of his gaze, the one that had always made Simon feel the specific combination of seen and unsafe that he now understood was not a warning, but a feeling worth having. "I spent so long," Simon said, "trying to keep this life from breaking apart that I never let it become anything." Owen was quiet. "I do not know how to do this," Simon said. "I know that I want to. I know that I am not going to manage it and arrange it and protect it from the outside. I know that whatever it is going to be messy and present, and I'm going to have to learn to be in it without controlling it." He paused. "I'm telling you this so you understand the conditions." Owen looked at him. "The conditions," Owen said. "The honest conditions," Simon said. "That I am not starting from fluency. That I'm going to do things wrong. That I am asking you to be patient with the learning rather than the management." Owen was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Simon, yes, you can still build one," Owen said. "A life that's more than what you've been letting it be." He said it gently, without drama, the way Owen said things that mattered to him, directly, lightly, in a voice that sounded easy and was not. "You don't have to already know how." Simon looked at him. He reached out. Not planned. The hand simply went. He put it against the side of Owen's face, very carefully, the way you touched something you had been afraid to touch, with the complete attention of someone for whom this was not a casual gesture. Owen was very still. Then he lifted his hand and covered Simon's. His fingers were warm from mug. He held Simon's hand against his face with the same careful completeness, and they stood at the kitchen window in the lamplight with the city carrying on outside and Eli asleep down the hall. And Simon felt the specific quality of the moment. Not dramatic, not cinematic, simply and entirely real. "You're not hiding anymore," Owen said quietly. "No," Simon said. He was not. He was here, present, in this kitchen with this man, in the visible shape of his actual life. He had spent years calling concealment by the name of protection. He had spent years caring for people by keeping them at the careful distance where they could not see how much they mattered. He had done it for good reasons that had become bad habits, and he had kept the bad habits long past the point where the reasons excused them. He was not doing it now. Owen looked at him. Simon looked back, and then Simon moved the small distance remaining between them, and Owen came the rest of the way to meet him. And it was neither dramatic nor cinematic. It was simply the thing that had been building for 8 months and was finally arriving at the moment it was meant to arrive at. And it was careful, and it was real, and it was, to the great relief of both of them, not managed. Outside, the city continued. Ordinary, enormous, full of people and lit windows, choosing things. Simon chose. He had always been capable of it. He had simply been waiting until he trusted himself to do it honestly. Epilogue, ordinary things. The argument about the pasta was ongoing. It had been ongoing for approximately 20 minutes, which was not long in absolute terms, but was long in the specific terms of a 7-year-old who had a position on pasta shapes and was not willing to relinquish it without significant intellectual engagement. Penne is wrong, Eli said. Penne is a valid pasta, Owen said. He was at the kitchen table with a textbook open in front of him, but the textbook had not been consulted in the last 10 minutes because the pasta debate had taken precedence. It's the wrong shape for bolognese, Eli said. The shape doesn't affect the taste. Eli looked at him with the expression he used when someone had said something that required correction. It affects the distribution, he said. You need a shape that holds the sauce. Penne doesn't hold the sauce. Penne has a hole in it, Owen said. The hole is in the middle. The outside is too smooth. Rigatoni has ridges. Owen looked at him. Where did you learn this? Dad said. Owen turned to the counter, where Simon was making the bolognese with the focused precision that Simon brought to most domestic tasks, which was the same precision he brought to clinical tasks except accompanied by slightly more relaxed shoulders. Did you tell him penne doesn't hold sauce? Owen said. I told him rigatoni has structural advantages, Simon said. He did not look up from the pan. Owen looked at the ceiling. You've been pasta briefed, he said. Against me. Without my knowledge. It's not against you, Eli said. He had the reasonable tone of a child who considered himself a neutral party. It's just correct. Rigatoni, Simon said from the counter, holds sauce better due to the ridged exterior. This is not a contested claim. It is when it's being used by a 7-year-old in a tag team, Owen said. Simon's shoulders moved in the way they moved when he was containing something that would otherwise become a smile. Owen looked back at the textbook, which was not going to get read tonight, clearly. He closed it. The kitchen was warm. The bolognese smelled like the particular good smell of something cooked slowly with attention. The garlic and the tomatoes and the wine that Owen had opened 30 minutes ago and Simon had used approximately a third of for the pan, and the remainder of which was sitting on the counter and would probably be finished over dinner. The window above the sink showed December darkening into proper evening outside. The city's ambient glow was just visible over the rooftops. Eli had returned to the table, apparently satisfied with the structural pasta outcome, and was now engaged in the project he had been working on before the debate, which was a map of his school's earthworm distribution, rendered with considerable cartographic ambition on a large sheet of graph paper. Owen looked at it. Is that the school grounds? Yes, Eli said. He pointed. This is the flower bed by the science block. This is under the big tree near the gate. This is behind the maintenance shed, which is the most earthworms, but you have to go around the back, and it's technically out of bounds at lunch. But if you're just walking to the bin... I'm not hearing this, Simon said from the counter. Eli looked at Owen. Owen kept his expression professionally neutral. Noted, Owen said. Eli nodded once and returned to the map. Owen watched him work for a moment. The careful marking of X's on the graph paper, the legend in Eli's handwriting that involved several self-invented symbols, the confidence of a child who had a system and was committed to it. He thought about Eli at 5, in the drawing on the hallway wall, with the striped shirt and the smile. He thought about the first Saturday at the park gate, the small certain face looking at Owen with a decision already made. He thought about how long ago September felt and how close it felt at the same time. Owen, Eli said, without looking up, yes. Can earthworms tell when it's going to rain? I think there's some evidence that changes in soil moisture affect their behavior, Owen said, but I'm not certain it's actual weather prediction as opposed to responding to existing conditions. Eli considered this. I'll ask at school. Good plan. They have a scientist who comes in on Thursdays, Eli said. She would know. Better than me, probably. Eli nodded with the equanimity of a child who is comfortable distributing his intellectual inquiries across multiple sources. Simon brought the bolognese to the table in the pan, with the rigatoni already drained and in the serving bowl, and they arranged themselves in the way they had arranged themselves over the past 2 months. Eli with his back to the window. Owen beside him, Simon across. The 3-chair table that had always had one slightly empty side now used as intended. Eli had an opinion about the salt level, which he expressed moderately and which Simon addressed by passing the salt without comment. Owen served himself the bolognese and thought that the pasta was, objectively, holding the sauce well, and said nothing because some arguments were better conceded in silence. They ate. The conversation moved through Eli's school day, which had involved a project on rivers that Eli had strong views about due to what he considered an underrepresentation of the Thames relative to more geographically distant rivers. It moved through Owen's cardiology rotation, from which he selected the details suitable for the dinner table and the age of the company, which filtered out most of it but left the interesting ones. It moved through an administrative email Simon had received about a change to the teaching session schedule that he was not especially pleased about, which he described in the measured tones of a person whose displeasure was complete, but who considered outward expressions of irritation inefficient. "You hate it," Owen said. "I have reservations," Simon said. "You made that face." "I don't make faces." Eli looked at Owen with the expression of a co-conspirator. "He makes faces," Eli said. "He absolutely does," Owen agreed. Simon looked at the two of them. He had the expression that was not quite a smile, but had settled into regular use over the past 2 months, the expression that appeared when he had been tag-teamed and was finding, somewhat to his own surprise, that he did not mind. "Eat your pasta," he said. They ate the pasta. After dinner, Eli retired to the sofa with a book, which was the customary post-dinner arrangement, and Simon cleared the table and Owen washed up, which was also customary, the small architecture of a shared domestic routine that had built itself without being designed. Owen was aware, in the specific way he had become aware of many things over the past 2 months, that he was washing up in Simon Ward's kitchen on a Wednesday evening as a matter of ordinary course, and that this was something he had not expected to have in his life a year ago, and that the unexpectedness of it had a quality that was not unsettling but was worth noticing. He handed Simon the pan. Simon dried it. "How was the clinic?" Owen said. "Fine," Simon said. "One interesting presentation. I'll tell you later." Later meant after Eli was in bed, which was when certain conversations happened. The ones that required the specific quality of attention that the evening made available, the low light and the quiet flat, and the city outside doing what it always did. Owen had come to think of later as its own category of time, different from hospital time and different from the compressed social time of 2 doctors with mismatched schedules and limited sleep. Later was the time that belonged to them. He was learning to be in it, not performing in it, not earning it, not managing it into something sustainable. Simply being in it, with all the attendant uncertainty and occasional awkwardness, and the specific richness that came from being in a life that was not reduced to its safest dimensions. "Right," Owen said. From the sofa, Eli said, "Can we have the good biscuits?" "No," Simon said. "Why not?" "Because you had pasta." "Pasta and biscuits are compatible," Eli said. "They are not sequential," Simon said. "There are rules." Eli looked at Owen. Owen kept his expression neutral and thought about the Triceratops poster, which was now on the wall of Eli's room beside the pterodactyl, the two of them coexisting in the specific visual geography of a child who had decided what belonged in his space and enacted that decision without bureaucracy. "Don't look at me," Owen said to Eli. "I live here too. I'm subject to the same rules." Eli absorbed this. There was a pause in which Owen became aware of what he had said, casually, in the way you said things that had become true before you had formally registered them. Simon had gone still. Not the protective still. The other kind. Owen looked at him. Simon looked back, with the expression that was not quite a smile, but was what lived on the other side of it, the thing the smile came from. "You do," Simon said, quietly, confirming. Owen looked at him. He thought about the conversation in the office in November, the ventilation unit and the strip of sky. He thought about the pavement outside Owen's building in December, Simon standing there in the cold having said the true thing. He thought about the park and the bench and the glasses and Eli arriving at full velocity and the hot chocolate and the drawing on the wall. He thought about all the ways this had been building before either of them was ready to name it. "I do," Owen said. From a sofa, Eli said, "Does that mean you're living here?" "Eli," Simon said. "I'm asking," Eli said, with the tone of a child who considered gathering information a reasonable activity. Owen looked at Simon. Simon looked at Owen. There was a moment, the particular kind of moment that had been appearing with increasing frequency over the past 2 months, a moment in which the ordinary domestic fact of their lives was present in the room without anyone having formally declared it, and both of them were aware of it. and neither of them was afraid. "We're working it out," Simon said to Eli. Eli considered this. "Okay," he said, with the equanimity of a child who had decided months ago how this was going to go and was comfortable waiting for the adults to catch up. He returned to his book. Owen looked at Simon. Simon looked at Owen. "He's not surprised," Owen said. "He has never been surprised," Simon said. "He has been considerably more patient about this than either of us. He gets it from someone." Simon's expression did not contradict this. They stood at the kitchen counter in the warm flat, the city outside, and Eli on the sofa, and the ordinary evening around them. Not dramatic, not cinematic. The specific steady warmth of a Tuesday that was building into a Wednesday that would build into all the weeks and months that followed, each one ordinary, each one real. Simon reached out. He put his hand on the counter between them, open, unhurried. Owen put his hand over it. "We should sort out the logistics," Simon said. "Properly. At some point." "Yes," Owen said. "Not tonight." "No," Owen agreed. "Not tonight." Tonight was this. The warm kitchen, the sleeping city, Eli turning a page on the sofa, the two mugs on the counter, the pan hanging on the hook by the window, the small, utterly ordinary accumulation of a life that was larger than it had been allowed to be and was still becoming. "The biscuits," Eli said, from the sofa, without looking up, in the tone of a child who was willing to revisit a negotiation at what he considered the optimal moment. Simon closed his eyes briefly. Owen laughed. It was, as it had been since September, the best sound in any room it entered. Simon opened his eyes. "The good biscuits," he said, with the absolute certainty of a man who has accepted his fate, "are in the tin on the top shelf." Eli's face appeared above the back of the sofa with an expression of complete vindication. Owen was still laughing. Simon went to get the tin. Outside, the city continued. Ordinary, enormous, lit by 1,000 windows. Inside, they had biscuits. It was, all things considered, more than enough.